Hello everybody and welcome back to Spike Nations. We are live from Gamergy in Madrid, Spain. I am Hazard JC, joined alongside Cairo Cast. We had 6 nations coming into this tournament, now only 4 remain and only one can stand to lift the trophy. Cairo, how are you feeling? We've got here, we've had a little bit of time to walk around, see some of the teams, get ourselves involved in the environment. What's the overall feeling?
I feel as if the feeling amongst everybody is I don't want to call it a party atmosphere, but it's a really positive one. Hanging about with Team UK last night, a lot of them in really good spirits, and I think just being together, hanging out, eating dinner, like I think everybody is kind of feeling the event.
Yeah, it's a LAN event after all, and I think that's really important that a lot of these players, it might even be their first time competing on LAN as well. They had the media day yesterday, we saw them come in, they've got their headshots. I'm excited to see a few of those pop up on the feed in a little bit. But like you say, we are here in the IFEMA, in the convention center in hall number 10. If you're local to Madrid, you should already be here, right? Turn up. I saw they had the KC Heretics game played yesterday as well. Not exactly the best showing from the home favourites, but again, 300 people in attendance, plenty to be excited about, and 3 best of 3s upcoming today to be looking towards.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these teams have been brawling it out in the group stages. You know, everybody has played each other at least once, so there is a little bit of history, there's a little bit of familiar ground, but I guess the unfamiliar part, being on LAN and actually facing off against each other with the way the stage is set up.
Yeah, it's exactly that, right? The first game that we have is a repeat of the very first group game that we saw played all the way back in November now, it would have been, Turkey versus Italy. And I'm really looking forward to how exactly this one is going to play, because again, with that LAN effect, I've heard a few rumours circulating around the hotel lobby as to players who may or may not be absent. What a difference that could make, I'm not too sure. But to just kick things off and look at a team such as Italy, for example, you think about the team dynamic that they have, it felt like, based off of that Desire core and a few of the players that they had, they felt very in sync with one another and very fundamentally sound.
Yeah, they really did, and I think as well they had a lot of individual moments, and I think there's a few individuals that we could possibly highlight later on when we get to show that graphic. But yeah, I mean, there was a few things for me though, little, like you're saying, fundamentally sound. I feel as if sometimes though they were lacking a little bit of direction, a little bit of something to go and actually put pressure onto their opponents.
Yeah, and just to sort of wax the narrative here quite generally, I think you look at Turkey as a team, for example, as being fairly direct and very decisive from the games that we saw them play, right? You have both Glove and iPot from Galacticos that have come into this team, right? You know, tier 2 pedigree, I think it's fair to say, but not a team which, you know, made it to Ascension, pushed the envelope as much as maybe players like Benny would have, IGLing for CGN, or your boy Lewis and Lime on Focus, for example, making top 8 of that event. So I think, it's important to be thinking about exactly what a stage this is for those players as well, to be demonstrating their ability. And in terms of stages and Turkish players and teams, you have so much quality there, right? Chanel, Smurfette, the game changers players that they have, I think, are probably better than most.
Yeah, 100%. I think having the capability of bringing someone or people like Schnell and Smurfette into your roster, and just having the general firepower that Turkey has, it's really scary because you don't know who you're going up against. And you know how sometimes you go into a match, someone has a wee bit of an off day. I feel as if someone has an off day in Turkey, someone is there to pick up the lack of, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, we're here on LAN, Cairo.
Yes.
I think, you know, we've got an opportunity to have a chat for a little bit. Preparation is obviously important for both of these teams. In terms of your preparation, how have you been enjoying the local cuisine since you've arrived?
Do you know what, I know it's not Spanish cuisine, but I had a lovely homemade pizza last night. You know, that way where it was like, you could tell it was made with love.
Yeah, really just sort of neat.
Yeah, exactly. The issue being though, it hurt my wallet, but we won't talk about that just now. It was lovely though, and generally, again, I guess to kind of bring it back to like Gamergy as a whole, like it's a really nice experience. Me and you, we were kind of how would you call it? We were being a little
meandering.
Meandering, being a little bit of tourist. There's actually a crazy. I guess it's just like a stage for the pug teams and stuff like that we're playing. There was a few GC players playing in a grand final, and we were listening to the Spanish casters. And I must say, it probably wasn't the best preparation because those guys go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know that you've certainly got a set of pipes on you.
Yeah,
I know it sounded a little bit more like an auction auctioneer, and I don't know if you've necessarily got that kind of
yeah, bro. I thought the
to
guy was hitting third gear. You know what I mean? He dropped it when it just. No, but listen, great casting, and you know what? Also. Great. I think one thing about this event as a whole is very esports centric.
Yeah.
And like if you are a fan of watching live Valorant, watching live esports in general, this is the place to be. Leviathan were here yesterday as well. You know, there's like so much to do, and like I feel as if like it comes overburdening. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I'm still a little bit disappointed. I didn't get to meet Aspas. I did meet the Pringles man.
Oh yeah,
which made me very happy. I didn't get to meet Aspas, so that was unfortunate. But yeah, plenty to do. And like you say, I think the esports culture here is actually really strong.
Yeah.
You know, there were conversations being had about where we were actually going to see the home base for VCTP, and one of the cities in question, or at least rumored in question, was Barcelona. Like the Spanish audience. You think about the teams in VCT EMEA, for example, as well. You know, Heretics, Koi, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's very strong roots planted here. In some ways, it does mean it's a bit of a shame that the Spanish team aren't going to be playing today.
Yeah.
But we will have them on stream tomorrow, same live stream. Couple of TDM games on the new map Drift, and the Spanish troops will be out on stage to put the content creators through their paces.
Listen, I'm looking forward to that. I know there's a few content creators that think they're maybe a little bit too good for school or a little bit too cool for school. Listen, you're gonna have to show it. But speaking of showing, Hazza, let's show the map veto and get into this one.
Yeah, no real surprises in terms of this veto. You look at the maps that have been played throughout the tournament so far, Breeze and Sunset not included. For Split and Lotus, 4 times played. And Lotus, I think this is a map that we saw Italy play quite a lot of. It was in the game that they had against Germany towards the end of the group phase. And then Ascent as Turkey's pick. No surprises for a team, so complemented so heavily on their aim, and also where we saw these two duke it out last time.
Yeah, I mean, they've played Turkey on Bind as well against France, which was heavily anticipated to be the match to watch for the full of the group stage, because going into that game both teams hadn't actually lost yet. So I mean, I'm looking forward to this one already. As for Bind for Italy, Hazza, they haven't shown it yet, so it's a little bit of an unknown territory for Turkey going into that against Italy. But I imagine, as for most teams when they've been in this tournament, it'll be a case of focusing on your own game, on your own prep, and what you guys can bring forwards.
Yeah, I think something that is important to note, though, it's Bind if we get to it, because on paper this is the first place team from groups versus the fourth place team. Turkey 5-0 clean record, yet to drop a map, and not only that, the difference between them and France, nearly twice the round delta. They finished with 32 rounds and France with plus 18, so there was a bit of a disparity starting to form there, or 34 rounds I think it might have been, but they were a cut above in terms of quality. Italy coming in with a 2-3 record, just about making it out of that elimination match. One of the 3 13-11 scorelines that we saw, the other two both by Team UK, so I think it's fair to say that they like to push it close. But I don't know, it's not necessarily a team that inspires a lot of confidence, but I think there's got to be a little something in your stomach there that says we're on LAN, it's a different environment, this is a team that's bearing the flag for an underrepresented region at the best of times. There are a lot of factors that could play into their hands.
There's so many factors. And I think, again, just to comment on what I was talking about earlier, the camaraderie, just hanging about, just being together, like, it builds, you can't talk enough about how much of a bond it builds, just like chilling, like getting yourselves together and just having a meal. We were sitting actually next to Team Turkey, if you remember, last night, and they were all laughing, they were joking. So I mean, at the same time, we're talking about Italy, who's flying the flag. You've also got to be thinking of Team Turkey, who let's be honest, have loads of fans that they have to represent, and probably bearing the weight of a nation.
Yeah, a lot of passionate fans back home. I think it's interesting to draw a comparison, not to sort of rope you into the Brit group. But I think for those who originate from our island of origin, we can be quite pessimistic at times. And maybe there isn't that sort of national pride that I think the Turkish players certainly have. And when you speak about them as individuals and as a group as well, you mentioned that meal and that they're having a good time together. And it's very easy to just look at that from the outside in and say it's as such. But even from speaking to them, they are are a group of friends. And
Yes.
Smurfette said that in the interview when we spoke to her as well after one of the matches. And I think that is also something that you're going to see from quite a few of these regions, and France as well. And I think that's probably a big component of their success. They have a lot of players which are endemic to their own challenger leagues. They compete often with one another, and they all get along.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, there's people who have been in the same organisations, the same teams, like being in that same, as you say, grassroots, growing up together within the scene. So you can only, but I guess, anticipate that synergy within the team. And I guess, like at the same time, you've got to think of Turkey and the synergy they've had. They're undefeated, Hazza, yet to lose a match in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a crazy one to look at. Something else as well, which I think is really interesting and something that we should mention, is when we're talking of player absences, for example. Solkas hasn't made it to the event for Team UK. That's going to be a big hit. We can touch on that later when we move to that series. But it ties into a bigger conversation. Muj, now on the Turkish team, is the only player left in the tournament of the 3 which there originally were, that have played at least one game in partnerships this year, right? So it was on foot, a lot of experience that brings. You've got to be thinking about LAN appearances too, Smurfette. Game Changers champs last year. These are players which know a mouse and keyboard and know a sweaty one in a big arena as well, which makes such a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. For some of these players, Hazza, this is the first time playing on LAN, you know, in front of what is a very loud crowd, Hazza.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can tell, there has been a slight delay in operations here as we have boots on the ground. We're getting the reports in our ear that we will be going for a short 10-minute break, but when we return, we'll have that first map of Turkey versus Italy for you.
just call you when the moon is rising. I'm craving every moment with you. I can't just need you when the tides are turning. I cherish every second with you. I've got to hold on to your heart every day of the week, every week of the year. I've got to rewind and restart till you get what you need, till you get all of me. Yeah, you get all of me, baby, I give you all of me. Please take what you want from me. Ooh, ooh, yeah, you get all of me, baby, I give you all of me. Please take what you want from me. Ooh, ooh, all of
To Spike Nations, everybody, sorry for the slight delay. We should be getting now into our first game of the day. Italy versus Turkey. This is going to be a Mediterranean matchup, which is very much to enjoy. Cairo, you would have seen a little bit of the group game as well that we saw. Just that one best of one on Ascent played. We're kicking things off on Lotus here. Do you think that changes things?
Entirely. It's a completely different map, Hazza. You've got to consider the 3 sites and stuff like that. Talk about changes, that's probably the biggest change.
That is very true. I think we can talk a lot about the macro game played by both of these teams to start things off. Turkey, incredibly decisive in the way that they play it, and as a matter of fact, they've only gone and won the bloody pistol round.
They've got themselves started off right as well, Hazza. No surprises to what's being played in terms of the agents either. This is what has been played by Turkey the last few times they've played Lotus, and they've even got rifles on their bonus.
They should just be running through this round, doubling up and keeping some of those rifles, like you say. A under siege, and it will crumble under the grasp of Italy. Turkey finished flawless, and to speak about the composition that you're talking about there, we're seeing Smurfette on the Chamber again. Turkey and France, the only 2 teams to have debuted Chamber so far in the tournament, first and second place. Need I say more? Yeah,
I mean 100%, but I think as well, it's the players that are actually on these agents. For instance here, Smurfette, I mean a player that has already taken the headlines here, 3-0 so far, and iPot as well, Hazza. You've got to consider this, the Smoker, the Omen, 4-0. Nice start.
Yeah, it's been a good start. The revolution will not be televised, I suppose they say, but that would be from the Italian perspective, I think, because Turkey expected to be finding the result here. Kicking things off with a little bit of early control towards Mound in terms of the setup. Italy just biding their time.
I think as well, for players to be watching, if you're looking at Team Italy, it's not all about Turkey, has it? Got to be thinking about Caden. Tag, for me especially, a player that had some real highlight moments but can run hot and cold.
For sure, I mean this round, the colder of the 2 that we've seen so far. A limited sample size in that regard. Glove preparing the utility. Quick re-clear of the A plate, but C is where the execute will be coming in.
Has he taken that entry as well? There you go, continues on forward. This bonus looking like a nasty one. Biting almost as venomously as the Viper. In this position, a 3 versus 4, it is doable, and RNL gets that extra pick.
Really important that the spike goes down though. Turkey starting to recline a little bit. Epot in the driver's seat. 1 player left, it's Bepo in a 1 versus 2, finds the first, and the blast pack lands towards the second, flushes them in position, down to the classic, and the burst bests. Usually in that situation, Bepo sticking out the defuse and Italy getting their first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard-fought one, one that realistically Italy shouldn't have lost as much, but then you've got to consider the bye.
Yeah, looking at the buy here, I mean, Turkey can continually invest in terms of weaponry. And I mean, in terms of setup, it's just going to be this C-mount play early on. They've not really tried to challenge Rubble yet. For Italy, though, they're looking to be a little bit more proactive in this side of the map. Previously, you saw the Killjoy setup mostly on B. There was nothing on C to take contact. This time it's a turret. They've spread themselves a little more thin. And already, one way going up.
Italy, that's the aim of the game. Although, Izzy trying to get through that, and Smurfette gets that entry, supporting Izzy to take the space, which is probably the most important aspect of the duelist. But in terms of the site setup, still to get the spike down, the spam not quite hitting the Guardian, obviously the higher penetration weapon. But Hazza, it's all about those picks, and they haven't stopped the spike going down.
In terms of the retake, Paranoia already burned through. Trailblazer available, Guiding Light as well. You can already see Edu preparing to get this one going, but this deep poison cloud is causing so many issues. It isolates a fight onto Epot though, and that's opened the door back up. A 3 versus 3, the showstopper fuse lit. but no, nothing connected right now. This is such a passive plant, Cairo. Moosh has really got her overextended to try and win out this fight. The flash can delay it a little bit longer. The head is exposed, and it's back to back. Moosh in the clutch.
Has it? I mean, I felt as if when it came down to it, they probably could have just stuck the plant. Comes off to try and fight, but it's not needed. I mean, Moosh is nowhere near able to swing that plant spot. And even at that, Caden, holding main, gets completely taken off guard. That should have been an Italy round. Turkey, though, they did well to fight back in, and now they're going to reap the benefits.
Yeah, Moosh, as I say, put in another clutch situation. This time around, he wins it out. And like you say, Italy not really playing off at one another. Izzy on the entry. Second highest rated player in the tournament for first kill involvement. Second only to Lux9, and that's a battle we'll have to wait for later on. Perhaps it'll come sooner than we thought. Ipot gets yet another. Aranel can restore order for now, though. And Caden's actually added one on, and we're back to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, look at the reposition from Turkey. That's a really nice response to the hold that Italy had. Repause on towards B. Next, some spike plan and an entry. Advantage being taken.
Really nice late play out of glove. Puts Caden in the hot seat. Clutch player who's delivered from these kinds of positions before. Relishes in them even. Moosh the first line of defense though, and a well-stocked Turkey squad will be shutting this one out to extend their advantage.
I mean, what more can be said? They had better weaponry. I think the biggest thing about that round, Hazard, was the reaction to the hold that Italy had on the A site. Immediately go through Hobbit door, they get the spike down, they take an advantage as well.
Yeah, quick B pivot, sets up nicely. And even there towards the end, just stacking 2 players plat when you have Glove coming in for this late flank through stairs. They're getting very aggressive here, Turkey, but it's coordinated, calculated. There is a semblance of preparation to how they are setting this one up. When you look at the teams that have played in the competition so far, none of them had scrimmed in any of the interviews that were given. Can't really act as too much of a surprise, neither can Caden finding this opening pick.
Beppo also just chiming in with one. So you've got to look at the advantage now that Italy are playing. They've got so much to hold all the angles and gain information. Realistically, you should expect more of a passive hold on the extremities. And there we go. Aranel, though, trying to be as passive as possible and dips out. Izzy now chasing it down. Can they at least find one? Find something for Turkey to bring this back. But look at the spike hazard. Nowhere near the site. And Izzy's forfeited the life.
This is such a problematic situation, and it will only continually get worse. Moosh needs to keep a cool head in the 1 versus 5, and it is torn clean off. Bippo finding 3. Italy get their second in flawless fashion. That's exactly the response that we needed to see out of them in the gun round.
Oh, and now you've got to think of the economy benefits off the back of a flawless as well, Hazard. And Turkey, they haven't really got much in terms of a buy. In fact, I think a few of them opting for halves.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. I don't know if we could just see the timeline pop up, but I mean, like you say, it feels like Turkey have got quite a number of plants on these rounds, so that's an extra 300 credits per player each time. Smurfette will have the tour de force available to her, and you can already see this early C challenge has a little bit more behind it from the Turkey side of things.
I mean, the Viper are being so deep. All it takes is that Trailblazer to get through. Both snake bites already burned through Hazard. There won't be much delay in terms of this B site.
Slight gap in the Viper wall to maybe peek behind. Tag takes Izzy. Knocked down. Now a 4 versus 5 situation. Advantage for the defenders. It's one they're just going to roll with. Another kill found by Tag. Finally traded by the mirror match of Glove. Yet still Turkey trail. Stacking up again towards Plateau. Looking for this pick.
Oh, the set was there for Aranel, but the confidence maybe not backing it. There's a few players low here, that's one thing to note. Smurfette obviously now upgraded up to a Spectre. I mean, the pressure continues to mount in certain areas, and Bippo's found a way to stop the plant. There goes Moosh, there goes Smurfette. Glove now needs to get the spike back, and with paint, shells, and everybody knowing exactly where they are, it should be a done deal. It's just about getting it over the line.
And that they will. Back-to-back multi-kills for Bippo. 3 for him, 3 for Italy. The gap closed all the way up.
And this one, the B play didn't quite work out, and now you've got to figure out where they're going next.
In terms of where they're going next, I don't know. I don't know if the stream can hear us. There's a grey stream, and there's no producer. So we'll just have to hope that these issues are resolved. I don't know if we're getting pushed or not. But yeah, in terms of what we've seen so far, Cairo, Turkey early lead on the attack.
Yeah.
Italy get a few for themselves though, and I think it must be said there is a baseline that you've got to be hit.
Yes.
Hitting on defender-sided Lotus.
Yeah.
Doing a pretty good job of that already.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I mean, you've got to keep yourself contentious between the two teams. I can hear a Viper's pit going off.
I can see one.
Yeah, and we're back in.
There
good to go. And speaking of good to go, Bipple's certainly good to go. There goes to the rest of Italy storming their way in. And it's up to the two players of Turkey left. The Viper's pit still stands strong, but look at this, the lockdown to counter.
Should be flushing them out. I don't think Glove's going to get away with this. Even if you look to keep it up, what more value do you get? It does expire. He's back in. Muja's found another. Needs to just one quick click of the mouse and it would be enough to take them down, but already removed from the situation. Tag getting it done. Italy in the retake. So clean.
I mean, Bipple finding those two picks massively. That's the biggest aspect for me, Hazza. Showstopper getting massive value, then you can just flood in the numbers, and you saw just how many players were there.
Yeah, exactly. I think an interesting statistic to mention from that first group game that we saw between these two teams on Ascent is Italy. They started that one on the defender's side.
Yeah.
A lot of their game plan did really rely on these retakes to circumvent what exactly it was that Turkey were doing, how aggressive their playstyle was, sit a little bit deeper, give them the control that they need, and then come back in. It's only really the first experience that we've got of it so far, but Bipo digging his heels in and finding yet another opening pick.
Got to look at these crisscross of the Viper wall already. Turkey on the other side though, so in terms of the information side of that Viper wall, Hazza is gone, but there's already a setup from Caden holding the paranoia for the entry to site.
Yeah, I really like this. You've got Edu on the off angle. You can see the player cams now as well. They're locked in, lights bright in the face on the stage, blinded by the occasion. Turkey taking their foot off the pace a little bit. Eco round for them here. Missed shot by Muj. Yet still, an opportunity presented. Italy quaking in their boots. I said before, they dropped deep for the retake, but they've got to hold firm on the site right now.
Oh my god. The picks coming through are massive, and somehow Educo's in sight, massively getting 3. One player left. iPot goes. A massive individual play. Maybe there was only sheriffs on the board for Turkey, but still, they were making it work.
Like I say, those players needed to hold on to the space, and that they did. A brilliant job from Edu. Italy now extending themselves into the lead. It's been a game of catch-up for the entirety of this map so far, but with only a couple of rounds left to play, they are the ones that take initiative.
And we're heading into our first coach timeout here, Hazza, in Gamer G Spike Nations LAN Finals. I mean, what do you think's been said in the calls for both teams here?
I think something that Geist did a brilliant job of with Turkey before in terms of organising this team is just how passionate of a guy he is about the esport as a whole. Like, he's still going to give it 110%, whether it's an event like this or a VCT match. We saw him with Foot before. He stood in Red Bull home ground for his team, yet still they were able to find the result. So I think right now, a lot of what he'll be doing is just taking the pressure off of his players so they can perform individually. In terms of a team, they already have that dynamic about them, but you can see the stress in some of the decisions that are being made.
That's the point. It's all stress here, Hazza. Crowd round you, the noise, the sound. You've got the casters as well being fed into the arena. Spanish ones, that is, and they do a great job.
That they do. What was it that you were saying earlier when I asked you if you spoke Spanish?
No hablo Spanish, mate. You
certainly don't. Here we go, though. Turkey, in terms of this default, every single round it feels like they're challenging Mound. Again, you're seeing Epoch go for this TP across. Doubles back on it. Paint Shell's trying to flush off the angle, and quite the number of Italian players ensuing. They're walking into the Killjoy here.
They are, and Italy know everything about it. The fact that Bepo's been able to get so deep in towards the attacker spawn, that's another thing to note. I mean, Italy have already made a decision on the rotates. Look at the Vipers close.
Yeah, you just saw Edu drop the flash in B main as well, so this rotate is well underway. Aranel taking one with the turret, Muj has fallen. Turkey, again, is these situations where they look to scramble for an advantage. Can they reap the reward?
Every time they've got a response to if they lose a person. The second smoke though will hide Izzy, and Italy just walked through it completely with no util. There goes the players getting back into sight. Somehow Turkey getting advantage gifted to them by Italy. And now they've got to fight their way through, and I don't think they'll be able to. Continuously hemorrhaging players. Educause looking to be the relief for Italy, and at this moment in time they still can't find any gunfights. Well, now they are, and the players are dropping like flies, and it'll be Glove to put them to rest.
Fine, Turkey their fifth, an even scoreline, and immediately off the back of that timeout we see things leveled. This is, of course, Italy's pick, we have to reiterate coming into this one. But again, it feels like very open territory in terms of the map selection. They've done a good job to get 5 on the board. Now it's imperative that Turkey can restore that lead before the halftime bell sings.
There needs to be an advantage for this attacking team. I fear for when they move on to the defence, but at the same time though, compositionally wise, you've got to be looking at Smurfette being able to pick up that operator later on. I mean, maybe the Sentinel might not be great at actually creating delay, but I guess the delay comes through of just popping heads.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, you're looking at the setup. This is the second run in a row now that Italy will have been playing that Killjoy towards the A side of the map. They had the initial pick in the retake last time, like we said, but it's what you do with it then thereafter. Just looks a little bit sloppy around the edges. Op in play for Bepo. And yeah, in terms of shutting down these lanes, 2 of them are closed.
Entirely. Wherever you move through, there is going to be a world of hurt. Bepo's op, KG set up, a Viper pit.
Yeah. And I mean, look, if you're investing the Trailblazer to go through Hobbit here as well, you've not got that #1 piece of utility that you want, but it doesn't care.
My
because Izzy's opened up the back door and the B site is ready for business.
Italy are scrambling now. They're trying to hold on to this, create some sort of semblance of a hold, and they can't. The Viper being gone has opened everything up, in Turkey walking right into the gap.
Glove posting themselves on the initial angle. Operator in the retake. It's going to really struggle to get this one done, and the position of Muj could be the cloaked blade in which sinks the backstab that finishes off and secures a 6th at the very least. Glove at the double, not allowing anyone to pass through. Muj falls short in their endeavour. But this round is already looking done. In fact, it's over. Turkey taking the lead back for themselves just before we cross the halfway point.
Turkey the only out of the 2 that can take the advantage, and you'd expect that of the attacking team. In terms of the ultimates as well, you've also got to be looking at Glove, who has the Viper's pit in this round if they pick up an orb, which would be great for the post plant. As for the other side of things, you've obviously got the showstopper that Bipple could perhaps get. The op's gone now. It has to be rifles, and I have to be honest, at 14 and 8, you can't knock Bipple's rifle.
Yeah, and I think if you look in terms of the spacing of ultimates that we've seen so far, it's been pretty well worked by both teams. Both Blade Storms introduced. Smurfette holding on to the angle. You can see the concentration on her face. Turkey given Mound control early here this time. Italy rolling over. And this should be alarm bells for the Turkish squad. They should realize that there's something a little bit more lying behind this.
The Izzy peak. It's the second one though, Muj has the information off the back of the jet. And after the dash, picks up the frag. Now, A site's completely open, and Educause already having to respect the Turkey push.
Yeah, rotation called through. You saw the 3 players stacked towards C. You had the double layered Killjoy and Viper. Very common to do on this map, but Caden has arrived back in the server. 2 heads for him. Clean kills that put Italy in front. They're looking to make sure that Turkey get away with nothing once this half is said and done, and that's exactly the case. Even Stevens with 12 played.
It's funny because we've, for those who don't know, a lot of the co-streamers are close by to us, Hazza, and we heard a big scream coming from the Italy camp. Very happy with that round. Coming in at 6-6, I mean, you would be. Now it's about building upon what you've already done. The foundation is created. You're on the better of the two sides. Italy now need to make good of what they've already done.
Exactly. And I think as well, just even some of the conversations we were having in the green room coming into this game, people's expectations for this Italy squad would be that they get wiped the floor by Turkey. But again, holding their own here, very much so. And in terms of the second half, and really what I want to see, something that I think Italy benefited from a lot, on Lotus, on their attack, was Bippo and Tag with some of these util sort of combinations that they had been playing before. The Viper and the Raze util, you can completely condemn certain areas of the map. Bippo does it all by himself though. A couple quick shots coming out of the Ghost, taps in and taps out Smurfette.
Big one as well, Hazza. That's the chamber. Now you've already seen Turkey starting to re-clear certain areas of the map because they know that, for instance, they have to hold B main. They don't have that trademark. The Viper has to clear out C in case someone has got a timing. But all 5 players of Italy have immediately responded towards A, and this is where the heavier of the stacks are for Turkey.
Should be prepared for this. Izzy looking to introduce themselves as well. Mush not getting the cleanest of fights. Forced to backpedal. Paranoia there as well. But a double stack of players which efficiently deal with the players as they're starting to come in. Quick tuck to the corner as well. Izzy on the scene, and it is all done. Turkey pistol round wrapped up nicely.
I felt as if Italy just didn't have that that little bit of 1%, that like little bit of ruthlessness and that execute there, Hazza. And you see immediately Turkey, we were talking about the camaraderie, they create this little double stack, this little bake. As he takes the first pick, dips away, next thing you know, Muj pops out, gets another pick. As he goes to the other side of the site, they're playing off one another. The micro level for this team, I mean, the ceiling is so high.
100%. I mean, it's just on the fly calls like that. Seeing Epot playing off the shoulder of Muj, setting up brilliantly. Edu, what an opener. A couple of marshals bought into this Italy investment, a very light one. There could be a sting in the tail. Educause gets his second. Upgrades to go around. Glove can hold on for a little bit longer. Takes down the late B player Tag. Yet still, plenty to be worried about. Spike not yet planted, but soon going down.
They're starting to throw away a few of the bodies though. The good work becoming undone, and there's still marshals to be hitting here. The 2 remaining players coming through CT as snake bites traded on either side. Players on the side of Italy really low. No shields on any of them. That's the worrying thing as the Spectres get to work. Because can't quite hit. It has to be an ace if you want to clutch this one out, mate. And I don't think you'll be able to do it. Not when the spike's being held. Excellent from Izzy. And well, Turkey will at least get through with a Phantom.
Such a costly round.
Yeah.
2 marshals, 1 sheriff. And it's brought down to a 1 versus 1 with a little bit of time left on the clock. Nothing was getting past Edu there. And to be honest, with a slightly different spike plant and a little bit more time, I back him to find the ace. 16 and 11, topping the charts for his team and the server at large. Turkey, in terms of what they have to fall back on here with a 2-round buffer, not looking like all too much. Italy, this is their prime opportunity to put the pressure on second half.
The early pressure from Turkey is going to move Italy to hit C, or at least hit B. They've got to make a response and find a way to stop the push coming through as he's waiting for an overpeak. And look at the amount of damage Tag's taken off the back of that.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit through the corner of the wall. I think that might have been a headshot. Regrowth here topped him off, but it's such a deep re-clear with that Trailblazer. You'd be lucky to get much of rubble really sought out, and I'm not sure it even reached the corner. Italy forcing themselves to make this C execute happen, grouping up for it at the very least. Still an opportunity to pivot through the door. Epot up close.
Oh, the Trailblazers completely caught iPot, and the paranoia has done all the work that it needed to be done in terms of delay hazard. Italy still not making a decision, and we're starting to get into crunch stage. It's 40 seconds left, a pivot to B, and you've also got to look at Turkey. They're very close to being able to retake.
Yeah, iPot broke all of the seekers there, so Italy backed into the corner. Haven't really got any of the info that they would have liked. Spike is now planted and Plateau's starting to be explored. A couple of players doubling up in upper. Look at this, nearly 4 making it through the door.
Yeah.
Izzy turned away, refused entry. But Italy should know now, and they can posture to defend this site.
It's nice. Jet smokes to get in, no hazard. They're not even looking. Smurfette! He's got 3 out of nowhere. And just when you think the buy's good enough, Smurfette hunts the heads hazard and collects them. I cannot believe that Turkey's been able to do that. A lapse in concentration is all it takes for Turkey to dismantle a full site hold.
I would love to see that from Smurfette's POV. You just see the kill feed. She gets 1. We saw the deep clear on the 50 angle. Hang on a minute, there's a second, and then a third. Like, you have to be kidding me, dude. That makes no sense. That actually makes no sense. And looking at the buy that Turkey had as well, there was maybe like 1 or 2 rifles in the mix there. Italy, the stress getting to them, not sticking to their own game plan, forced to do what Italy wanted, or what Turkey wanted, bending to the situation, cracking under pressure. Now back down to pistols.
As soon as this wall drops, though, you've got to be careful at Izzy's op, holding from stairs, and the angle being danced between. The smoke good enough, and I mean the players just avoiding the op shot. You have to be really careful because Izzy is good and Muj also good, although they're getting pressured so heavily. There's Izzy's op coming out at the perfect time to prove what I was saying. I mean, Turkey absolutely swamp Italy here.
Brilliantly done by Izzy. Collateral kill, 1 more to finish, and then an updraft, the escape rope. Double digits now for the Turkish team. Italy not quite able to find anything back here. This is the prime opportunity and what feels like a last chance saloon when you pave out the roadmap of this endgame.
100%. Izzy's also been top of the pops in terms of frags all throughout this tournament, has it? And I mean, I think in terms of narrative-wise, everybody or a player that had kind of stole the limelight would be Lux9, but one player that everyone fails to kind of appreciate, Izzy.
Controllers, Nami second on a .43, and then 1 spot below on a .42 is Caden. So his impact's been huge, even in some of the clutches as well, but this is where you really want to see him step up.
Oh, 100%. I think if you're Italy, you're looking for the whole roster on this on this attack. Apologies to step up, because I think so far, as I said, it was that little bit of ruthlessness, that final chop to just go. I feel as if they're very easily getting delayed out. It took one paranoia to get things done earlier, and we're already in the midst of the round.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a little bit of a freeze up there, but the ice is broken. Tag one back, 3 versus 3. Level standing, Izzy. For as much as we chalk them up, the blades have melted like chalk under rainwater. A puddle left on the ground. Ipot adding another, 2 versus 2, and plenty of map material for both teams to be working with. A deep player in spawn, and you look at the Italian perspective, they are trying to make steps forward towards a C plant.
I like this. The only issue, iPot very, very close and aware of what is going on. Dropping a smoke towards Waterfall, perhaps to allow Muj to get closer.
I think the biggest issue for Turkey is here, though, that both players are split up. In terms of coordinating a retake, it eats into the time bank a little.
It does that, and you've got so much to clear heading back in. And, I mean, Italy still setting things up.
Edu does throw the flash out, though. That should be information back to Ipot. Still, Turkey not yet budging. Italy playing this pairing brilliantly, starting to go on a gander for themselves. Wrap around through CT to Waterfall. It's an open plant.
You've also got to be considering the Sky util coming back in here. Muj with 2 flashes, which could really do a lot of the work in terms of clearing. And you've also got a Trailblazer of Educause to create a stun, something to play off of. A flash as well.
These smokes could put a real spanner in the works. That dog is going to come out from Edu. They might be a little bit powerless to involve themselves here because both players on the Turkish side have dug their fangs in for an 11th. The final incision made almost. Italy hanging on by a thread.
I mean, what more can be said there? Italy, they give their ones and it's just one out.
It's crazy to think as well in the way that they set that round up. You had them playing the pairing, they cleared out the site, it was gutted, the spike down, multiple angles in which they could make that reprisal, and then they go their separate ways. And everything that they'd done, all of the hard work that they'd built up, just felt like it spiraled out of control.
Well, as for the next round, we've got to start looking at what Italy have to push forward, because right now it's got to be all in Hazard. It is in terms of the buy. In terms of the ultimates, they're very close. All it could take is one pick, and next thing you know, the round's put on its head. I mean, Smurfette has that tour de force if they want to opt into it, but as for this round, it's going to be opted in towards B. Bippo taking that space, and elsewhere there's fights ensuing. There goes Smurfette, advantage taken, spike down.
Italy looking to give this one last stab. Out of Hobbit though, such a difficult position to be in. Mush fighting their way out of this situation, however. The deep clear on towards Rubble has happened. Turkey have lost a player in that endeavour though, and they're starting to fall apart. It's only Ipot remaining. Tag at the double to seal a 7th.
7-11, and Hazard, Italy can continue to buy into this one. So I apologise.
No, it's fine.
As he still can get that up, that's probably the biggest one to note. And I wonder when we're going to get the introduction of Smurfette's tour de force. Seeker's used up as well on that last round, and that was traded for the showstopper, I think, which is a pretty favourable one for Italy when you consider the general outcome of that round.
You think about like late win conditions for Italy as well. We've not really seen anyone playing a flank. Like there's been a couple of times where maybe Tag is split up in a 4-1 or something along those lines. Bippo with an opening kill. Nice early pick. Doubles up for his efforts, doubles down. Italy at a strong advantage. Turkey coming into their retake.
Nice counter move from Italy to dismantle what has been a pretty successful A push every single round. Turkey, though, every time have been finding ways to fight back in. Italy need to be careful of how they set up this post plant and not giving much away here.
Such a wide angle that Tag holds, but still wins it out. Puffs his chest with a little bit of swagger. Italy starting to hit third gear. Bippo, another kill picked up by him. It's only Izzy's op that trails the whole scenario. Likely looking to save, but may struggle to do so with this TP close. And already they're starting to jiggle the angles. Finds the first, but plenty of ground yet to be covered.
Oh no.
Excellent work.
It's going to keep going. As he's already popped a dash, they're aware of a player close.
The question is, how many more players do Italy actually want to throw at this? You look at the money, should be all right for them, but a couple of players lingering awfully close to the 1,000 credit mark. There'll be plenty in reserve in the end. Most importantly for Turkey here, they have the op, they have some investments of their own to be making, and they can build around this.
Smurfette actually invested in the tour de force as well, so more ultimates being pushed for Turkey to try and find something here. It's not working out. They need to stop Italy's push here, the momentum at their back, and the buy sure to come up soon in terms of being broken.
Yeah, I mean, Italy not getting the side choice, of course, with it being their map selection. It was on the defense when they struggled more against Germany in that result. Now that they're on the attack, Bippo is looking razor sharp. Util combo towards Mound. Players looking to disengage. Smurfette takes one in her stride.
Big from her. The fact that they've been able to get that pick and get out without even trading anything out, Hazard.
Yeah, look, we're back to a 4 versus 4, and there is plenty of Valorant left to be played. You've still got the Viper's Pit up in the B choke, and look at Izzy posted on such a deep angle. That toxic screen isn't really going to sell too much.
The overpeak from iPot though. There goes your smokes.
Yeah, and that just feels so confusing to me when you have the setup rock solid, your other 2 lanes are covered. Absolutely no reason to try and force a fight. It's left Smurfette all out by herself, and for as much good graces as she's given us, there's nothing else left in the tank. Izzy's going to be forced to save again. Italy get up to a 9th. They're back within 2.
And again, Hazza, we're seeing this op being saved for, what, 2 rounds now?
Yeah.
And the value that they're only getting is holding down that lane, yes, I understand. But in terms of actually getting impact in the kills department, we are not seeing it.
We don't have to, though, at the same time, though, because it leads into the point that you're making. If you can lock down one lane of the map,
True, yeah.
you don't need to force the issue elsewhere. That was the reason why they lost this round. A simple overpeak on C without the setup that it really required to be going for that. And that is what is their Achilles heel on this occasion. Izzy can walk out of the round with this one. But yeah, it's just that implementation for me.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, as we start to look towards future rounds and what's going to come here for Italy, they're going to have so much in the tank to keep going. As for Turkey now, we're going to see a broken bye coming through, so you've got to be starting to think about, well, it's going to be 11-10. You lose that one, you've got a rifle round to contend with, and then what's going to be a pretty dodgy bye for 12-11 if the rounds go Italy's way. That's a big if, though.
Only a couple more opportunities to do it. Izzy tinfoils the operator, saved for another day. Saran wrap, whatever you want to call it. I think that's the Americanized term.
Okay.
Yeah, this op has got to do big work on this round if Turkey are to find the success that they need. And look at this, a little bit of a catalyst. Dog puts him further up, already on the aggressive angle. I love this.
I love it, but do you know what I love even more? The fact that Bipo's actually so close. This angle could take players off guard, but it's instead Izzy who takes the impotence and finds that first frag.
Italy diligent enough to re-clear that with the dog. I just find it surprising that they take that dry swing back through. Glove trying to deny players coming in early. The lockdown will expire, but Turkey look to fight on less than solid ground. It dissolves beneath their feet, but nobody detained. A 5 versus 3, a golden opportunity for 12.
Deep holds. Bipo trying to find a way, cozy themselves in towards the hold, and this is going to be big. Can they find something to claw something back? No, Turkey respecting everything being put forward. Moose takes out Caden. And a 2 versus 4, the players need to brawl their way through. RNL self Bipo perfectly. But it can't be a home run. It will be 12 for Turkey. And Italy may have just let this one slip.
That's such a tough round to be losing. But it all comes from a quick call that's made behind the scenes from Turkey, right? You're speaking about these Galacticos players, Epot and Glove, and how important they've been in setting up some of these rounds from the IGL perspective and sort of spreading those divisions of labor in terms of responsibilities are calling. And yeah, like it's as simple as putting the dog up, getting a little bit more aggressive in the A position where we'd seen them hang back passive before, and now 12 rounds on the board. Suddenly the narrative looks to have completely changed off the back of that one eco.
How does Italy respond in this round? Pretty direct, it has to be said, and the last one, punished for it. They went back to more of a default, and I think generally the default has been pretty good. They've been finding the value, finding the information that they need.
Yeah. I think, they've been pretty direct as well, though, and this is starting to funnel into Turkey's game plan and how they're reacting to these setups. Trailblazer coming in, Skydog early info on C, door rotated, cause for concern. It just draws the attention of Turkey back, and for a paranoia expended, but also the life of Tag, and that's so much map presence gone in the flash.
It's just crazy that Izzy's able to find that pick. They were dipping away from the angle and now being invited more towards it, being able to hide out. The players haven't cleared them. Here we go. The Blades maybe not getting the introduction that we were looking for, Hazza, but as for Turkey, they'll be happy with what they've collected.
Well, they're walking into trouble. Ipot's in the corner as well. Keeps the gate, stops Italy making their advance. Turkey find 13. 9 rounds left for the team on their own map selection. A strong early advantage and the unbeaten streak continues.
It has to be said, Hazza, when it comes from Italy and we compare how they played in the group stage to how they've played now, I would say a massive upgrade. They looked as if they had a great macro strategy. It looked like they had an idea of how they wanted to clear the map, how they wanted to play the game generally. Again, when it just came down to that fragging department, Turkey's raw aim, raw mechanics, there's very few that can compare against that.
I feel like it's such a simple way to explain how exactly that map played out,
yeah.
but at the same time it's hitting the nail right on the head, because you look at some of those rounds as well. I think for a 6-6 half, Italy did themselves an injustice to end that 13-9. You think, there are a couple eco rounds in there, that 2 versus 2 where they had so much time to set up, and just these little moments not quite falling on their side of the coin, and I think it's so frustrating to see as well. Obviously, we're given hindsight from the perspective that we have, but at the exact same time, you can sort of see the experience that Turkey have in making these calls, these snap split decisions that can turn around.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many that we can talk about, the F-buts and maybes, the anti-eco, as you say, the 2v2, so many rounds. Even when you think to the round that we saw just previously on that, before it went to 12-9, stuff like that can really switch up the pace of the game and just, in fact, the pace of the series. How does Italy now look forward for the rest of this best of 5?
Yeah, it's just sort of like a few of those rounds as well. It took Italy a little bit to make the adaptation in terms of those deeper sight holds coming into the retakes.
Yeah.
Once they got it, look, the first half was solid. It was that second half that sort of let them down. Coming into Ascent, that was a map which also finished 13-9 when they played each other in the group phase last time. We're going to be heading to a break. Can they overturn that result and reverse sweep their way to a grand final? It's an uphill battle here for Italy, and that slope will continue to incline. We're going to head for a short break. When we return, we will have Ascent up for you.
Morgan. I'm going to be your host, and I'm right here with my man Moon. Of course, I know that the lower thirds did say that this boy is Moon, but no, I'm Morgan. He's Moon. Moon, how's it going?
I'm saying Moon on my name, so I'm completely fine with it. It's been a while, Morgan. Happy to have you on the desk again. And of course, for our viewers who are picking up on Game 2, Team Turkey versus Team Italy on Ascent this time around. So I know that, Morgan, you haven't been around on the qualifier, but we already have seen an episode happening on Ascent in between these two teams specifically. So again, the score ended on a 13-9. It was a victory for Team Turkey, a very well-deserved victory, by the way. And it was a very intense opening game for the tournament.
Yeah, keep in mind that this map was a pick from Italy, so you would expect them to deal absolutely massively on this map, but Turkey came and took the upper hand on this one. However, of course, the first half was a little bit more close than the second one, because before we switched sides, you could tell that this game is definitely nowhere near one-sided. We've seen beautiful games from both teams. We've seen so many good plays. And this is something that I want to ask you. What happened after the side swap? We've seen Turkey really step up their game soon as the side switch happened.
Yeah, and this comes to the nature of the map. Let's say that, historically speaking, we've been watching multiple games happening on Lotus. It was, if I recall correctly, the second most picked map on the qualifier stage during the qualifications. And this map had this kind of habit of giving and granting more advantage to the attackers that we have been watching. So most of the time we've seen teams picking up more steam once they go from defender to attackers. This wasn't really different. We've seen Team Italy pick up their pieces. We've seen Bippo coming alive and online on the second half specifically. But let's say that Turkey were more meticulous with the organization of the rounds, the way they handled all those duels. We did see a drop in their performance around the end of the second half. And that was what led Team Italy pick up some precious rounds that could have brought them to equalizing the score and potentially running away with the map. Now, of course, what's in the past is in the past, and now we need to look forward towards the future. And the future is telling us that the next map will be Ascent. So, in retrospective to this map, we've seen a similar style coming from Team Italy. They have been reliant on those 5 players, essentially, on Team Ascent, and we've got an interview running in here. I'm not certain if the audio is on, so a cue coming up here from production team should be of help.
Yeah, very, very kind words. Okay, Moon, I think I cannot hear you,
Okay.
but that's fine, that's fine. I'm someone who can really understand body language, but can
Yep.
you tell our audience, just for those who cannot, repeat again what you said?
Okay, so I was literally talking about the few words of kindness coming from RNL from Team Italy, by the way. And speaking of RNL, she has been deploying quite the performance for her team as well. We've seen her present in the majority of the games of Team Italy, which is a good indicator of what she can offer to that team. Now, let's say that Reckoning Day is coming. We're talking about a very long and difficult series in here, in a map that historically Italy lost against Team Turkey. And I'm led to believe that Bippo in here needs to step up his game when it comes to the calls of this map. Again, many individual mistakes did happen. Team Italy could have played their map in a cleaner fashion, but
I bet better, yeah.
let's face it, Team Turkey just seemed to be closer in terms of communication, in terms of synchronization, in terms of, you know, opening up those sides, playing together, setting up for their teammates, and so on and so on. And I reckon that they had a huge issue, Team Italy, as attackers, to play around the op that was coming from Izzy. He was just an impenetrable wall for the defenses of Team Turkey. So if we're watching the same remake of that map in Ascent, I'm not seeing Team Italy prevailing from this map, right? They could be dropping a second point.
Yeah, and it wouldn't really be, let's say, we wouldn't really want to see a 2-0 happen in a semi-final day, because you want to tell everyone that this, again, is the semi-finals and the finals day of Spike Nation. So this is the final shot for Team Italy to prove themselves. This could be the final game of the series. This could be the final game in the tournament. And for Ascent, a map that is being picked by Turkey, this is a map that they're very comfortable with. And we were speaking before we came on camera, by the way, and something very important that you mentioned that I want to highlight again. You told me that Team Turkey has been really, really consistent in all of their games throughout the tournament. But Team Italy, for instance, they didn't have the best performance when they started, but then their performance absolutely skyrocketed. And this is something that we've been seeing them do recently. So for Team Italy, if you have one tip that this team can do for their final shot in Ascent, what does it? What do they have to change? Is it just the agent selection that they have to change to maybe suit their playstyle? Because we've seen a small diversity in Lotus. But when it comes to Ascent, I think we're gonna be seeing the same exact natural strategy with agent selection, the same old KO, the same old Jet, despite all the nerfs, still one of the most valid agents in this map. Or are we gonna be seeing a huge diversity again in the agent selection in this map?
I mean, I think no matter how I'm gonna put it, if I'm going to give any tip or any advice for Team Italy in here, not only will I be biased, like branded biased, and that's far from what I want to be. Okay, it's true that Team Italy grew on us throughout the tournament for other reasons. We're gonna talk about it later. But then again, Ascent became a standardized map. It became a standard map. So there's nothing for me to offer for any team. There's nothing for you to offer to any team. It's clear how you should be playing Ascent. The rotations are clear, the calls are clear, the setups are clear, the engagements are clear. And when it comes to Team Italy, it is true that you pointed out that a lack of diversity in the way they would be approaching Lotus, but that's probably essentially due to the preparation time needed to prepare Lotus, right? And speaking of which, they're playing against Turkey, and it's important to note that Turkey did not drop one single game during the qualification, and let us accentuate the fact that the first game that Team Turkey played was against Team Italy. So of course Team Italy was on to a bad start, and then they started picking up some steam, right? So maybe this loss, maybe this blow that Team Italy took could put them back on the map. And although we are talking about Team Italy, let's not forget that Team Turkey is presently, you know, the picture that the team that's coming to us with a picture of the best team so far. Again, I don't think that stats do lie. If we're talking about statistics, exactly, Team Turkey is just the best we have out here.
Tarek! We just saw a glance of Tarek on the screen, but again, one of my favorite streamers. And speaking of which, now that we've seen players getting ready for this game, what are your expectations? I personally think that this might not be a quick 2-0 because you really did hype up Italy for me, so I'm gonna be a little bit excited. I'm gonna be a little bit optimistic and say that we might be going to map 3, which is something, of course, that I wanna hope for. Okay, I'm not being biased. But had it been Italy who won game 1, I would still say the same exact thing, okay? Because no one wants to see a 2-0 in semifinals or in finals day. You want to see more Valorant. You want to see comebacks. And if Valorant taught me one thing, is that you can never really anticipate someone winning or a specific team stomping even after the first map because, hey, everyone remembers the Fnatic versus Loud last year, for example. It was a 2-0 for them then. Loud managed to come back, 2 more maps, and then they went to Lotus, the same exact map that we saw this game. And Fnatic managed to win about 11 maps in a row in order to come back and then absolutely win the champions. So if Valorant taught you one thing, it's to never judge too early. So judging by Italy's and Turkey's performance, it's a new game. We're getting into another map where they can absolutely just refresh themselves, take a deep breath and reset. So I'm guessing we're going to map 3.
Yep, and I mean, just, you know, to continue on your stride, you were talking to me about Team Italy being hyped up and wanting to see a third game.
Optimistically.
You know, optimistically speaking, yes, but there's no such place, there's no place for such thing as emotions when it comes to competition, right? So what I'm certain of is that Team Turkey will try to not give any sort of ground to Team Italy. I mean, if I was playing in any tournament, if you were playing in any tournament, the same for any team, you'd want to win a 2-0 on a best of 3, you'd want to win a 3-0 on a best of 5, no chance to your opponent. This game is a confirmation game, another confirmation game for Team Turkey. They showed us what they're capable of. They showed us what they can do. And honestly, they're playing on a super high level, right, so far. I wouldn't say they didn't make or commit any sort of mistake. We've seen a couple of them happening on the previous game, although they won it. But again, it's more about fine-tuning because if these mistakes keep on happening, right, that could cost you the finals, that could cost you...
Heading straight away with whoever wins qualifies immediately to finals, but you must keep in mind that whoever wins this one is going to have another best of 3 waiting. So if you win this game, you get some more time to rest, you get some more time to chill for the finals, but you don't want to give your enemy a chance to lick their wounds. Just as Moon said, you want to end it on a quick 2-0, you don't want to keep people waiting, you want to get a break, and you want to watch the next series, which is going to be also very, very hyped up between teams. Again, Spike Nations is mostly a charity event, so this is purely for fun, this is purely mainly to come here and raise awareness, but still, a competition is a competition. Nobody wants to come here and lose in semifinals. It doesn't even matter what the prize is. The true prize is when you get to lift that trophy. So, Moon, we spoke about agent selection, we spoke about players, we spoke about expectations. Ascent, a map that whenever someone says Valorant, it's gonna become a default right now for esports, okay? Maybe maps like Ascent and Haven, not just in Spike Nations, but in almost every other tournament that we've seen, it's gonna become a default for Valorant. It's a map that all teams can play. It's a map that doesn't really speak about whether someone is on attacking side or defending side, do they have an advantage or disadvantage. It's not like Bind, for example, which everyone completely agrees that is defending side. It's gonna be hard. You need agents that help you survive the defending phase, blah blah blah, and all that. It is backed by Team Turkey. However, Ascent, just as you said, historically, has been such a massive W for each time Turkey has went in this map. So, spoke agent selection, spoke expectations. What does Italy need to do in this map?
I mean, that's a very interesting question because, well, there are multiple picks like the KO that I would like to see on Ascent, for example. I'm sorry, I'm a big fan of that KO. Yep, exactly. Sova is a necessity. He's a staple on that map. But then it depends on how your team wants to, how your in-game leader wants to approach the game, right? What I can tell you on the other hand is that, historically speaking, Team Italy went with a double dual setup on this map against Team Turkey. And just as a reminder in here, and to inform anyone who didn't watch the game, the two duelists in question were a Jet, no question mark in here, that's pretty much clear, but the second one was actually a Reyna that was played with Tag. Tag was usually playing as a controller, you'd see him on a Viper most of the time. Kaden was still playing his Omen, a signature agent. There's no question as well, given how good he was at playing this Omen and the impact that he kept on bringing for his team time and time and time again, no matter which map it was. And especially, I forgot against whom it was, but I am certain that it was on a split, right? On just one half, he was able to bag 19 kills to his name and just moved on to the second half where he kind of, shown less, which put Italy in difficulty. We've also seen the Sova being picked by Edukaz. Well, again, with a 14-16 KD, he could have had more of an impact to the advantage of his team. And of course, we had Arenal still playing the Killjoy, an important agent for this map. Team Turkey, on the other hand, decided to play the double duelist meta as well. So we've seen a Reyna on Izzy, but the difference was pretty much clear. 28-11 on Izzy compared to the 12-18 coming from Tag. I'm not certain if this is related to the starting sides of that map, but it is what it is, I suppose. And Izzy had the game that he needed to help his team climb the challenge that was Team Italy. We've got iPod, of course, playing the Killjoy. We've also seen a Sky playing by Mush, which seems to be a signature agent for this player as well. Mush will always try to play the Sky, which was extremely dangerous and crispy on this map on Haven as well. And then we had Schnell as a second duelist with a Jet, less of an impact compared to Izzy, but was able to open up more areas and capitalize on, empty spots on the map. And to end it up, it was Glovey playing the Omen. So it was more or less a mirror comp. It's just that Team Turkey decided to drop the Sova and go with a Sky. So, of course, if we're to compare the two agents, Sova will definitely give you more of an advantage if you're opening a side with the possibility to, reckon the position of your opponent in a more efficient way, without the risk of losing your life, without the risk of taking damage, in a quicker way as well, because you'd be relying on two flashes coming from Sky, or maybe a Trailblazer, who's going to take time, can be disposed of. So don't get all the information that you need on the side or on a position. It might help you to clear closer angles, but that would be it. But then again, it's clear to me here, statistically speaking, that the Sky helped Team Turkey play more than the Sova helped Team Italy play more. And that's, of course, just based on the numbers. 13-8 was the final score. And, well, I suppose that no changes will be made in here. Maybe dropping the Reyna from the side of Team Italy, going with more comfortable picks for them in order to, have a better time handling this map and stopping the assaults, relentless assaults for Team Turkey, known for their aggressive playstyle on the attacking side. But then again, everything is left to, the fine-tuning that will be committed by Team Italy.
Yeah, as far as I know, the Turkey should be starting in defending side, by the way. So you're going with a double duelist composition again in a defending sided start. Let's say that you will not have the best performance when it comes to the double duelist, because double duelist translates immediately when you're attacking side to more firepower, more an additional pass, and that you can trade. Yes, of course, you're having less initiative powers, but Reyna does have a blind. She does have a lot of utility tools to make her able to sustain in rounds. With the Devour, she's able to tank more and more damage. Also with the Dismiss, she's able to get out of sticky situations. We're going to game 2. Again, and Turkey has already won round 1. A Phantom being forced here from Izzy, the Reyna classic. You know that this agent doesn't even care about light shields or heavy shields. Mudge trying to put in a flank here, but gets immediately spotted by Edukaz. However, being traded 1-for-1 with him, all thanks to Glove. Was also able to take down Kaden. Mochi goes in. Chanel has a beautiful shot on that Killjoy, and Turkey takes round 2 almost a flawless. But at least Italy has been able to take down Mudge, so their economy is going to be a little bit hurt.
Okay, and we kind of dropped in the middle of the game, but again, the scoreline is 2-2. Important to note that a replacement took place on the side of Team Italy, with Mashi taking the place of RNL, subbing for RNL, and Schnell would just come in and replace. Sorry, the name just flew off from my mind. But then again, we'll get back to it. So what's important to note in here? Yep, Smurfette,
Yes,
exactly.
Smurfette,
Thank you very much. The name completely ran away. Like, I completely remember the chamber, completely
come
remember, right? The
on,
4
Murph.
kills. Hey, it happens.
I mean, Smurfette it, and pun intended. She was massive in that game one.
There he
from
goes.
Lotus.
There he goes
From game
again.
one, by the way, in chamber. Okay, I had to say it. But the performance in that chamber was really unforgettable. Okay, I know that we commented on a lot of players, and the swaps happen all the time, but that name definitely was unforgettable for me, at least.
Yeah, it needs to stick, right? No question asked, and that's Tag sticking with his pick. That's a headshot on Schnell to beautifully start this round for Team Italy. Excellent pickup in here. I think it's important to note that some agent choices have changed, so I'm super happy to see Tag pulling his KO in here. Extremely important and efficient agent when it comes to Ascent. I don't think that at this stage of, Valorant, the left Valorant, we are to discuss what KO can bring to the table. And Sig, I put on, my biggest nightmare, the Cypher in here. Quite interesting as well. Good attempt in here, but Mochi missing a couple of shots. Excellent paranoia, and that's Glovey
Beautiful.
executing Mochi in the simplest possible way. But in the meantime, look at Team Italy just taking away all the space and planting the spike, and that's it. Retake starts.
Yeah, they do have a massive firepower advantage, all thanks to them not being forced out here from Team Turkey, buying more and more assault rifles. However, they were able to take one from Mochi, and now it's a 4v3 situation. iPod, as usual, being with the usual Sentinel Odin. If you had a Sova on that team still alive, probably that Odin would have been swapped up to Mudge. Doesn't even matter, Izzy does have a Lear coming in. Throws one, throws another, and is able to immediately one-shot Tag, uses the dismiss instead of the Devour, and goes in on Idicos, who was waiting under Haven, and Team Turkey wins a beautiful bonus round just to keep him right on track, and Team Italy, we said that Ascent is going to be extremely important for them to stay in this tournament if they want to go for that first place, if they want to have a small breath of air for them to be able to go in the finals. But guess what? Turkey says no. Off to a great start. 3 rounds already in it, Moon.
You have to appreciate here the effort put by Team Turkey. I'm not sure if they knew what was going on the side of Team Italy. They had their buy, they had the equipment, they had all the UT they needed. They penetrate site A, plant the spike, they're good to go. But I think that losing Mochi on mid hurt them to an extent, because they had no one to cover any potential flank, right? So rotations from side B were pretty much seamless, direct, quick, and then just go in with your full players. You've got the setup of UT in between the flashes and so on, and there's no possible chance for Team Italy to survive this relentless assault. So 3-0, no questions asking here. In the meantime, is it just locking mid?
Beautiful.
Disassociating from any implication that could follow up the kill he just picked up, and damage done. I mean, they're just suffering on mid Team Italy right now. Bippo with 11 HP, Mochi with 19, weren't even able to see a pixel from their opponents. And, the bells of a bad start are in place, and that's Merge just deciding to, end things up. But the side pot seeing the last kill with only Adikos left with, I don't know, not even a sliver of hope, I think. A Marshall versus 5. I'm someone who believes in fairy stories. But yeah, I think a kill is the maximum we could have done.
Yeah, trying to prove you wrong right here, but you speak about Ascent, and the first thing that comes to your mind is mid control. And this is something that Turkey has been able to do really well in that final round. You have an operator coming in from Chanel, so you would guess that the Jet might be contesting from Catwalk, but this time, no. They contested mid heavily. Shock Dolls coming in from Mudge, and holding right there with the Odin that goes brrr right into anyone that just gets spotted and is unlucky enough to face that Wrath of the Odin. And you can just leave the operator on A main just the same as last time. You can waste all your utility in mid, have them completely unarmed with no flashes, no smokes, and it's very important to keep swapping the place of your operator every single round. Look at Chanel. This time, there's a very strong entrance coming in, but you gotta know that there's a Cypher ahead of you.
Okay.
Someone spoke, there's an interrogation. iPod goes with that URL theft, but Idicos traded 1-for-1. And now, the operator is back into A main, misses one shot, but no, it won't be missed, dog. Will be going down by the hands of Chanel, and it's down to the 4v3, but Idicos is committed and is planting that spike still on A main.
All right, and the defense starts. Italy with only 3 players left. Even if you take a look at the abilities, they're not left with much. And that Schneller locking her crusher on Moshi. Moshi being down, that's only 2 players left on Team Italy. The Odin coming up. They do know that there's at least 1 player under. Have an attempt to peek the operator in place. But Etikos will prevail in here. 2v1 situation. The spray from Glovey coming from the side will just end things quickly, painlessly for Team Italy as Turkey runs away with the 5th round. And I mean, you've been talking about the operator on the hands of Izzy. What I really love when watching Izzy is just how dynamic he is on the map. Usually we'd have an operator locking down just one position, right? Izzy has just this ability to move around. He'd take a peek from a position, move around to another position, take another peek. He's just perma-present. Wherever you go, omnipresent. I think that's the correct word. Perma-present wouldn't be.
Yeah, the timeout is
in
definitely
English?
needed here from
Yeah.
Team Italy. You have to go. Okay, let us not speak about English or pronunciations or anything right now because we need to speak about the massacre that is going in from Turkey's side. 5-0.
Massacre. That's a big word for it.
Yeah, it's such a very, very strong start. Not losing a single round, winning a bonus one after another, being able to stack up so much credit that you have 2 operators up and ready at the same exact time. That's a lot of firepower, buddy. That's a lot of firepower. You have an operator on Izzy, which is something that you've been hyping for quite some time now, despite the fact that it was Chanel who absolutely made it a menace to go into A-side last round for Team Italy. But now you have double operators going in. Of course, that Empress might not be coming into action unless we get to see an assault rifle stolen from Izzy, so expect a weapon swap in the middle of the round if he's able to get a kill, use the dismiss, swap for an assault rifle to make use of that ultimate. And again, I think for Idikos, in a map like this, most likely, when you have a Killjoy ahead of you, you try to save the Hunter's Fury in order to counter the lockdown. But in this case, it's going to be a Cypher from Team Turkey. So that Hunter's Fury can be used in one of 2 situations identically. Okay, I know I'm Captain Obvious, but wait, let me cook. You can use it in one of 2 cases. It's either you use it as a post-plant that is uncounterable on a spike defuse, or you could maybe use it to follow an old drone that gets someone tracked. And of course, that better not be Chanel, because the Tailwind is going to be able to get him into the safe spot extremely easy. And again, you don't want to use your Hunter's Fury a little bit too early. So lock down Chanel and track her down with the Hunter's Fury if you can, but... Oh, it goes down a little bit too early. Never
Look
mind.
at the risk. Look at the risk Schnell's taken. I mean, right now Team Turkey are so confident that they just opted for double operator. They're playing super close, and that's iPod disposing of Bippo. But Tag will take a revenge, and that's an automatic upgrade for a Vandal.
That hurts.
Now things are not looking great, and that's Schnell missing the shot she should not have missed. Mochi will now ease access toward this site, and Kaden just decided to forfeit any attempt to take Heaven, or just hide and lie in waiting. Under it, with the spike being planted now, it's just a matter of seconds before the veil dissipates, and it does. Aiden still waiting, creating more of a threat on the Turkish side, and that site being breached. Site A, being breached, and Italy will finally prevail and put their names on the scoreboard 5-1. And I think that's what Italy needed the most. And I don't know, a couple of mistakes here on the micro level, I think, from Team Italy. Team Turkey. You know, missing out on that shot, up shot on the mid, right? Overcommitment from iPod as well on short, out of garden, kind of cost them a little bit too much.
Okay, Murphy. Okay, Power. We can see the effects of this time out already going into action. Italy has been able to win their first round, all thanks to the coaches. Has been giving them a lot of intel on what's been happening in the last 5 rounds. And this is something that you spoke about a lot, by the way, in the past game. That it's all about communication. It's all about knowing what and when to do what you want to do. Again, going from the smoke, Mudge is able to get a kill on Idikaz. That resurrection is going to be going on target, but the Hunter's Fury goes in. Welcome back to life, baby. But hello and goodbye at the same exact time goes in for Tog. Soon as he was resurrected again, they push the smoke, and it's not the correct thing because Bud with that flick is going to be taking down 2 birds with 1 stone, looking for a 3rd kill here. Mochi says no and takes down Chanel as well, but Glove coming in from their back is able to secure the round, but that was a beautiful synergy coming in from Team Turkey, following up each other and covering each other's backs. But again, you gotta give it to iPod and Mudge.
A little bit too quick on the trigger, I think, Team Italy in here. Losing that KO, losing Tag, right, and trading him was excellent.
Twice.
Exactly. You could have taken the time, go back, make sure he's back up, right? You've had the abilities in order to figure out who's lying in wait inside to prepare yourself a little bit more efficiently, but there's so much to do. And then You gotta appreciate the aggressivity that Team Italy had. We've seen two players. It was Edukos and Bippo, if I'm not mistaken, taking the heaven right away from behind the veil. They're trying to push that veil, but then again, I was just pulling and then human reaction, and then Schnell redoing it to the operator. Tag able to take a revenge. Bippo disposing of Marsh, and that side B completely cleared out from any Turkish player. That's the point of the spike going on in Italy. Looking forward to run away with the second point this game.
Yeah, they had an intel that made them extremely happy. Mudge has no Hunter's Fury. That means it's gonna be a free lockdown that is indestructible by anyone from Team Turkey. However, Chanel got a beautiful shot now, switches into the Blaze Storm, but Bippo says no. Glove is the only one still available right now for the rescue of Team Turkey on this round. Gets another shot at Tog, turns it into a 2v1 from a 1v4. Kaden's still alive alongside Mochi. None of them have any utility left. The Paranoia has been used. Shadow Step goes in, but meets Kaden in the middle of that smoke. Glove, very nice try, but Italy wants another one for themselves, and they do take it. Again, you have a Killjoy that is not on the risk of having her ultimate being destroyed by Hunter's Fury, because Mudge did use it last round on Tog's corpse when he was dead down by that null command. So essentially, it's a free lockdown. And this is something that is very important you should keep your eyes on. An Ascent, controlling the ultimate orbs for your Killjoy, having her cast her ultimate at least 2 times per half, is something that you should really keep in mind.
Yep, clearly, and Machine here already able to use one. We're halfway through, but it's already been 8 rounds, right? 8 rounds, 4 left for the end of this half as we're entering the 9th round. That's bolt from iPod. He might grab one. He does. Playing around the smoke, misses the second. As Tag was a little bit too awake for iPod, and that side B, partially lost? No, completely lost. There's no one available in here to defend this position as Izzy enters. Successful in finding that headshot on Kaden. There's belief that there's one player still lying in wait on spawn, and that's Glovey disposing of Tag. Sight slowly opening up. Missed shots, and that's Schnella losing her life quite rapidly. And that's already Team Italy left on 3v2 scenario. Not many abilities left. They will not be able to know where he is. And Edical's just confused at who to aim at. And that's Bippo left to play the hero in a 2v1 situation. 98 points to go with a Vandal in his hand. Half defuse done, but that's more.
Beautiful.
Ending things for Bippo as Turkey ended on the scoreline of 72. Not much left for Team Italy to play for on this first half.
Yeah, this was a thrifty round coming in from Team Turkey. Most of them had just sheriffs before the start. And Glove, despite the fact that he was flanking and he did get his position exposed by Tog, who was able to hold him a little bit, but not for long enough, because soon we heard that coming in for the sheriff and they were down to a 4v3 situation. Now, that post-planned 3 take coming in from Team Turkey was such a beautiful piece of art.
Yeah,
One of them goes in.
The confusion because of the move from iPod as well. It was insane.
The fact that iPod was not detected in these smokes, it gave them the upper hand in the retake. Maybe was able to get another kill, but all thanks to Tog, saving the day, getting him down, despite the fact that he took down Kaden, I mean. So you were left with no smokes, no paranoias, not a single flash left for Tog last round. So it was such a beautiful pick, but again, Team Italy, they kinda gave up on A site, and the same thing goes in from Team Turkey for the operator as well. They're switched to 5 assault rifles, despite the fact that he did have enough money on Mudge to get an operator for maybe Chanel again. And from the smoke, iPod takes Tog. Check his PC. Someone is speaking. The interrogation begins. And their positions. Yeah, the positions are now compromised. And Izzy doesn't miss a shot.
Third. They could go for third. They could clearly go for third, but no. People will just run away. Like, completely abandon that position. And that's Schnella getting a little bit too hungry. And iPod. Remember my trauma of Cypher without a hat, right?
Very hard to aim at that pineapple-looking head.
Yep. No, more like as olive, right?
No, wait, not pineapple. What does it? I forgot what the word means in English, but
olive.
It's very hard to aim on Cypher. Yeah, olive, maybe.
Yep. Anyways,
this
it's placebo, okay?
Guy.
It's placebo, by the way. It works in the same way. Now, it's important to note that Turkey were able to run away with that 8th point, 8-2, and things are looking pretty much bleak. The Italian team, extremely bleak.
Oh wait, yeah, I found the word I was looking for. Eggplant, buddy. That eggplant-shaped agent. You know, it's hidden buff in Cypher, by the way. Same thing in Reyna. As soon as you use your ultimate, your head just becomes so small. It's so hard to
It's
aim on.
placebo, man. I'm telling you, it's placebo.
Nah, trust me. The amount of times I've died by a Cypher who used his ultimate, despite the fact that he had a classic, even when he had an operator, they're just harder to see. Trust me, it's not a placebo. It's a real thing. The model just becomes smaller, I'm telling you.
I'm telling you that it's a placebo, but let's avoid
Okay, I
placebo and talk about reality. Reality right now is an attempt from Team Italy to capitalize on site A, so they already committed with the brainstorm from Bippo. He's stuck in a quite the uncomfortable position, I suppose, not being able to detect or see any of his opponents. Not much he can do from this place, and Schnell just going ham in here, grabbing 2 for himself, and Bippo doing the same, in the same fashion. Getting rid of Moshe and Schnell will ease things up for Team Italy, but oh, look at the numbers. It's only Bippo in the hot seat right now. Has enough daggers? Nice to maybe deal with the situation at hand, but how do you play with a crossfire of this caliber as Izzy? Will just cut short to the chase and 9-2 Team Italy with only 1 round to play for in this half. And again, the word bleak was used on the previous round. Things are looking darker and darker now as Italy are staring into the abyss.
Yeah, people doing God's work in that final round, trying to clutch around for Team Italy, but was a little bit left behind too early in a 1v5 situation, able to take down 2 kills. Izzy was on the verge of death with just 17 HP, 1 dagger, 1 kunai, whatever you want to call them. Would have been more than enough to take Izzy down and maybe get that reset, give Bippo more and more time to be able to clutch it. And now, you can see that his final glimpse of hope is going with an operator on attacking side. I have one issue with the operator on attacking side in a single duelist composition, is that you make your entry to the sites a little bit way slower because you're switching your main duelist, your main entry unit, which is Bippo, on the field to hold a corner, wait for someone to peek, and kind of rely on your enemies losing their patience. And this is something that has actually worked out pretty well. Izzy lost patience, peeked, paid the price against Bippo's operator, and now you're down to a 4v5. So this is the only pro of the operator. If your enemies peek too early, if they don't wait, just like that cross coming in from Glove, and look at it, Moon.
Okay, very good flash. No capitalization on it. Now, okay, Tag just tried in here, but not much to be done from his position. Exactly, an iPod will just capitalize on Kaiden. A lot of damage being done on both sides as it's a 1v2 in the blink of an eye again. And it's just insane how Turkey are just, taking advantage, capitalizing, finding all those windows out of the space that Team Italy leaves behind. A lot of pressure being applied on Bippo, and just, oh my god, Much just successfully, in a masterful way, able to read where Bippo is going on every possible instant. Like, I mean, okay, first bullet, fine. Second spray, fine. But then you would do it on the first shock dart and the second one. I mean, come on, let the guy breathe.
Yeah, it seems like Bippo is a magnet to these shock darts. It's one of these two things. Either that or Mudge has magnetized them to hook into any person that they go against because they were thrown in a perfect manner. Absolutely centered on Bippo's situation. Keeping him surrounded by 2 players. He knows that he doesn't have enough time. 30 seconds, time is ticking. He had to make a move. There's no more time to waste, and they had hold of that spike. Outside A main. And also, Team Turkey, I have good news for all the Turkish fans. We have been able to dodge that lovely 9-3 curse. So all you need are 2 pistol rounds and a bonus. Okay, even if you lose the bonus, it's becoming a little bit too hard for Team Italy, but I believe people pray in the chat for Team Italy. If they're able to get the pistol rounds, getting the situation a little bit better, 10-4, might seem a way more optimistic situation to come back from than 12-2.
Yeah, they definitely need to become a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more active on the map, and that's the Bush restarting on side A. Very good trade of 2-2, but Team Italy are still 1 foot back, as for the time being. Oh, okay. Because it's just like, nope, no, Moon, nope. We'll make things easier. And that's people just doing the big rotation. Glovey will be looking to find the backs and the flank of the defenders and missing a golden opportunity to turn things around for Team Turkey as Italy will run away with the spike defuse. I gotta admit, Edukos just came in, he was like, yo, what's going on here? And that was it. he just casually grabbed 3 kills and that was the end of it.
Okay, Italy, okay, we get it. Each and every time you guys were given a few sheriffs and a pistol round. Sheriff Demons, may I introduce them as, or pistol round Demons, Team Italy. A beautiful 3 kill coming in from Edukos. Giving another glimpse of hope to Team Italy, but good news for Turkey, they were able to plant a spike, so that extra credit is going to come in handy if you want to spend some money on maybe a Marshal, a few light shields here and there with these sheriffs. And again, for someone like Mudge, the old drone
Yep.
you cannot compensate that with anything. But apparently not gonna go for it, trying to save it for another round. You can tell the Team Turkey are taking things step by step. They don't want to force. They're not really that excited to end it. You know, risk it for the biscuit. No, we just lost the pistol round. It's fine. Give them the second one. We come back on a bonus. You can tell that there's a massive amount of respect coming in from Team Turkey for Team Italy. They know that they're just 3 rounds away from that grand final, but they're taking things at a very small pace. And that I like.
No, and again, even Team Italy are just leaving so much space for Team Turkey. You might be thinking, okay, they're playing maybe a thrifty round, and that's the end of it. A couple of sheriffs, right? A marshal. I'm not sure if Schnell revealed the presence of the marshal, but again, Team Italy just don't want to face the double initiator. A double duelist initiation, right? You've got the Lears in here. You've got cages that could be deployed, paranoias as well. And we know clearly well that at this level, doesn't matter which type of weapon it is, a bullet, 2 bullets towards the head would be enough to dispose of you. So very good thinking from Team Italy, but then again, they definitely do not want to corner themselves. And the position of Edikos will be just revealing so much about the plan at hand from Team Turkey. We're committing to a long rotation towards mid, but oh boy, an Odin is just waiting for them. Just on 1 pixel could deal a lot of damage. That's Edikos on the ground. And although a couple survived, because we'll just retract from that position. Oh no, Bippo! Not like this, Bippo.
Not like
He
this,
knew.
but exactly like this, Izzy. And exactly like this Smudge. Again, alone. Maybe not enough time to plant the spike this time because Stark is able to take him down. And again, this was very close for Team Turkey, what it shouldn't have been. But you can definitely tell that they stepped up their game a lot with these pistols. And now look at their economy, Moon.
Yeah. They have the possibility to go for the full buy, definitely, but they're going to be on their tiptoes right now. Team Italy just showcased to us that their defense is way, way better. Like leaps and bounds better than their attacking side. They've been extremely patient. I mean, okay, I'm drawing conclusions over 2 rounds, okay? That's not enough for us to deduce how good Team Italy are at defending. But so far, they showcase to us that they're patient, they know more or less what to do, how to wait for your opponent. It's completely okay to forfeit space, as long as we know how to play around it. And honestly, the positioning of Edukaz on the previous round was so precious to Team Italy. It allowed them to read exactly what was going to happen around the map. And that's people getting a little bit too hungry. But you gotta be a little bit more patient in here. I mean, losing his life on mid could have opened up the map for Team Turkey, and it could have spelled a disaster on the Italian
Yeah, I mean,
team.
it's okay. The only one with a Vandal needs to make an initiative move for Team Italy to maybe bump up their numbers a little bit in the terms of who's left and maybe have a small number advantage on Team Turkey. Was not enough because that shot on glove did not land, but here it goes. A tailwind coming in from Team Turkey into the side by the hands of Els, but Chanel. Idikaz surrounded by too many angles. Again, timing goes in right now for people, but able to trade by Chanel. Again, glove also goes down by the hands of Caden's Guardian. And now it's down to a 3v4, but good news is, which is able to do the plan. 2 more kills, and he has that Hunter's Fury. However, no might be able to use it from the middle of the site. The camera goes in, gets slashed in by Tog. And it's a 4v3.
Yep, and already quite a sensible amount of abilities being used so far, and well, Tag excellent at entering this site, and only Marsh left to defend
Beautiful.
it. But not too much of an answer aside from 1 single orphan kill coming his way, and that's the 5th round for Team Italy, who are picking up some pace here. Huh?
Yeah, they're stepping up their game really good.
Quite a
Really good.
contrast. I mean,
The
really
synergy.
quite a contrast. So far, in between the 2 halves, Team Italy have come alive, and Team Turkey so far are struggling. I mean, they literally had a full buy earlier. The decision to go for side B was a good idea, but then again, the positioning of the Nano Swarm coming from Marshy was just excellent. That stopped any potential push coming from the market or from the attacker spawn. I mean, it brought so much time for the Italian squad to do that rotation, to find enough time to dispose of 2 players, which makes the retake defense a little bit more difficult on the Turkish side. But then again, another round starts, and a quick push, and that's Schnell and iPod casually grabbing 2 kills out of the blue, trying to equalize things. Bippo will find assistance coming from Tag in the blink of an eye, and that's already a 3v2, with not as much as a Sheriff and, well, an Odin. The Odin might do the trick, by the way.
Yeah, and Hunters of Fury maybe would have wanted Mudge in a better positioning than this one to be able to use it from a safe spot, and we said that it's kind of uncountable as long as it causes down. There's no one that can hunt him down with a shock dart or a counter Hunter Fury, but Bippo investing in that operator does come in handy. 2 kills, extremely impressive. The cover coming in from Tug was also on point. Wrecking Bolt is now ready. And there goes the paranoia used from Kaden a little bit too early. You have no smokes left. You're a duelist and initiator, but that Odin goes down a little bit way too quickly from Chanel. They don't know where the Sova is. He could be on the right side, he could be on the left side, but it doesn't matter much. Knows that he's surrounded and again falls down by the hands of Tug, and Team Italy are able to get their 4th win in a row after the side swap. The defuse also coming in on time. There's enough time. Less than a single second, I would say. Exactly. 0.88 was all that Team Turkey needed to delay Italy again on the defuse.
That's enough.
Less than a second.
Not even close, right?
Totally. Did I get excited? No. Did I doubt it for 1 second that they might not have it? No, not me.
No, not at all. Team Italy are not even sweating, right? They're fine. Like, we got it. No worries at all. But then again, this spells a little bit of concern over how Team Turkey are handling this map. You know, coming into this map, one would think, according to the previous stats, because again, analyzing games, you're relying on the numbers, you're relying on what you've seen before, and Team Italy so far are giving me a more convincing performance on the defense compared to the first game they had against Team Turkey. And as you can see, Team Turkey are getting a little bit impatient, I would say, and it might be the key. This might be the way for them. But nope, Monchi says no. That's the first one. This is the second one. Eddikos intervenes.
Timing!
Oh, Bippo! Woo! The short in here. Will just run away with Izzy. And that's a 2-on-2. Again. With the Hunter Fury still available on Maj. Although not in a prime position to use it. That Cypher falling to the ground. Tag doing as much damage as he can. That's Bippo. Waltzing into sight. That's a headshot that would go his way. 10-7. And this Turkish nightmare just doesn't seem to end yet.
Yeah, you can see them celebrating again. Team Italy with that. Let's not call it a glimpse of hope again, because now it is a bump of a lot of hope coming into their hearts now with 5 wins in a row after the side swap. Maybe they were just not prepared for the attacking side, okay? We're going to be saying that optimistically. And Team Turkey, on the contrary, with a double duelist composition, you should be performing better in a side swap in a map that you have an attacking side on. You have more firepower, you have more people to trade, you have more and more opportunities and, let's say, more room for mistakes. Because if you lose Chanel, it's fine. You still got Izzy with the Empress, with the Lear. Yeah, of course, in Team Italy, they have a double initiator composition. That KO does a lot of work with the null commands and the 0 points, allowing Team Turkey... I mean, not allowing Team Turkey to use any of their utility. It's massive. Still, with a double duelist composition, you can initially keep everyone on Team Italy confused if the synergy is done right. They've been very good playing like a fingers of a hand when it came to defense side, but attacking side from Team Turkey definitely needs some sort of a timeout to get them reorchestrated in order to be able to play that half again.
What's certain here is that Team Turkey needs to find a better way to play on their strengths, right? I mean, one prime example would be the Hunter's Fury coming from them, right? We've seen 2 rounds where the Hunter Fury was available in a retake situation, and they weren't able to just make it click due to the positioning of the Sova, right? You're not playing a Hunter's Fury from lack of sight, right? And that's an Odin coming up. A bit of damage tanked in here from the defenders. An attempt from Tag, but fails to deliver any sort of damage. And Skaden appearing out of nowhere, grabbing 2 to himself. So that's the Kaden I know, and another operator from Bippo has been traveling from side to side so far, and Maj left to desperately wriggle his way around this difficult situation. Call him the Miracle Man, but Bippo will stop him on his tracks, losing this 1-on-1 or 1v1, and granting Team Italy an 8th round for themselves.
Yeah, very close round coming in from Mush, but Bippo's operator as usual saves the day. And Team Turkey, we've said it multiple times, 6 rounds in a row coming in from Italy. You do need a timeout. Yep, thank you so much, because now you're losing the pace. You need to step up back your game and you need to take the momentum back in. Not a single round was won to Team Turkey after the side swap. By the way, if you have seen the first side, you would have been like, oh, it's going to be one-sided. It's 10-2. It's at least not as Lotus, which ended on a 6-6 or a 7-5. I wasn't mistaken in the first half. Ascent looked way more massive for Team Turkey. Again, it's their pick. Historically, just as you spoke many times, they've been able to come out on top in this map against Italy and against every single team that has faced them. So their win ratio in Ascent is really good. And again, on paper, Ascent should be their map. But Italy has been surprising us really well. More importantly, and to be fair, Bippo has been surprising us extremely well with that operator. And again, Turkey has been making the same mistake one round after another. Dry peaks, losing the Cypher, which essentially gives you little to no flank protection. little to no post plan because you again have a double duelist. Yes, you have a firepower, you have a lot of entries on these sites, but the lack of a secondary initiator, the lack of something like the nano swarm coming in from the killjoy, your post plant is only based on your weapons. That's it.
Yeah,
You don't have a
clearly.
KO, you don't have a fragment, you don't have a nano swarm. You got nothing to protect your spike if Moj is not alive.
I mean, clearly Team Türkiye here is extremely reliant on entering a site and just clearing it out. Getting those 2 kills, or maybe 3 kills in certain occasions, would kind of discard or reduce the importance of having that after plant utility, right? But that's provided you keep enough players alive to create those crossfire positions. You'll be extremely reliant on smoke, and that would be it, right? You'd be just trying to steal away vision from your opponent, and that's already a paranoia committed from Glovey, which is clearly not enough in here to open the site. Schnelle trying to step into this side. The knife sword wouldn't be enough as Kaden grabs a double Bippo. Masterfully disposes of Glovey, and that's Tag running away with iPod. Team Turkey only reliant on Maj with the Sheriff. Would it be enough to grab even 1 kill? That's 1, make it 2. But nope, numbers in here are just overwhelming, as Team Italy will be taking themselves a 9th round. And
Yeah, when a
just
timeout
look
is
at the
taken-
smile of victory. Just look at Team Italy laughing here from the POV of Tag.
Yeah, you can see them feeling hope again. We want to go together game 3. We don't want to lose into a 2-0. We want to at least make it worth it if we're not going to be taking a chance to the grand finals. And let's go, Italy. You can make it. This is what the crowd is going to be telling them. This is what their fans are going to be telling them. But Team Turkey and whatever their coach told them is going to be coming into action in this round. Because again, when you take a timeout in a thrifty round, essentially it is not just taken and given to and not going to be going into effect in that round. It's mostly taken for what's to come next. So now we're going to see that effect. Apparently, not much changed. Because again, the same deja vu has been happening and the same scene being corrected again ahead of ourselves. Bippo peeks in, founds iPod, takes him down. This has happened how many times again in this half? 5, 6? I lost count.
Okay, but that's a good Hunter's Fury coming from Maj. Not much damage placed, that's for sure, but won a couple of seconds for its teammates. And note that the spike is still finding its way to Site A. It's been, I think, what, around 20, 25 seconds or something? Since the Team Turkey took this side, but again, the spike is just being planted right now. And well, utility raining in here, some shock darts, but that would be the extent of what Team Italy offer in order to inconvenience the players from Team Turkey. But then again, good trade in here as Bippo disposes of Schnell. But then the multi-kill is a necessity for this team as Izzy will just find another location from which you can deal damage!
Izzy!
And that's Izzy! Completely obliterating
No
Team
way!
Italy in this round! And just look at it! Just look at Izzy! The passion coming from him, that's the round that Team Turkey needed!
That's not a play, that's a piece of art being drawn here from AZ. And the 2 birds with 1 stone taking down Kaden and Mochi. He knew that he was surrounded by them when it came down to 3, but the switch from the Vandal and the shot on the flick on their heads, using the dismiss to get out of that situation, given more time to get covered by Glove. It was absolutely massive from AZ. That reaction and the switch to the
That shouldn't
classic.
be allowed. That shouldn't be allowed, Morgan.
He knows.
At all.
He knows. An operator's best friend is always going to be a shorty, and there is no time for reload. Switching into that classic alt fire was more than enough to take Chanel down. I mean, take Bippo down. To be confused. With them playing Jets, but holy moly, Ezzy. A 4K is all Turkey needed, and a clutch coming in from Ezzy in order to come back into game. After a 7-win streak from Italy.
Just
He
a
is the one who
4K.
takes it down.
Just a 4K. It's not too much to ask, right? I mean, it's holiday seasons, right? But I doubt that 4Ks could be distributed that easily. I mean, he did it before, Izzy. We've seen this happen multiple times in the past. But then again, the question that we need to ask right now, was that a fluke coming from Team Turkey, or will they be able to capitalize on this, as this would probably hurt Team Italy, but Schnell would hurt after this headshot coming from Kaden. I highly doubt they were able to see where he was exactly, and that's Izzy. Too much damage, I believe. He wasn't even able to see any of his opponents, and now 31 hit points. We'll try maybe to duke it out from this position. Not the wisest decision. Oh, it was, Morgan. As iPod will be disposing of Bippo, and that's Team Italy losing control over this round.
Yeah, it might have been some good news for Mochi to use that Hunter's Fury. Again, is not available, so the lockdown was extremely safe, but they did not know that they were going to face the wrath of AZ again in this round alongside Glove. Able to break down the win streak of Italy after 7 wins in a row, but not 1 round, but with 2. Italy They're now 1 round away from losing their chances at the finals. They're 1 round away from losing the Spike Nation. So if you have a timeout, if you have anything, yes, thank you so much. This is the final timeout in this half. And this is the final timeout in the entire series for Team Italy. If they want to win, if they want to take us down to an overtime, because again, they need 3 rounds, Moon, not just to win the city, just to take a chance at an overtime. If they want to win, you need 5 rounds in a row. You've already done 7 in a row, just 2 rounds ago. But something happened with this BC. Do we have a word with EXE installed, admins? Can we check? Yeah, timeout going in. And Team Turkey, again, just 1 round away from taking that win, Moon.
Yep. Now, there are 2 important factors to keep in mind, okay? So we've seen Team Italy win every possible round on the second half. Excellent. Excellent. Beautiful. Masterfully done. That was incredible. A masterclass on how to play your defense on Ascent. But then again, they lost 2 rounds in a row. That brings the score to 12-9. It's like everything Italy worked for was for naught. It's just down to 1 mistake right now. Plus, if you take a look at the economy of Team Italy, they're down to a Guardian on Bippo. Okay, 3 Vandals and a Phantom. And even if they were to win this round but drop, let's say, 3 for players, they wouldn't be able to find a convincing enough buy on the next round. So this is not the end of their miseries.
1 round away, Italy. 1 round away. It all comes down to this. And now you have 1 ultimate at the ready. From the shadows coming in from Kaden. Could be your only tool to gather some info here after Tog uses the 0 point. After Idikos uses that Wrecking Bolt, which they still have, both of them. Jackets only use the 0 point. A few shock darts coming in on pot. And it's the last round. You don't want to save anything. Neural Theft, if anyone dies, doesn't even have to be by the hands of bots. They will speak.
Okay, not certain of what's going on in here, but I think that there's an issue with the stream that's keeping us from seeing what is happening. Although important jump. I'm not certain of what's going on in here, but surely, Team Italy would need to play all of their chances in here.
Yeah, I'm here, but I think the stream is down.
Here.
Harbinger bekliyor.
Last player standing. Switching sides. Overtime.
They look like us, but are they us?
Careful now.
I got what's this?
One enemy remaining.
Shot dart.
One enemy remaining.
Death.
Spikes down.
Scanning ahead. My ult is red. I am the hunter! Do not hunt the hunter.
Switching sides. Match point.
Okay. I hope that we're back. And I think we're back. Are we back?
We're back. We are.
We're
Yes,
back.
loud and clear. 10-4,
Loud and
10-4. Do
clear.
you copy, Moon?
Yep, completely copy, and very sorry about the impromptu intermission happening here as we're back with you on our microphones. Moon speaking, and Morgan is back with me. As
I saw that round. I hope you didn't miss it because Moon just
I
played a
didn't.
beautiful 2v1, but man, I would have loved to shout at that. But I want to shout at Izzy getting a beautiful kill on Bibo as well right now. Moon is down to a 5v4 Turkey. Despite everything that Italy has been doing and despite their martial progress towards that comeback, they might be able to take it down to Italy and let all their performance go down to Veen after all that effort.
Okay, an excellent display so far from Team Turkey, and we're just completely eclipsing the performance they gave us on the first half. I mean, on the second half as attackers, and Italy just can't do anything about it. Now it's all down to a 2v1 as Izzy taking on his shoulder the Turkish burden. Or no, that didn't really sound correct. Let's say the burden of Team Turkey. He's on the hot seat. He did it before, he could do it again. Izzy with lightning fast reflexes. And time-shattering.
I have the spike.
That's a very long
Please.
rotation coming in from Team Italy, by the way.
Yep.
Kaden
okay.
has the patience of a monk, able to rotate now, going to B side from A all the way from mid to B main. And that gives enough time for AZ to maybe rotate with the spike.
Okay.
Going into A side, they can now hear his footsteps. They do know that he's rotating. And again, he doesn't have that ultimate ready yet. So he now has to take 2 kills down without a dismiss or a devour. Okay, uses that Empress after the plant. Never mind, all he did was just 1 ultimate point. Now they could be coming in from anywhere, but again, the benefit of the doubt is always given to the attacker as he plants the spike and he knows where he is.
Okay, surely he won't do it.
Kill goes on into cause. He knows it might be a fake. First off,
Oh my God,
Izzy
Izzy!
doesn't miss either as he takes the final shot for Team Turkey. And ladies and gents, the first team to qualify for Spike Nations finals are going to be Team Turkey, sponsored by Izzy in that final round.
Yeah, extreme performance from Izzy on the second half. I mean, in all honesty, and it's not a matter of bias or anything, but Izzy was the man that stood up for that team. He was the player who took it all upon himself. I mean, we're joking about it earlier. All what Team Türkiye needs is a quad, right? 4 kills. And that's what exactly what Izzy has been delivering for his team. It's kind of insane and does not make sense that, you're dominating all that first half and you just decide to go missing on the second half, timidly picking up on their pieces, slowly building up towards equalizing the score. Do equalize the score, bring us to an overtime, and from which score? Out of a 10-2 deficit, right? So they're back in, they make the difference, they're in there, and they just decide to shatter our minds and shatter Team Italy on that overtime 3-0. No chance given to the Italians whatsoever in the aftermath of that overtime.
Yeah, the way it went with the first half, you would tell that this game could be over in a glimpse. But the fact that it went from 10-2 into an overtime, okay, allow me to brag a little bit, because I did say that in Valorant you should only say it's over when it's over. And the fact that it went into 10-2 and they would be able to see an overtime, 7 wins in a row coming in from Team Italy. Again, Turkey knew that they had to break it down, so they took a timeout, and then soon after that timeout, we've seen 2 rounds coming in for them. It was 12-9. They needed just 1 round to end it, but Italy said no. 3 rounds in a row coming in from them, taking us down to a 12-12. And after all their martial progress and everything they tried, still, we see Team Turkey able to shut them down, sit on that throne as the first team to qualify the Spike Nations finals. Very hard luck to Team Italy. They were able to perform absolutely massive in that final game, at least, which was way better than Lotus, despite the fact that Lotus was their map. But I was surprised by how really they skyrocketed with their performance and Ascent. And now, we still have one more series before we go to the grand finals, Moon.
Yep, exactly. One more series to go on the semi-final stage, and we're talking about the rematch of Team France versus Team UK. Huge game that we should be expecting, a game that has been hyped up on the qualifiers. Now, wanted to imagine on the final stage, especially that now both teams know their opponents, both teams know the preferred maps. I mean, on the qualifier stage, it's a best of 1, so there's just so much you can prepare, right? You're literally banning every potential map and just playing one. On best of 3, let's say that the chessboard completely changes and shifts. You allow yourself to make mistakes. You can take the risk of playing a map that you're not completely used to, or on which you're not feeling as confident as your opponent is. So you can go hunting in there. You can try to bite at your opponent. But then again, the proficiency of a best of 3 is on a completely different dimension. So, you pick your map, you lose your map, it could hit your morale. You kind of lose that sharpness that you had coming into the first map, playing a second game on a map that your opponent has picked, and so on and so on. But speaking of performance of players, because we're still not done, of course, with the statistics, Izzy just bumps with a 50 on the series. And mind you, 2 maps out of a best of 3. 50 kills. If there's someone who can do it, that's definitely Izzy.
50 bomb in 2 games. Izzy definitely deserved that MVP. Going in with just 2 agents, baby. Jet and Reyna. I personally like the Reyna more. Way more aggressive with that agent again. 7 assists, 32 kills, 32 deaths, but it doesn't even matter. This 50 bomb will definitely be something that goes down in history. And again, a very deserved MVP for Izzy as he switched agents. Now, we've seen quite a few role swaps. We've seen Smurfette goes out into Glovey, goes in, if I'm not mistaken. And no, Chanel was it?
Schnell.
Yeah, Schnell replaced Smurfette, but the way it went is that Izzy was absolutely consistent in these 2 games. Going in for a double duelist composition as well, you would expect that one of them would maybe try to outshine the other in terms of skill, but no, the synergy between Team Turkey in this one was absolutely on point. If Izzy died, Chanel was there to take the trade. If Chanel died with a tailwind, he was there to follow in with the Leer, take a kill, dismiss, and able to keep himself alive with the Devour. So many rounds, it was all because of him and Mudge. And if it wasn't Izzy as the MVP, I would personally go for Mudge, because these silver rounds were just so massive. The Wrecking Bolts coming in one after another, revealing 4 players at once. These Hunter Furies going in, restoring Moshi's ultimates were all on point. But Izzy, it's a very, very deserved win streak. And also, I think that if I was in the position of his enemies, I would definitely sus this guy. Like, so many of these rounds, it was like, he's aiming like on one of them, and someone goes out. That flick was just inhuman immediately on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it takes to be on the bigger stages, and that's exactly why we do have a player in here who is literally taking the burden of his whole team, and we've seen that on multiple occasions. It wasn't just taking a huge number of kills, but also the impactful kills that changed things for his team. Now, speaking of which, it's about time that we digest what we have been witnessing for this first semi-final between Team Turkey and Team Italy, and we'll be back with you with the next series.
I shouldn't want you, I shouldn't need you, but I'm afraid that's not up to me. Cause when I hear you sing through my speakers, it's like my mind takes a hold of me. I've tried shutting you off for some time now, but I'm still hearing your voice in my head. Oh, I wish I was more than your fan now, and that your voice came from here in my bed. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, making me bleed. You're in my baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones. You're in my You're in my
Welcome back to Spike Nations. With our first semi-final settled, we head into the second, an age-old rivalry between France and Team UK. I'm Cairo-less this time around, but I'm still in great company. I've got Moon with me here. Here we go. How are you doing, mate?
Wait, I'm gonna mess it up. Yep. Hello,
Yeah, I got you.
first, right?
Nice, Bosh.
There you go. Doing well. Was commentating on that thrilling game between Team Turkey and Team Italy. Honestly, I'm just taken aback, but by how well the Italian team has improved. Sadly, it just wasn't enough to cut it at the end. They're just playing for that overtime right and not even 1 point stolen away from that encounter. A little bit of a sad ending for them, but then again, we are expecting an amazing game between Team UK and Team France right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a sad end for Italy from a 10-2 half on the scoreline on the half. Sorry, I should say. Right, they managed to turn it around. First overtime that we've seen, Moon, of the 17 maps that have been played so far in the competition. 2 that we get in the playoff stages, and now, like you say, we're heading into Team France versus Team UK, and I think this is a really interesting one because there are a couple absentees for this game, both on the UK and the France side. I've heard rumours circulating since the hotel lobby last night that Lux9 might not be here, and when you look at the statistics for the group stages, he's top of the ranks in so many different aspects. First blood percentage, or first bloods per round, I should say, conversion rates of that matter. ACS, he's top in terms of just pure rating, whatever metric it is you're using. Yeah, the guy is looking absolutely untouchable. 3 MVPs of the 4 games that he starred in. But missing such a key component here, I think, could really be the difference maker.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just kind of reminder in here, maybe to inform whoever is not aware of the role of Lux, he usually plays as a duelist. We've seen him abuse his staple arrays on multiple occasions. It is true that at times we've seen him struggle on the defensive side, but he always shone brighter than anyone else when it came to the attack. A cornerstone for this team, and Brams has been building around this player on one too many occasions, and for, of course, understandable reasons. So, and now, with the questions popping up, who is going to replace Lux9 on his role as a duelist? Some people might be thinking of VK, others might be thinking about Nello, but we will not know for sure until the agent selection happens. And when we're talking about those statistics, let's reel back a little bit into the days to be accurate on the beginning of the previous month, as Team France and UK already duked it out during the qualifiers, and it was quite the impressive game for Team France, who were able to end the game on the note of 13-5. Team UK just weren't able to respond. On your end, being more familiar with the team, do you believe, Hazza, that they might be able to pull something that will change maybe the direction of the tides in their favor?
Yeah, I mean, turning the tides here with my water boy Cairo giving me a glass of water, which I'm very grateful for. But yeah, in terms of sort of hydrating and refreshing in the server, I think it's interesting, right? Soulcast is also missing for Team UK, so you look at both of these teams, and Soulcast being a player that played in the last fixture that we saw between the two, I think it's nice that there is a little bit of history, not just in the server, but externally as well, that everyone has played each other at least once, so we have something to be thinking about. That was the most severe of the defeats that the UK ended up taking. It was played out on Bind, and just from speaking to a couple of the players as well, they said that one of the biggest things there was that they'd maybe overcooked it a little bit composition-wise. They were trying to play with Lime on the Yoru. Lots of nice ideas being brought, ones which we saw played through Focus, of course, to which your boy Lewis is also a member of that organization, and they've been playing in Northern Europe historically quite a lot with teams that operate in that kind of manner. But I think just sticking to the basics here as well, and in terms of like duelists, you mentioned Lux9. I have a feeling that with the amount of different players that play duelists in their agent pool, we could be in for quite an interesting selection.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just taking a look at the remaining players on the squad. So if we're looking at Team France, with the absence of Lux9, we're left with Soon, Nello, Nami, Brahms, and VK. Now, of course, historically speaking, we've seen Nami play essentially the Omen. That's the most picked agent on her side.
and if I am not mistaken, please do correct me, Haza, we've seen her on the Brimstone.
Yes.
So her role is essentially to be on the controlling side of the team, right? Which also happens to be conflicting with Soon, if I'm not mistaken. We also have Nello, which plays Sentinels, and we do know that nowadays players are more flexible when it comes to roles. So the question remains in here, will we see Brahms playing as a duelist, which is something that I'm not expecting really much? Will we be seeing VK taking up the role of a duelist while he's more known as an initiator? Will Nello be able to fill in those boots and play a duelist, given that she happens to play a little bit aggressive even as a Sentinel? Be Soon. So lots of questions in here that could, you know, shape up how the game is going to be.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad that you've opened this conversation as well, because I think role swaps will certainly be something to think about. There are a few different players which can play Sentinel. We've seen Soon on the Cypher, we've seen Nello rocking it as well, and I think speaking to her in the interview, there was a sense of comfortability about it, coming back to a familiar role after having stints on agents such as Chamber, for example, in previous rosters that she had been a part of. And like statistically, if you break it down, I would be surprised if we saw Vekaj move off of the initiator, if we saw Nami move off of smokes, because you look at both of them and the assists per round that each of them contribute are second to none, right? And I'm being literally like, they are second to none if you're Nami, or second to one, I should say. Vekaj is the one top. I mentioned this statistic halfway through the game that we saw, that first match, that out of the 10 players that you see in terms of assists per round, the top two is both Nami and Vekaj. Vekaj is one of the only 3 players in that metric that plays initiator. Nami on control, of course, you expect to rack it up more as players are pushing through smokes and whatnot. But yeah, I think those are two sorts of more defined roles. Brahms can be a bit of a flex on the IGL, so I'm curious to see what it is exactly that he brings out. You don't want to have too many responsibilities with a duelist at the same time, and I think we've seen a few teams fall foul to that as well. So look, just very excited to see what it is that they bring out. And I think in some ways it sort of opens the game up a little bit more than maybe it would be if Lux was here.
I mean, I completely agree with you with the fact that this would open up the game in a specific sense, but it kind of inflates the balloon of my imagination that led me to the land of double duelists on the end of Team France, right?
Okay.
So we're already here trying and attempting to analyze the game as it is, what might happen, which agents might be picked, and we're already struggling just to define one player who would be taking the responsibility of the duelist on the French side. But then again, please do surprise us, Team France. Show us what you got. And this will also bring us to a similar question, like literally the same question, in regards to Team UK. So again, we've heard about Solcast not making it.
Yeah.
And we're left with Lime, Link, Scarlet, Puffy, Enya, and Lewis. I was about to say Yabo Lewis, habit of reading names, but we're going to go with Lewis, a player we're familiar with, especially with a couple of banters that he showed in the qualifying stage. So where do you see those roles fitting? I mean, I don't see Link moving away from his regular Omen Kyo selections, right? That's where he's comfortable.
Yeah.
Solcast being gone, right? That's one less Sentinel. Who'd be taking the duties? Would it be Scarlet on the duelist?
I'm not too sure, and as you can see, I was hearing it in the background. The players will be walking out momentarily. But to just come back to the conversation that you were saying, everyone on the Team UK side has a very capable duelist that they can play. Link, when he was moving up to Tier 2, when he had that stint in Beacons in Northern Europe, was playing a lot of Raze, as has your boy Lewis at times. He's sort of very well known for filling in there. Lime has shown us a Jet. He was fabled for that on Angry Titans, and in this new look of Focus, he's been picking it up quite a bit as well. Puffy Fish, also a Jet player, and Scarlet too. So I mean, like, all of them have it in their locker if they need it to. For me though, yeah, it depends if they want to run like a Team SMG Game Changers Champs comp. I don't expect it. I think that from conversations I overheard yesterday, Lime is the most expected to sort of be slotting in on the Killjoy, Link on the controller again, but you can really flip the dice in terms of who else it is that is going to slot in.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, talking about Lime and talking about Link, I mean, these are predefined positions. These are predefined roles that I don't think you can, as an in-game leader, you know, afford to shake even for a tiny little bit. Not because of, you know, thinking that maybe the players would be underperforming if they do so, but more about making the best and getting the best out of the players in those respective positions. I mean, if you got one of the historically most amazing Omens on the planet in the name of Link, I mean, Link is a legendary name and nobody can go against that. Yeah. I don't think you'd like to play someone else in his position, right? Experience comes in. So in any case, it seems to be not very confusing on the side of UK, but I think that France will have a challenge to tackle in here, which is filling in the right players in the right position in the wake of the absence that they're suffering from. Another point of debate in here would be the map selection. That's already the French team coming up, the representative of Team France, Nello being on the screen. On the qualifying format, that looks good.
Yeah, I don't know about you, man. I'm seeing 6 players. I think that we might have been told a porky pie and that Lux is in the building. But here come Team UK. They're going to be making the walkout onto the stage. Something else to mention about these guys as well, and a name that's popped up already, Scarlett. This is her first ever LAN appearance, let alone an international one. So the pressure will be up. You can already see them looking around the arena and taking everything in.
Yeah, and I think that this this lack of experience on LAN is a little bit downplayed. We don't talk about it a lot. We don't talk a lot about the pressure of the crowd. We don't talk a lot about what a player might be feeling at the moment. Look at Hazza just subliminated.
I'm just marveling in it all, to be honest, to Moon. But yeah, like you say, I think you even see it there, sort of almost made in a picturesque sense. You've got Scarlett, who's popped back in for us. But yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of positive energy in the venue here as well. Turkey are already in the final. And something else I want to mention, Moon, and I think this is an interesting one to touch on. If UK are to turn this one around, and this is me just sort of whipping some hopium out from under the desk, is that they've got to beat the 2 teams that bested them before. You're coming into this as the team with the 4-1 record and Team UK with a 3-2. So this is your 3rd place versus 2nd place matchup. Should be a little bit tighter. Are we expecting 3 maps?
I'm expecting 3 maps, although I'm edging towards Team France, taking it home on a score of 2-1, and that's
I tell you what, we've got to see the veto as well, Moon. I think that probably plays a big factor. What are you expecting to see played? Sorry just to cut in, but I think it's important to talk about.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about the maps, what you would be expecting, but we were interrupted by the beautiful walk-in from the players and the teams, right? Now, what remains to be seen is, okay, best of 1 format on the qualifier. Okay, amazing, you're playing only 1 map. Now you'll have the possibility, the luxury of pushing towards 2 out of 3 maps that you actually play, for which you actually prepped, for which your team is already, in knowledge, in confidence to go in. So, for example, if you're talking about Split, that's a map that France literally gave us a masterclass about. And it's a map where they literally punished their opposition time and time again. If we're talking about Team UK, seeing Haven in the hand of UK might be extremely scary for Team France, for example, as UK has shown us how good they are at that map. So many question marks in here. I believe that Lotus will definitely be in there. I'm thinking that maybe UK will push for that Haven. I don't think Ascent will be taking part in this veto, and I'm pretty much sure that France will try to, get a playing part to select Split. At least that's what I can conclude from what we've seen on the qualifying stages.
Yeah, I think, we've seen Bind played between the 2 before. Do we maybe expect a repeat of it? I think it's likely. And then you look at some of the other maps being played in the tournament, and yeah, Haven is one which pops up historically. You look at the matches which Team UK have played. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. It was quite a couple that they did on Haven, right? They played Turkey on Haven. They played Spain on Haven. It was Ascent which they played. Sorry, it was Ascent which they played Germany on in their first game, 13-11. And something else as well, is UK picked up a couple of 13-11s. They kept it close for quite a few of those matches. I mean, I couldn't put my finger on it. It kind of depends what France want to ban out. But if you're Team UK, you probably do, go for something like a Split, for example. You don't want to have that be a possibility when we've seen how France have been able to sort of dictate that so well.
Yeah, and again, okay, I completely agree with you that a rematch might happen on Bind, but I think that from a parameter of safety, UK would rather go and just get rid of that map. I just love how my face is stuck on the screen. That's
I had to copy you.
Yeah, very sorry. I mean, I know I would rather show you my better side, right?
Yeah.
But there it is. We can't be picky about this stuff. So in any case, I think that Bind will be a map that Team UK will
sunset in terms of those maps being played. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. We have to
still breeze once, I think.
I don't think that we did. At least I don't remember it, and I don't have it down here. But look, if you want to speculate, then I'm more than happy to just at least go back and lay out what exactly it is that we've got here as well, and what it is we're playing for. It's not just to be sort of representing your region, which I think both of these teams take a lot of pride in, but for the prize pool as well, 20,000 euros, and 8,000 of that going to the team that finishes in first. If you look at it broken up, I think the difference between winning the semi-final and just going out in the semis is about 2,500 euros in and of itself, because it's 2.5, 2.5, and then 5, and then 8.
Clearly not an amount to be scoffed at, that's for certain. But again, what we're more interested in here is just to see what these players will be delivering to us, what those teams will be delivering to us. Of course, I mean, we're living for that competitive spirit, isn't it? We're just here to see who's going to stay, who's going to live, who's going to pass, who's going to surpass the other. I mean, that's what we're here for. And of course, the consolation at the end of the day, you know, on a successful trip until the summit of the Spike Nation competition is definitely way more than appreciated. So again, I think that this would be the most complicated game to prep, you know, tactically, to talk about Haza. I'm not going to say that I had nightmares about it, because I did have nightmares about it, maybe a little bit more vivid than the nightmares of the Cypher. But again, I really have no idea what France and UK have in store for us. Actually, I think I'm more confident that I would be ready for France more than UK, right? I don't know what to expect from the UK side.
I think, like, if we're talking plain and simple here in terms of strategy, these teams aren't going to have very much. It will be lifted from work that they've had in their team environments. There's no expectation for them to be scrimming coming into this either, and I think that's definitely the case when you look across the board. They're going to look to be trying to play loose, stick to those fundamentals, make sure that the macro is solid, because then you have the opportunity to empower your individuals and make those plays which can change the round.
Yeah, clearly. And, you know, when we were talking earlier about the game, I'm kind of... You know, I'm very happy for Team France that Lux popped up and appeared, you know, on the stage. Yeah. But it kind of put everything down the drain, you know, everything that we have been talking about. Interesting in-depth analysis, by the way, about how the roles would be, you know, played around Team France. And I gotta thank, you know, the information warriors in here that played with our minds and bamboozled us into thinking that Lux wouldn't be here. But then again, I think it's all benefits for Team France. Now they got their cornerstone duelist, right? They got their in-game leader. And looks like everything should be going according to the plan that they set for themselves to face Team UK. So I don't know, bring it on.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not just rotating here on the casting desk as well, but in the server, I think that's something that important that we've got to mention. Yeah, Lux is there, and they'll be trying to keep him in for all 3 maps, and I think they can anyway. But I didn't get a chance to look at the rulebook of any sort, but I'm pretty sure it's in legislature that you need to be sort of taking one person out and rotating every single map that you play, and at least that's what we saw in the group stages from sort of day to day, week to week. How that ends up coming into play will be interesting, because Team UK, only 5 players here in Madrid at the EMEA, so they will be the same set lineup every single time. For France, you know, you take it map by map essentially in terms of how it plays out. And again, just looking towards what that veto is going to be, because I think you can really be selective in what players you want to drop in here and there for maps.
I really love that you put your finger on this matter, because I've been thinking, you know, formulating, should I be saying that it could be a boon or a curse, or a blessing or a curse, right? Because that's exactly the point. If you're rotating players, right, you might be rotating players depending on the need for agents, the need for roles, the need for the comp, the need for the approach, what type of players you want to have with you. There we go. Okay, hey.
Oh, he was there for a moment. I heard something about specific maps. I can only infer. Yeah, Moon, go on. Carry on.
I'm back. No worries. No, I think that came from before the disconnection happened. But whatever you said, I agree with you, Haza.
No. I was trying to get you to develop your point. I had only a moment. Yeah. You were saying something about specific maps. Just talk me through this veto, Moon.
I don't know. So, for example, you might be taking a look at the first map, right? We're talking about Haven. It could be that on the side of Team France, some players are comfortable playing Haven, while others are less comfortable playing Haven. And you definitely want yourself someone who's able to play that map. So that's a blessing in itself. But then again, you might be taking that player who's going to play a specific role and can only play that specific role, which is going to create some sort of a conflict, like, who am I dropping for that position? Which position am I filling him in? So that could cause the whole of Team France to actually be swapping positions to accommodate a change in the
roster, and that in itself is not really great. You're playing it against Team UK, 5 players, same level of communication, they're used to each other, no one else will intervene in that 5 people roster, which is definitely going to cause, to cause UK to have an edge over Team France. So
Yeah.
there we go.
I mean,
That's
look,
what I wanted to talk about.
if you want to talk about the duelist conversation as well, and something else that I want to lean into here a bit, with it being the debut LAN appearance of Scarlet, is that the conversations that were being had in the Team UK camp yesterday, and I think as well it's important to emphasize the sort of spirit that they have as a group and what that environment really looks like. And both Pal and Lewis were singing their praises of how exactly it was that she looked in trials when they first picked her up, because I doubt there would have been too many conversations between the team sort of externally outside of the Spike Nations environment that we have. But something that they said that she's very good at, and even it was reflected in that first Ascent performance that she had against Germany, where maybe she didn't have the most impact in terms of kills, but it was their position, it was her positioning, which they really thought complemented the play style that they wanted to try and go for. And a big point that Pal was speaking to me about is that it's not necessarily always about having high impact in terms of kills, but if you can create the space for your team, if you can position well, if you're running an op, for example, and you're able to dictate an extremity just, for information's sake, then it does go a very long way. A little bit of intelligence about the duelist is something which maybe gets overlooked by people at times.
Yeah, exactly, because in the end of the day, what attracts the attention of the most is the kill feed, right? Looking at the MVP, you're looking at the amount of kills, you're looking at the amount of, first kills in the round, first executions. But then again, if I was in a team and you were a duelist, because I hate this bias of thinking that duelist needs to have the top amount of kills in the server, right? If you're a duelist for me, if you're a jet, you dash in, you make use of the flashes and smokes that I already provided for you, you take a position, whether you don't kill or you die on that initiation, and you provide me and your other teammates with 3-4 kills on that side, you did more than what you're supposed to do, right? And that's what's interesting to look at. And Scarlet is extremely amazing at providing that for the team, for Team UK. Now, and that's why you got a working system, right? And you try to extrapolate that to Team France, and every time there's an important break of this pyramid that keeps on being changed, right? A cornerstone of the team. And you just keep on wondering, will you be able to find the same efficiency that was with that player on that specific role in this specific map? So I think it's going to be played on that detail specifically, and Sunset will be telling us a lot about how this best of 3 will be ruled. Yeah,
I think Haven is probably the biggest indicator as to how this goes, though, as the opening map between these two teams who, UK want to write off the previous performance. France will have that in the back of their minds, that they did look much the better team on the day. 13-6 the result, and no questions really about the quality between the two there. And yeah, look, if it was a role issue, then you can put that behind you. Yeah, you're missing out on Solcast, which I think is a huge player to go without for this tournament as well. You have to consider he's now officially, or it's been released that he's put pen to paper with Apex for Northern Europe for Polaris Challenger League next year, which is going to be really exciting. But I mean, yeah, like looking at these teams and how it is exactly that they've set up in this environment as well, like it's an open contest in my eyes. It really is. And for Haven, and to go back to the duelist conversation as well, like we're going to be seeing jet played here, because as a duelist goes, you need that kind of ground coverage if you want to really break the choke of the site and get on spot.
Yeah, exactly, and I agree with you. And one point that we need to mention on Haven, which is going to be our upcoming contest, the first map that's going to be played in the series, it would be, going back on the playstyle of both Team France and Team UK. So if we're to compare them, I think that there's a huge contrast in between the two teams. First of all, Team France, which is extremely oriented on squared plays, right? They want to reason logically, they have a strat book to go with. You can see that they're extremely mechanical in the way. When I'm saying mechanical, it's not something bad, by the way. It's just that, they're there, they execute in the way they're supposed to execute. Every piece of ability lands where it's supposed to be. They got a map, they got a direction, and they would follow it until the end of the round. Team UK, on the other hand, kind of thrives when it improvises and plays in I'm trying to find the word in here. Let's say surprising, less.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say less calculated, but let's say, moves and actions that wouldn't make sense or reason with you unless you see the result of it. Like, for example, 5 people just pushing towards A side and the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
5 people just appearing out of nowhere, minimum abilities committed, and that would be it. So that's going to be extremely interesting as a context, as a contest.
Yeah, something to think about is like how France set up a lot of their rounds on the defender's side. You were looking at so many times where you had Nello anchoring towards the other side, and then it sort of gives a little bit more freedom to the rest of the team to get proactive. One of the many reasons why Vikash would have had so much value out of that Sky in his proactivity, setting up those guiding lights, taking a little bit more space for the rest of the team. Yeah, I mean, look, there's not really too much more that I think we can say about this one, Moon. We've set it up as it is. Both of the teams will be out on stage right now, just making sure that they're warmed up, that the peripherals are working as intended. And yeah, I'm just thoroughly looking forward to how exactly it goes. It's a closed book in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely. And one point that I want to keep my eye on is, will Brahms be able to orchestrate what he orchestrated previously on the qualifier part? I mean, I think we did this game together on the qualifier. No, I'm not sure. But in any case, we've seen different phase of Team France when Brahms went missing from the team because he had to be replaced at a specific point in time, right? And we could clearly see that in terms of organization, in terms of flexibility and diversity in executions, the way they were defending and moving around the map, Team France were lacking compared to the previous games they played. So I think that it's a good thing that Brahms is available for this team. And well, I think that he still has to prove himself again in front of this Spanish crowd in Madrid and the crowd that's
the E crowd
at him through the screens. Did I just invent a new term?
Maybe,
It kind of makes
maybe.
sense.
I don't know, Moon. Are you much of an electronic human being? You
Crowd-
like a bit of an
blending.
E crowder, E data maybe?
Okay, I found stuff about money. Okay, that's not
Money.
cool. So, which means that the
Yeah,
term
it
is
sounds
this
a little bit more like
one-
crowdfunding to me, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Look, as we said, €20,000 prize pool, plenty to be playing for. I just love those crowd shots, man. Whenever they send the camera around to just have a look at what exactly it is going on, we'll have a lot of fun with that during the cast, I'm sure. But looking here, there is a reminder of the prize pool, right? And like I put it, in terms of how it's split up across the way, both of our all of our semi-finalists have already secured at least €2,500. It's a question of if you win this game, you can double your money and then go one step further for the lion's share of the chunk of change.
Yeah, exactly. And there's already Team Turkey waiting, right? They're already in place, warming up, probably preparing the expenses, right? And well, we'll see who's going to prevail in between Team France and Team UK to challenge the Turkish mega team that's waiting on the finals. I mean, honestly, aside from that half on that we witnessed against Team Italy in previously today, I think that Team Turkey is no question, no accolades in here, is the best team that we've seen so far.
It's I'm going to do like a little BuzzFeed personality quiz with you here, Moon, because I think you said all sort of expenses and whatever, and all expenses paid for the players who were at the hotel yesterday. It was interesting to see the culinary divide between what Team UK had ordered to eat for dinner and what it was that we had on the Turkish side of things. So I'll leave you one question before we get into Agent Select. Are you more of a burger or a pizza guy?
Look, in my household, my in-laws are Italian. So
Okay.
I cannot betray the cause.
Well,
no.
Pizza. So yeah, it was more pizza on the UK side of things. Turkey enjoying their burgers, and for the sake of this one, I won't out who exactly it was that decided to desecrate it with pineapple on the top. But looking at the agent select here, yeah, it's a double controller setup from Team UK, rocking the Killjoy in there as well. Solo Initiator, Scarlet, the one to play the dual list. France going for something a lot more run-of-the-mill, the typical comp that you'd expect.
Yeah, exactly what you would expect from this map, and I think Team UK in here are just faithful to the same agent selection they provided us with during the qualifiers when they played Haven. I think they did it on 2 occasions. My notes are lost. Sorry,
Yeah,
my
I was going to say, I think it was, we saw Lewis on the breach on that one because he has been playing a lot more flashes for his team. As I mentioned before, you know, Lewis is a capable duelist player, but we saw him a couple of times on, you know, the KO, on Sky. He's played breach. I think breach sort of is an agent which allows him to frag out a lot more. But here, where you have double controller, I am really curious to see what that implementation is like. You play a lot more defaulty, a lot slower paced rounds. With this being their map selection as well, you expect them to be starting on that defense.
Yeah, clearly, and you do know that Team UK right now, by assimilation, with everything that we've seen, rely a lot on creating chaotic scenarios. So, for example, forgot which game as well. I think that I need to check my memory, honestly. But that last move from Link, if you remember, saving his team with the front of shadows, right? Appearing from the back of his opponents. Like, these are the scenarios that we're talking about. We've seen Lewis just waltzing into positions you're not supposed to waltz in. He just waltz in, no utility use, and nobody would be expecting him to peak in that sense, right? They'd be creating scenarios where they're pulling in their opponents and then would fake you into a fake, into another fake. So that's what Team UK likes to do the most. And I'm thrilled to see more of that. And I'm also super curious to see how the Frenchmen will be handling that situation, how they will be responding to those calls, which might seem like madness at first glance, but do actually make sense when we see the result of it. So overall, yeah, I'm still awaiting my result of the BuzzFeed personality test that you just did.
Yeah, no, I said you're more on the UK side of things than the Turkish one. I didn't quite grab what exactly it is that the French or the Italians had been eating. I feel like the Italian one sort of answers itself in a way, but at the same time, who knows? Maybe having tastes for something a little more foreign, something abroad, right? We're all here in Madrid at the very least, so. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I can go for the cop-out, right? What are your predictions for this? Because we haven't really addressed it. It's more of an elephant in the room. We've talked about, you know, a few different expectations, how the teams are going to set up. But what is it that you're going to see? Because I think we're about to go in game.
Okay, I'm thinking that this map would most likely go to the UK side, given their mastery of this map, first and foremost. Definitely more prepared on this map than Team France would be. But then again, I might be wrong. I'm expecting 1-0 to Team UK, and already getting started with bullets raining. That's Nello grabbing a kill, but Lincoln Lewis disposing of her and VK.
Yeah, huge early fights taken, but it flips in favor of Team UK. Nello, with the reveal, allowed to dwell in that position a little too long. Flank watched by Lime, and the alarm bot will confirm it. Lux9 is here. He's in the building, in the IFEMA. And we'll leave absolutely no doubt in the minds of anyone who was wondering if that was the case or not. Not just yet, though. Lime puts him to rest. It's a 4 versus 2, and the UK are looking good for this pistol.
Yeah, and Puffy in position in here, right in
there. I don't really know what's going on. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, and I believe we are back. Minute left on the clock, early pick. Lux down, Nello one for herself, but Lime is rolling his sleeves up inside the site, making sure the flank is watched, both Garage players quickly put down. And plenty more ready to ensue on Nami here. Lime taking his 3rd before the round is said and done.
And that's only Brahms left to fend for himself on the hot seat, as you'd like to say, and, well, a hot bullet with Scarlet written on it will deliver him a kill, and that's Lewis ending his misery. 2-0 to Team UK, early advantage, 2 rounds. I'm not saying flawless because it was a flawless round, but in the execution of it. I mean, I really appreciate how UK are just pushing quickly and not even giving, you know, a moment of spite for Team France. Like, they're not finding the time to reorganize their lines or, you know, reposition themselves or even take a jab at them.
Yeah,
But
there's a real... real pack mentality about how Team UK are playing this at the moment as well. And it's just, not allowing any early picks that France are finding to go untraded, making sure there is always some form of follow-up, holding this rigid default as well, creating constant map pressure, and Puffy will add to that with the toxic screen again on A. Grouping up for a C push, but there's Killjoy Util here waiting for them.
And with the full buy coming from Team France, I do think that this might be a little bit challenging for Team UK unless they pull the good old switcheroo. And that's an updraft from Scarlet, able to find the first kill. Nello on the ground. That's turn for Team France to try and retake this side, but look at them being down to a 3 versus 3. Abilities, of course, in place. Brams taking this dry peek. Lucky to keep his head on his shoulders, I suppose, at this stage, but with the spike being planted. Do you think that some pressure is being applied on him? Attempted to peek, but that's Scarlet disposing of Lux, and I think that the deal is done.
Yes, it's a big round from her here as well. While she didn't fully clear the site and Nami's double has given France a way back in, it's not done just yet. Lime adding another, Sky Util coming out. Lewis playing with his food. Vikash adds another mouthful. There's still a chance for them here, but it's a dwindling one. Lime seals the deal. 3 kills for him and a 3rd successive UK round.
And I do think that France kind of... I mean, they shouldn't even gotten those last 2 kills. I mean, the last kill on site, right? It was the kill on Scarlet.
Yeah.
I mean, Lewis were just playing... I'm saying playing around, I don't think so. Maybe he just mistimed his peak. Maybe he was worried about something that we weren't able to see. After all, the player's POV, and we didn't have it. But bottom line here is that UK are in complete control of the situation, complete control of this map, and Team France are struggling to find even the slightest sign of putting up resistance, but Lux...
This is exactly what I'm talking about, Lux. This is the guy that you worry about in those opening engagements. Ridiculous record that he currently holds on to, 32 and 13. In the first blood department, and that was a big missing factor when you looked at the game against Turkey. They'll get both openers this time around though. Vikash beginning proceedings and Brams following it through. The mid Inquisition conceded, but a concession which France are happy to make.
Okay, and the rotation just happens instantly, naturally for Team UK. Okay, drop side A. They're probably stocking up in here, plus with a couple of weapons that they were able to get. Team France should be more of a force to be reckoned with, and that's the classic, missing initially from Nami, able to run away with her skin.
Still alive.
Able to stay alive as well with a paranoia in here, no more damage applied on Lewis. A survival of 100 hit points, gives his back after that flash. Will he survive? There's no way to get away from this crossfire from hell as Lime is trying to turn the situation to the favor of Team UK. Hope still stands.
It does, but the ground underneath Lime is shallow. Looks to be swallowing him whole, barely any time left on the clock, 10 seconds. France hungry to hunt for this final player. Nello shatters the mirror pick. That is a thrifty first round on the board for France. They have liftoff in the IFEMA.
You gotta love seeing thrifties happening. I mean, I think we've seen a little bit too many thrifties on the qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
Let me bring back the PTSD coming from the word Sheriff Demons.
I mean, look, that's a blanket term in my eyes.
Yeah.
Turkey doing a brilliant job of that, in the game earlier that we saw as well. And I think, it feels like all roads lead towards that repeat matchup of the 2 top-seeded teams from groups, but UK are making things difficult so far, and they've still got a bye to fall back on.
Yeah, and I'd like to believe that UK do have quite the chances to actually snatch that place for finals, and so far, given the form, given the result that we're seeing, I do believe that Team France still has a couple of things to show us, and, well, education kill Joey. In the meantime, Lux and Nello...
I think we've
Yeah.
dropped again. I was going to say, mic's still coming through? Or?
Yeah, but the stream is offline. I think.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
fully.
it is.
It? Oh, okay. I see. I believe
Okay,
we
it
are
seems
back.
that we're back.
Yeah, I mean, you from where we left that one to where we find ourselves now, you could see that it was a done round. France were going to be winning that. UK trying to play both extremities, little fake on the lockdown. Lux immovable on this operator, peeking in to find it first as well. Puffy terminated. Her involvement for this occasion gone.
He moves quite quickly for an immovable player, right? Excellent pick
Yeah.
from Nello, taking advantage. Of course, of Lewis being disoriented, but Nello is getting hungry.
Ooh.
But it's Link who's going to reap the apple, and that's a headshot on Nello, with maybe B-side opening
That's-
up, giving a sliver of hope for Team UK, but no. Sounds like,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I was just about to say,
Spike
UK need to
down
bide
mid.
their time a little bit here. The flash was sublime. Nello's eyes perhaps a little too big for her stomach to digest the players on screen.
Player standing.
Scarlet gets another. This is looking like a 3-1 situation for her to try and convert. Looking for the first, can't quite get it. And while she speaks a bit of Spanish, it's not exactly been home comforts on foreign soil here for Team UK so far.
Yuri, and you know, looking at the map, you're looking at Haven, a staple for Team UK. I don't think there's any question mark that needs to be in place, and a timeout. I
Yeah.
didn't see any indication, but I'm gonna chance that it's a Team UK timeout.
No, I would respect it. I think you've got to
Yeah.
consider as well, we're about a quarter of the, well, we're exactly a quarter
Yeah.
of the way through regulation if it goes the max 24 rounds, which Team UK know all too well, Pal having his first involvement. Again, I feel like he's a coach which has a very strong grasp on the mental side of things and just sort of being prepared as a team. With it being such a big occasion for some of these players, just a quick reset and cooling yourself off, I think, will go a long way before this gets out of their hands.
Clearly, and I would respect this pose if it's coming from Team France as well, because okay, we might have won 3 rounds, and there's this, you know, rampant curse of just losing control of things once you get this feeling of, I'm winning, right? You kind of get drunk on victory and you lose control of things. And it's just part of, you know, one of the advices that I got as a
What?
young kid back in the day, yeah.
Not
Never
to
take
get
decisions
drunk
when
as
you're
a
extremely
kid.
happy.
Yeah.
No, you get drunk on victory. I mean,
Drunk on...
Uh,
oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
it's actually
look,
a French thing. It's a
goes
French
without
thing, by the
saying,
way.
right? It does go without saying. Drink responsibly. 5 seconds left until we get into the next one. And again, it's a full gun buy for both teams. Economy just about stretched to its last legs here for Team UK. It's almost an exact repeat, but Lux no operator this time. Struggles to find the first. Lewis makes no mistake in that regard. A huge double up, finding his third already. This one looking to be sent off. Returned to whence it came by Team UK.
I mean, the proportions of this blunder from Team France, I can't even begin to imagine.
planted.
I mean, look at the impact, okay? You just won yourself 3 rounds. I was talking about this. You're getting confident. I do understand Locke's taken that position, immovable, as you previously described him. But then again, you're holding a Vandal. I understand that you might be very, very confident. You're requesting support from your teammate, but you don't know exactly what to expect from that position. How many people would be peeking you? What kind of ability would be thrown at your face? And bottom line, 3 players down on the ground from the same position. And that's Team UK capitalizing on it, a plant of the spike, and it's just Nello trying to survive with that operator, which, in all fairness, should have landed in the hands of Lux. So I'm extremely confused at what happened here.
You're seeing as well something interesting to mention. Everyone on the Team UK side rocking the default skins. And I'm wondering whether that's a case of just the amount of time that they've had to set up on stage. Link showing the prelude here as well, but yeah, you know, no knife equipped. Very much
But
just
the
straight
knife,
in.
this
But
knife.
look, we see the value that the timeout has, and I think, you know, you look at the timeouts taken today already. You had that one from Guys for Team Turkey. Completely flipped the script of that second half on Lotus. And already they reap the rewards and get their first round here.
And of course, France should not give any lenience in this game. I mean, just imagine, we're heading to Sunset. I have absolutely no clue how the preparation for this map has been for both teams. And could be a disaster for any of those. And, well, good shots. Not
It connects, but not for a kill.
Not mean enough.
Puffy has bought an operator as well, which is interesting to note here. She just firing stray shot after stray shot back through the smoke. Players have already tucked themselves up into long. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of a re-clear here. Vekaj just playing the traditional Sova's role in jiggling position. Lux coming off the angle, almost as Puffy made her reprisal, but again, no dice.
Okay, and that's short being evacuated from Lux. And again, the decision here from UK is just to play 4 people towards A. I mean, defensively speaking, side A doesn't have a lot of things put in place. You're relying on an operator from short who cannot see anything. It's just a Sova on his own start, but from the shadow being committed in here. And Team France with Vekaj at the helm of the defense will survive this assault from Team UK. Only Lime left to his own devices, and that's Nello stopping him in his tracks, granting France the chance to equalize the score, and so 4-4 yet again.
Brilliant stuff. A 4-1 split by Team UK. Lime on the late lurk, but completely shut down on the execution. I mean, I feel like France were playing off the timing a little bit there as well. Brams in this IGL role again, which we spoke about being so important, the puppet master of the French Pioneers. And just calling the Rolling Thunder into Garage. Obviously had some kind of a cue to go off. I think it might have actually been Lime placing the alarm bot just outside the double doors, but I would have to double check. Either way, containing the threat pretty well. Into another gun by 5v5. Puffy is up close, trying to punish Lux.
They do know that there's an operator in here.
Oh, huge. Again, just Lux holds on, so patient for a player we've seen really pushing the envelope, testing the limits on many rounds. He's happy to hold the sight line down with the scope in his crosshair. Such a big opening pick because it's the whole right side of the map lost.
Yeah, but an attempt in here to capitalize on this side, but it's Nami holding her ground, just dismantling the offensive of Team UK yet again. Vekaj not missing the head of line, and with only Link left alive, I can't help but ponder what his next move would be. Will he go for the peak? Will he hurt the economy? No, it's Nami with a triple to her name, ending things for France on a positive note. And I mean, France is just showing so much composure on the defense, which is uncharacteristic of what we've seen on the previous rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it looks similar to me, to be honest, Moon. Just putting Lux in that kind of advanced position, exactly the same as the last. France have a pretty good idea of what the setup looks like. They're able to punish by having a quicker rotation to the C side of the map. The spacing was pretty off on the UK side of things. And no attempt at a re-clear made either.
Yeah, and I think it's about time we cannot forget about attempts from UK to take side A. And that's due to just how bad things were run in the last previous round. And the cause of it being Lux 9, I suppose, but no player defending side B will allow for a quick plant for Team UK. Of course, gonna be the classic defense from outside the site, I suppose. No, even worse. That's Puffy coming in.
I am loving this pit in terms of investment, Moon, because while it's a scrappy buy, UK aren't going to go down without a bit of kicking and screaming. Playing off the flash, Lime takes his first. The flank under lock and key. And all the while, he's just buying time. Finally, Bram's going down. But with the sum of their parts, they're making this look dangerous. Link dodging the lockdown for now. One of the final few players left standing. Smoke has gone up. Lime needs to hit these shots. Link is there to pick up the pieces. The safest pair of hands in the server. And the score line tied once again with 10 rounds played.
You gotta love how Team UK just realized, okay, it's empty, let's go for the plant. And in my mind, I'm thinking that Team France decided, okay, clearly not taking B, we could retake B, we have a lockdown, we're good to go. And I think they overestimated their chances at this. They were a little bit too confident to my taste, and you know, it's a risk that they took, and it wasn't just as fruitful as they probably wished for, and the result is that economically speaking, France is in shambles, and look at Lux, he has no ounce of respect this
That is absolutely delightful to watch. Lux into his own smoke, just to dodge the extra utility that may have been coming back his way. Lewis has found one though. It's a 4 versus 2. Lewis, yet another quad kill for him to find a 6th. Team UK back in front. They stick their head above the waterline just before the half concludes, and it's the Welshman in the lineup that delivers the quad kill that puts them there.
I mean, what happened on the previous round is just mind-boggling. Yeah, you had yourself Lux coming out, fresh and hot, getting that first kill in the round, supposedly to set up rounds for an easier, smoother, better defense. And then it's just side C falling apart. And now the absence of an operator, clearly, at least according to the calculation of Team UK, they would chance with side A, but what they ignore is that Lux still has it.
That was also a 4 versus 2 situation, Link and Lewis. And while you would typically have Link to be that clutch player, he won the most in groups, coming in at 5. Little asterisk put there because he was in 20 of those situations for a 25% conversion. Only other player anywhere close was Nixarino with the exact same 20 situations there, and definitely for the worse for Spain. But Lewis hitting flow state, kills picked up. Lux on the A angle yet again hasn't been flushed away. It is a straightforward execute to the site. This aftershock and combo of the Nano could be enough to break the lockdown if Nello's not going to force the issue herself.
Okay, and the damage done by Bramson here is just insane. I mean, what about the lockdown? Forget about the lockdown, we're gonna collect some kills. Like, that's just how quick it went.
Yeah.
I understand the combo setup, alright? I don't know what happened with the Nano Swarm, it clearly wasn't enough to destroy the lockdown, but Bram's just valiantly peeking that position. You don't see that happening every day.
Yeah, I don't think the Nano Swarm actually quite clipped because it was Lime's Nano Swarm. Difficult, sort of just something to highlight in the heat of the moment there. You need to combo something with the aftershock, but it's player presence instead that France opt for. And yeah, I don't think UK will be very happy with that first half. 6-6 is, you know, a respectable scoreline, but with this composition, I feel as if they needed to be playing a few more of those default rounds, really maximizing the value that Lewis's utility has to clear away plays that Lux was trying to make there. They had a great idea, at least at the start, but as soon as France understood that it was those groups of players every single time, they dealt with it brilliantly, and now their chance to make an incision.
Yeah, and speaking of incision, that's an open heart surgery on site B with no defender yet on the ground. 5-2-5, excellent flash, Lime capitalizing, and it's jackpot for Team UK, completely destroying Team France on this round, and it's just Nello left trying to find the back for opponents, but Lime is just awake and alive, leaving Nello with a... I forgot the term. An acid taste, yep. An acid taste.
Lime has Team UK covered there, right? He's able to spot out the player, killjoys. Game respects game. Game understands it, perhaps. Read like a book there, but still, a 3 versus 1 situation. The retake was clean. Some brilliant initiation from Lewis as well. And you've got to be looking at the stopping power for this team now, because they are on the defense. Maybe it wasn't the greatest showing from them on the attack for the biases that this map tends to have, but there's so much utility that France need to wade through if they want to get to these sites, be the weaker of them. But yeah, the bite back, just as strong.
Yep. And I imagine that France would have a lot more discipline going to the site B. Again, you know, I think they were a little bit too quick on the trigger. And there was no preparation for any sort of flash or anything of the sort, and well, the Slime getting the info that he needed, and kind of invades the plot coming from Team France.
It's one of those ones as well where, like, Lime peeks garage, he sees Lux on a Sheriff and says, nah, I'm out, I am good. The amount of clips that guy was hitting before, you would not want to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole.
Yeah, and you know, he definitely got his lesson from previous experiences, and well, that's quite the stand of.
It was that bind match, right? Round number 2 when they half bought those Sheriffs, where he ended up with a 4K on short. It was absolutely crazy.
It was the second one, yes.
Lime playing around the wall, and he punches back brilliantly.
Will he get the fourth one?
Yeah, he's set up for it here too. Eco frags all the same, but a big confidence boost coming into that bonus.
I mean, it's to be expected, right? At the level of second round. I mean, at the beginning, Team France had the idea, okay, let's go quickly on Garage, maybe open up for site B. But once their plan was unveiled, once Team UK was aware of what was conspiring on that part of the map, everything fell to shambles, and it felt to me that Team France didn't have a backup plan or a second direction to take. So a fake in between A, in between B, easy to read for Team UK, and Lime was readier than ever to welcome his guests on side C. So in any case, 8-6, full buy coming from Team France, and I think way too many things to prove in this round.
Scala immediately shut off the angle, not using the tailwind to try and disrespect the dark cover. Plenty given back on the UK side. Look at the peek being taken by Lime, though. He's already cleared out the courtyard in middle. Looking at Puffy just jiggling C long too. UK are so advanced in this positioning right now, and France none the wiser.
Yeah, and well, I think Lux is obligated to get back due to the flash coming from that sky. Probably made them quite know.
Scala's taking contact, the
someone
paranoia
was
is there. Comes in, peek up on the Spectre, cover your eyes! Link! There's plenty of people watching, 300 seats in the crowd and plenty of them filled. Teary-filled eyes on the UK side of things. Not one to watch back. That was the primary chance for them to get into this round.
Yeah, and the potential upgrade as well towards the Vandal, but okay, blunders do happen,
left.
and it's all about taking responsibility for them, and that's Lewis
Spike
just
Huge.
down A.
coming out with his Spectre, getting that first kill on the
Yeah.
Rams, and Lime with it intervene, disposes of Lux as well, and it's a
Spike
3v3, an impossible scenario turned into a
Yeah,
most efficient
Lewis
one.
was just spamming the common plant spot and he manages to bag a free kill. Suddenly, with a man advantage still, France are trying to force that issue. And with the extension of Lux punished, we're in even footing. Puffy is on the bucky, and at that kind of range you'll struggle. Lime has picked up though. Still, time continually running down. Lewis needing something top draw with
Oh
the
my
Sheriff.
God.
Lime continuing to snowball forward, melting France where they stand. The Killjoy fight presents itself once more. The stick starts to come through, but the defuse will follow it up.
no,
Demolished
does he
in
have
the
enough time?
derby,
He does.
and Lime with enough time sees it through for a 9th.
My God, what happened with France? Lime is on steroids today. I can't help it. Okay, I'm sorry. I've watched Lime one too many games.
Yeah.
Very good player, top lad, and so on. Okay, you got it. But what he's showing us here is pure acts of barbarism. This guy came in with a vendetta against Team France. You just can't make this up. Come on.
Someone-
Second round, he went with 4 kills. Then he does it again. And he does a triple. And now a quad. Like, completely dismantling a round that was set up for France with you count the thrifty buy. Come on.
What a difference a Bulldog makes. Perhaps we won't be calling ESIC up to the building to test whether Lime has been supplementing his performance in any way or not, but it doesn't look like they're going to need it. Puffy,
Down C.
the only catalyst required, a snake bite, a venomous injection, a lethal dosage, still a 3 versus 3, and ultimates to go around. Big stun might just stop Lux from being able to get out of the lockdown here. Shouldn't be quite caught out by the lockdown, and they aren't. Regressive positions and smoke down on the spike.
Okay, in position discovered on Link. Is being tracked as we're speaking. Lewis tried to hunt
One
in
enemy remaining.
one bit of damage on his opponents. That's one player down. Lux will not be able to prevail, and that would be all of it as Lewis grabs the last kill. That's a defuse, and 10-6 for Team UK, well deserved.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still shocked with the previous round, really. That hold-up just made any Vandal
I
or
mean-
operator seem like a Nerf gun or a pea shooter. It's insane.
UK now, they're just putting France to the sword. There is no rest for the weary. And while there are 350 miles, a body of water that separates the two, there's only 3 rounds now that UK have to muster up to get themselves into that second unknown of Sunset, with the possibility of a grand finals this afternoon. Timeout being called. The expectation is this time that it's the French.
And honestly, for Team UK, if they want to muster any hope of making it to the final, it starts with winning this map.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, imagine, next game will be in Sunset. I completely forgot about the third map. Was it Bind? Yeah, it was Bind.
What?
So Bind
Yeah.
has a history. Bind has a history of Team UK losing with quite the margin to Team France. So you definitely do not want to, attach your hopes to that map. For Sunset, it's literally a wild card for us. It's like a Joker card. We don't know what might transpire there. We don't have any data. We didn't see any of those teams practicing this map. So how ready are they to play that map, right? Zero expectations for me.
Yeah.
So
same for Team UK. So nailing that point against France in Haven is the starting point. Missing on that point could go south at any given point in time.
Yeah, you're already seeing some of the coordination that Team UK have. A couple of retakes in their pocket. Deposited for a 10th, double digits now reached. But even like how many issues this utility's causing on a couple, like the anti-eco, the one that you saw from Puffy there as well. The toxic screen, it gives you garage, it gives you the sight, allows the rotations to come in. Lime fighting in front, little bit of damage through the corner of the wall. Now Puffy's own setup. What she has to try and be a stalwart in front of. Paranoia so perfectly timed. Oh, no. Lime shooting blind up in the air. Lewis is a rocket of his own though. 3 heads taken clean off. Fireworks on the C site for 4.
That's the pizza buff, my friend. There you go. That's Team UK for you. If you're wondering if you're a burger or a pizza guy, there you go. Being pizza is all about being part of Team UK. And it's just insane what they're showing us right now. Team France are anything but Team France. I'm sorry, I do not recognize any of the aspects that characterize the Team France of the qualifier. They seem to be completely lost to me.
Yeah.
You might believe me, yeah, Mo, yeah, Moon, there are still rounds to come. They can still make it to a tie. It's still what? 5 rounds to equalize, 6 rounds to make it to match point. But I mean, come on, not with the way Team France are playing right now.
Let's talk about our boy as well, Lux9. People were criticizing him a little bit coming into this. He's not necessarily a big game player. That's the reason why he hasn't got the opportunities that we've seen so far. The one game where MVP evaded him was against Turkey, the other top contender in the tournament. So when push comes to shove, looks like he's not quite got the bottle for it just yet. Off the board in this round. Nello's still upstanding though, and has been a serious starlet for their squad. Pre-aiming the turret, luring in Lewis to try and force a fight.
And Lewis is wiser than that. Pretty much clear as he decides to just evacuate this position. The spam punishment has just started with a bit of utility committed towards defender spawn, and that's Lewis still grabbing Nello, who for some reason decided to cross that smoke.
No, you understand it, right? They stunned up, tried to take a timing off the reload. Lime will get the last couple. France searching for an advantage, but UK can strict them on the site. Hands tied, all options gone. And we may be seeing another 13-6, but in the repeat, it is UK that look to be besting them.
It's just insane what UK are showing us right now. I, for one, I'm impressed with the way they have been playing. Might be the map in itself, because I'm not sure, but I do remember Team France playing this map at least once, and during the qualifications, and they didn't do so great on it. Not trying to find any justification, because, well, Haven is a well-known map.
Oh, huge.
That's Charlotte running 1-1. Alright.
Giant kills here. Yeah, in the reverse fixture, it may be a similar scoreline. UK hungry and hunting. The Brits bridge the gap. Only 1 map away from a grand finals.
Nothing that could be said in here, nothing that could protect the Frenchmen from any sort of critics so far. They started the game really well, toe-to-toe against Team UK, but I mean, there's nothing to be added on the second half. We failed to see anything coming up from the attack side of Team France, but in the meantime, this dynamic coming from Team UK, you've seen that, right? They're all over the place, they're out-peaking positions, they're being overly aggressive, and that keeps you as an attacker from having any sort of safe haven, any position where you feel secure to start anything, to kickstart anything, to initiate anything. Not, of course, pointing fingers to any player, but Team France just didn't click together compared to Team UK.
Yeah, there were sort of quite a few isolated engagements. I feel as if France were fairly well tempered in how they wanted to try and take them, but sometimes it's a case of how that lands on the day. I mean, even in that penultimate round that we saw, you knew what the idea was. Lewis was isolated in A link. They set up a stun to go and take the fight, but instead of, grouping up, maybe even playing a buddy system, some kind of pairing, a potential, even follow it through to like an A plant, no, it's like, well, put Nello by herself. She loses the duel. Now it's a 2 versus 4. And how are you realistically going to turn it around? I don't want to just be, you know, like the Brit on the desk that's singing all of their praises, but it was exactly as you put it, as a sort of, you know, someone, a francophone of yourself, that it wasn't really hitting the spot for them today, which is crazy to think because, you know, Lux, it's been a slow start. He needs to pick up the pace.
Yeah, and people might be wondering in here, okay, this game was clearly carried away by one player, which is the one and only unique Lime, right? He was a monster this game. He just ate every play that came his way, didn't give any chance to Team France to play. But honestly, the whole team clicked. We've had rounds from Lewis, stepping up when they needed. Even when they weren't picking up calls, the rest of the players were enabling their teammates. Bobby did that on many occasions, Scarlett impressed as well. So overall, I'm looking at a Team UK that's completely unified. There's communication happening between those players, and they clearly know what they need to do and what they want to do. But still, numbers will give us just one conclusion in here, which would be the MVP of the game. And might be the obvious question in here, who do you think the MVP is, Hazza?
It's got to be Lime for me. Just a real staple piece of how exactly it is that Team UK played this. Had a little bit more freedom on the attack to play through some of those lurks. We didn't really see it out of him too much, but it was more on the defense when they had this concrete setup. We said before that France looks skeletal at times in the way that they'll use Sentinels to anchor certain parts of the map. But France just had, UK just had one clean brush stroke, which was able to cover the whole thing. My MVP goes to Lime. But that is it from us, at least on the desk for now. We've got a second map coming up. It'll be Morgan and Cairo to take you through that one. Not necessarily home territory, both teams on foreign soil, but Team UK taking all the comforts of their own map selection of Haven. We'll have Sunset for you when we return.
I shouldn't want you, I shouldn't need you, but I'm afraid that's not up to me. Cause when I hear you sing through my speakers, it's like my mind takes a hold of me. I've tried shutting you off for some time now, but I'm still hearing your voice in my head. Oh, I wish I was more than your fan now, and that your voice came from here in my bed. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, singing to me. You're in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, baby, in my headphones, making me bleed. You're in my
Speaking with Mr. Cairo right here, just before we went to the broadcast, about how I love his accent, how I love the Scottish accent of going into games. So, speaking of accents, we just saw a beautiful game from UK versus France. And speaking of the true display of talent, UK had a beautiful game, specifically after the side swap, Cairo. So, what are your insights for this game? What do you think?
You know what? I think that the strength that Team UK have is the strength in their flexibility. We've got to be looking at the likes of Lewis and like being able to play Julius Link, who previously was playing Julius in Polaris and stuff like that. And the fact that their comfortability of moving on to like flashes or an extra initiator, you know, I think that's probably the reason why I think that Team UK just have that slight edge coming out of Haven.
Yeah, you just brought a very good point that I want to speak about. When it came to agent selection, when it came to flashes and controllers and all that, we saw a major diversity this time in agent selection between both teams, because this time we've seen Team UK let go completely of the Sova, which is one of the most important agents in a map like Haven, because you need all that intel and info gathering. And despite the fact that their Sentinel was not a cipher for neural theft and cameras and all that info, no, they decided to go with the Sky. They decided to go with a double controller setup going into attacking side. On the other hand, we saw Team France going in with a very casual Haven setup. You have one duelist, you have Breach, a double initiator composition, which definitely helped the attacking side. But going into defense, UK's composition really made France struggle. That double controller made a huge effect. So do you think that Agent Select played a huge role, or is it just that UK was more ready for Haven than France?
I think Agent Select probably played a huge role in it. I think the fact that, like, when you think about all the way back to when they played each other in the group stage, I mean, they played, Brim, Sky, Cypher, Breach, and a Yoru. I mean, they are always, it seems if Team UK have always got something cooked up. They're always looking to play with their opponents. And how can you plan and prepare for what you expect when, realistically, Team UK, there's a good chance they won't play into that?
Yeah, UK really had such a good setup with their agents, and the fact that they had a double controller didn't really serve them well in the attacking side, despite the fact that with the addition of the Viper, you should have seen Buffy perform a little bit better with the post plant, with the snake bites and all that utility that comes in from the Viper. But we saw how effective it was going into Haven when it came to the defense side. Going into double controllers, essentially one of them, which is the Omen, kinda counts as a sub-initiator, all thanks to the paranoia and the flashes that comes in from that Omen, giving you an additional tool for retakes and all that. So, next map, what Asian selection do we expect?
I mean, it's gonna be a tough one. I guess like already seeing that double controller makes me think that this is what Team UK want to go down. So part of me is thinking that perhaps they've got something like that cooked up. But I mean, I don't know. What about you, Morgan? What are you thinking here?
Okay, what am I thinking? I think that for the next map, you definitely cannot give up Sova.
Yeah.
It is one of the most important agents in this one, but it is a map that definitely offers a lot of diversity when it comes to agent selection. And seeing how UK played, I can definitely tell that on the verge of individual skill, you had Lime and you had Lewis doing God's work for the rest of the team, because someone was getting above 30 kills, and that is Lime on a Killjoy, on an agent that is definitely not supposed to be shining with, like, not a duelist, not someone that you would say, oh, it's a duelist, it's a race, he's making all these crazy satchel and flashy plays. Guess what? Him and Lewis were alone, both of them able to score over 50 kills. So, putting aside agent selection, I think the only issue that France faced was that they were really good as a team, as a synergy. The utility sync was extremely on point, maybe perhaps even better than Team UK. But individually, UKs did not just lose a single trade or did not just lose a single peak. Any time that someone was unlucky enough to face the Vandal of Lime, they just met one certain destiny. Death.
100%, and I think as well to kind of draw on your point, like speaking about individuals, the fact that Lux9, a player who is meant to be the highest ECS in the tournament, a player who was getting ace after ace, you know, like fragging out and became this almost group stage monster. And you look towards that last map, and they were bottom or second bottom frag. Like, you cannot like state or even emphasize enough the impact that might have on the team. And again, it's talking about going from online to LAN and the effects that has as a player. And I feel as if for Team UK again, they have got stronger as a team.
Yeah, they have gotten stronger as a team, definitely. And this is something that I want to stop right here and ask you about. What do you think are the main aspects that teams like France that have been kind of struggling a little bit with their recent roster changes? Again, for Team UK, you have players with a lot of competitive experience, like someone like Link, for instance. Despite the fact that he was not really that much present in this game when it came to his assists, only 6 out of all of these flashy plays, and he also had just 6 assists and just 6 kills. But he is a player that has a lot of experience. I'm not sure who is UK's RGL, but you definitely have a roster that is made of players that have a lot of competitive experience. From Team France, for instance, I only know Nami because she was a player that played for Team Nasr and was definitely one of the best players in Nasr Ignite. This is a team that had won Stage 2 at Al-Majd series. They were really one of the best contenders teams when it came to game changers. So on both sides, you do have players that have a lot of competitive experience. What is the break point that makes UK able to utilize this better? Why are they better at utilizing synergy? What is their secret?
I don't know. I mean, I was hanging out with them last night, and they all seem to be having a good laugh. So, and I think as well, like when you think about how close the UK scene is, like obviously with myself being from it, and kind of like everyone chatting to each other, having a good time. Like everybody generally knows like each other and has played ranked together, and yeah, I think you've also got the aspect of like Lewis and Lime both being from Focus, you know, like I mean even reaching reaching like the heights of Valorant that they have. I mean Puffy and Scala, like you can't understate their experience as well from game changers. So I think that like when you have someone like Lewis, who is the IGL for Team UK, who can like bring everyone together, get everyone ready to go, and then you've got to like as you say, you sprinkle in Link, you sprinkle in the synergy with Lime, and then Puffy and Scarlet as well, who are good in their own right. And then it's crazy. I mean, you go on the other side for Team France, and yeah, they don't have any like clear tier 1 experience. I mean, Lux9 has been touted as the next guy up, plays with Zarant, who also is on a team with Brahms, you know, Nello, Nami, Vikaj, soon. These guys, just we haven't seen them reach that height that I guess someone like in Team UK has.
Yeah, it definitely plays a lot of role whether you have experience in tier 1 competitions or not. But also the synergy that Team UK have been able to build in such a very short period is absolutely massive. And I have a small off-topic question. Since you just admitted that you were hanging out with them, you are lucky to be in Spain. I was quite unlucky to stay here and watch it from my home. So I'm not envying you at all, Cairo. I do not envy you at all. I'm not saying that you're luckier. No. In fact, but since you got to hang out with all of these players, who so far has been, do you think, the most extroverted, the most outgoing player out of these, the most player that just goes out just as flashy as he is in game, just as flashy as he or she is outside of the game.
Bro, well, there's only one name that comes to mind. Lewis. Lewis is the funniest guy.
Lewis, okay.
Me and Lewis just sat beside each other while we were watching the Spurs game last night, and genuinely, like, just like being able to just stop talking and listen to Lewis just like talk, it is the funniest thing ever. The guy is like genuinely could be a comedian.
He can genuinely be a comedian. I know you kind of made me excited to meet Lewis even before I did.
Yeah.
And I guess being in a LAN, being on stage, being in front of a crowd, despite the fact that even if the numbers are big, even if they're small, even if you have friends there, even if there is no one that you know there, it puts you under pressure because you are playing in an experience and in an environment that you might not be used to. Now, most of these players, they do have some sort of LAN experience, whether do we come to local tournaments, whether do we come to global stages, someone like Link, someone like, just as you mentioned, Lewis and Lime.
Yeah.
So do you think that this is something that gives him, is it a pro or a con that you play in front of a crowd? Does it cheer you up? Do you think that it gives them additional pressure that they're playing in front of a crowd? It's a LAN, you're in a country that is not your home ground, so you're definitely not feeling very comfortable.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it's 100% a double-edged sword, and I think it matters from player to player, you know, like, I mean, I hate to say it, but Lux9, like, being in the comfort of their own home, it was, again, a monster. Now moving on to the stage, hasn't reached those heights. Then you look towards, like, people like, as you say, Link, who's been at, like, champions. You've got Lewis, you've got Lime, and I have to say it, like, Lewis and Lime played in more of the local tournaments, but it's almost like a cauldron of fire, you know. You have to come out the other side, dealing with people shouting at you, you know, like people screaming across a LAN hall. So, yeah, they are more than welcome, are more than happy to play in front of a crowd and hear those shouts.
You love it. We've seen crowds, and now we're seeing Asian selection. We have Team UK currently going again with the Viper on the same exact player, Puffy. Now the change is going to be made from Lime, going in from Killjoy into Ayoro, which is an Asian that you did mention before, by the way, Cairo, that they did play. And you said that they're very crazy with their Asian selection. I kind of know why you said that now. We have Ayoro highlight, and I think that's going to be a lock-in. UK are going in with a double duelist setup for this map.
I love it. Honestly, I do love it. Scarlet and Lime, especially with the Euro, has shown it time and time again. Fracture, bind, you know, it was a key staple for when they played through the Polaris playoffs. So I'm actually loving what they're bringing through.
Yeah, honestly, I'm someone that is a huge fan of Link when he was on the initiator role, and I have a small funny story, okay? Don't laugh, don't laugh.
Okay.
Like about 6 months ago when the ranks were reset, and I was playing my, what is it called? The games that you play in the first of the act?
Yeah.
I was kind of unlucky enough to go against Link.
Oh.
He smashed my head. Okay, I will stop fragging that game, but I swear to you, this player has the patience of a monk. When he goes on initiators, it's absolutely massive. I'm very excited to see him play again on another controller right now, which is Brimstone. It is not his main role, so I'm expecting to see Link maybe perform better than the Omen game last game.
Already, look at this. Wow, that's crazy. The pistol round already over for Team UK. Winning that out against France, and again something to talk about, that they played each other on bind the last time out, and I was 13-5, Morgan, like that is an absolute smashing, and Team UK already getting the best foot forward.
Yeah, it's already such a massive start for Team UK. Link able to get 2 shots alongside with Scarlet, and we see that they're not fully forcing. There's not a single Vandal or an assault rifle slammed from Team UK. In fact, that tells you one thing, that they're going to be looking for the bonus round. They're saving enough economy for them to be able to force an assault rifle, whether it be a Vandal or a Phantom in round 3, to not give France a chance to lick their wounds. A jump, peek, trying to bait here for Lime, but Vega doesn't need the bait, buddy. He's able to one-shot that one kill from Lime, and Link stays alive with the judge, goes Brom Brams. And Team France are now down to a 4v4, but look at the HP balls of Team UK. They're heavily down. Lewis is currently still alive, so he's able to get Link back to full HP, but Puffy, on the other hand, is going to be forced to play with 40.
Look at this, knowing that they're on low HP and playing with a bucket. Will they be able to come up against the Sheriff? Well, Puffy, definitely the officer in this town. A site completely closed down, and well, now you've got to be thinking about the B site hit as the players come out. Here comes the judge, the jury. Is it the executioner? It certainly seems to be the case as Link looks to shut this out. It's a done deal for Team UK. And there we have it. 4 on the round for Link. Insane.
You can see him smiling. You can see him happy. That is the victory triumph going on Link's face as he's able to get 4 kills with that judge. It was such a very worthy investment for him now. Able to get in very close with that Orbiter strike. And that is very bad news for Team France. By the way, you're going against a Brimstone that is almost 2 points away from his ultimate. That is huge. And one very sad news again, that Scarlet did not even lose his Marshal, and we're not seeing any force coming in from Team UK. Were you in their spots, you'd probably be looking for Vandals, maybe one of them for Lime, the current player playing Yoru. But no, in fact, they have major respect for France. They're looking to hurt their economy as much as they can in France in order to make sure that their economy is stable. They have to win this round, and not just in any way. It has to be a clean win for UK not to get these free weapon upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, France are such a powder keg of a round, and if Lux 9 gets started, it's going to be hard to stop them. And as for France, Team UK not really wanting to stop them, and that's really the reason why. They're trying to be cheeky here. They're trying to retake quick, catching players off guard, and still France being able to stabilise. They've lost Lamp's control. That's another thing to be watching out for. In general, Team UK are circling round, and Lime already putting a sour taste in the French team's mouth. The Vandals are working, and they're certainly working well. It's all up to Link, who, well, maybe before they were the executioner, they're now being put on the chopping block. 2-1. France being able to answer back with those rifles.
Yeah, it's looking good. At least 3 players still alive. So I did speak about a clean win, and I think in my book, yeah, that qualifies as a good win. You've only lost 2 players, you've kept 3 of your weapons. UK, they lost all of their economy, but not that much. Scarlet, on the other hand, able to pick up that Operator. I'm not a huge fan of Operator on Raze, but in defense side and bind, you can pretty much put Operator on any agent and it will work out. As long as you're comfortable with this weapon, in bind, it is such a huge upgrade to your artillery. And Raze kinda can get it done, because with the satchels you're able to escape. On the other hand, Buffy is gonna be quite unlucky to be in the hands of Lux. And that kill was sponsored by 2 people, buddy. Nello and Vega, all thanks to that guiding light. Scarlet is playing with fire, a very cheesy angle with the Operator. Not able to see that 2 players already passed, but decides to take a step back and clear showers for now, because there's a lot of hassle going in that spot.
Oh, look at this. They've set Lime up perfectly. The trio Seeker's coming through, and the thing is, though, it's only made Lime TP away. The players finally of France getting out, and it's just carnage. 2 players remaining on Team UK. Link nowhere near it. What can Lime do from here? Not much. A 1 versus 4 awaits Link to get back into this one, and I think this might just be a save.
That's a beautiful entry from Team France, by the way. You began the round taking down Buffy, untraded. Not a single person from yours, not even a single bullet was fired. The Snake's Bite was on point, coming in from Brams, making sure that Buffy is vulnerable, easily taken down. And now Scarlet had no one to hold that Operator. It was quite hard to take anyone down, had to go back, and then was taken down by the flashy plays and all these satchels going in from Lux. Now Link has no choice but to save. 1 point away from that Orbital strike. Might have made a difference if UK was able to hold a little bit more for him to rotate, but no. They died a little bit too early, and France, you can see their mentality already sparkling up as they take a second win from UK. And the bonus, UK were only able to get 2 kills, but France, they're looking pretty good. Able to even it out 2-2. And this is kind of a deja vu from the last half in Haven, by the way. Things were very close until Lime and Lewis turned on Ward.exe. Is it going to happen this map, though?
I mean, that's the question. I guess, like, with us being so early in the kind of match, like the economy still waiting to stabilise and see what happens between the 2 teams. Link's obviously got that hero rifle that they saved from last round. And when we talk about activation as a team, Team UK with that double duelist comp, you could argue, would be much better on the attack. As for now, they're trying to turn their defence into an attack. Lime finding Lux 9, a big player to shut down early doors. And 4 versus 5, it's now all about playing with that advantage, trading it down.
Yeah, Lux falls down, Caster's Curse. We spoke about him, and then soon as we do, Lux falls down. Quite unlucky, lost your only duelist. This might have not been an issue for Team UK if they were attacking side, because they do have Lime and Scarlet to trade both. A huge firepower going in for them, but there goes Puffy. You lost one of your controllers again. In the defense side, it will matter a lot, but as long as Link is live, as long as Link is able to get another kill, that orbital strike will make a huge difference for Team UK. Soon is also still alive, so he needs to get that interrogation going in, and neural theft. I guess someone spoke, and that is Buffy, telling him all the places of every single person from UK. And that is going to be the wake-up call of Team France. They know that A side is completely empty right now with only Lime waiting down. Goes down. Scarlet also killed through the smoke from Vega. She didn't even know that there was someone there randomly firing. Scarlet goes down. And now, again, to the same situation. Link is left alone in a 1v4. This time not looking for a save, though. And soon enough, just as the name says, makes him regret. France takes their 3rd win in a row, Cairo.
They have, and I mean, what a way to do it. Every player finding the frag, and again, as you commented, neural theft coming through huge. As for the ultimates on the other side now, we've got to be speaking about Link's orbital strike. You've got to be talking about the dimensional drift that Lime can bring out. So yeah, it's going to be good. On top of that, you're now seeing Link actually, rather than invest into a rifle, would rather invest in a judge and hold things close, specifically going to be Hookah. So this is France now having to deal up with a real tricky trap setup that UK are starting to put together.
Looking at it now, soon. He knows that you should be expecting some crazy stuff going in from Lime this time. Just as you said, the dimensional drift is ready, so soon as this ability is ready for the Euro, you know he's gonna be cooking something. You'd expect that the judge would be on his hand and he would swap that Vandal to Link, because the judge and Euro would be way effective, but no, Link is keeping up the same strategy that won UK the 2 rounds at the start of the game. A judge and waiting, nowhere else but window. Smoke gets thrown in right now. Camps it as usual with the judge, the classic Brimstone special. Trailblazer comes out from your boy Lewis, trying to gather some info. Here goes Link, eagerly waiting, very, very patient. Showstopper goes in from Lux, trying to clear that site. Tries it up, and he does get Link through the smoke. And now they know that window's clear, and that is going to be the planned call for Team France.
It's down, Lux 9, putting players down, 6 foot under. 2 players remaining, and Lime and Puffy, they need to rotate through CT. The save call's already been made. That's attacking half of them so far from France. It's been emphatic. I mean, the way that they're able to like get their way in, they're taking their time, the patience is unreal. And it makes UK start to sweat. You can see them, they're looking to mid-round. The Trailblazer from Lewis, I mean, and when they try to come back in quickly, what we're finding is the players are in position, Lux 9 in the smoke. So the question is do UK now start to try and play a slower retake? Are we going to see a timeout? Because right now UK have to ask themselves the question, what are we doing wrong? And at this moment in time, the answer is everything.
Yeah, maybe everything. So there's a timeout that needs to be taken right now from Team UK. You mentioned a very good point. They have to ask that question. What went wrong? And there goes the timeout. Coach Cairo called for it, and it goes in. They now have 60 seconds, or maybe less, in order to speak about what went wrong. And I think the answer to that might be Lux. Lux happened. That's it. 2 rounds in a row. He goes in, Satchel Blaze, 3K after 3K, making sure that no one stays alive in the site, and UK are forced to keep saving. Link and Puffy, always the last ones left alive. Not able to rotate, not able to make use of that orbital strike so far. And stuck with the judge, despite the fact that he was alive last round, but no. Not able to do anything with it because the showstopper of Lux did say hello to him, and apparently he was on the list of invitations to raise his party. Not something he would have wanted, so the site was left completely empty. And 4 wins in a row, definitely getting France's hopes way up than in Haven. They're looking way better mentally.
Yeah.
Way more ready for Bind.
And the proactivity as well from the defence, like, a few times it's worked out getting that entry. It's all about them finding their way through. I mean, what have they changed so far? Like, that's the questions that we've got to try and find out. As for this, the Viper now was always playing on A, but like now starting to set up one-ways, etc., to try and delay. You've even got the Viper wall now heading all the way on towards B. Things to be considering as for how the setup is. Lime again moved to B site as well, so heavier stack towards B and a more delay setup for A. France, they're going to be approaching showers.
Scarlet playing with fire here again. One peek after another, not gonna be able to take another peek, buddy, because Vega said no. But you check the corner a little bit too early. Nello pays the price, and there goes Puffy shining in with a triple kill on Vega and Brams. And the final target could be Lux, looking maybe for the ace. Puffy, it's your time to shine. As soon as the only one left alive, your boy Lewis. It's a quite unlucky fade, getting wall banged here soon. Knows that he's in a 1v2 situation. However, Link and Puffy not looking so good with their else bars. One bullet, more than enough to take both of their lives, but Snake's Bite not allowing him to go in and take that spike. Extremely low on HP, both of them trying to hit some wall bangs. He did take that call from his team that they're extremely low. Puts in the camera and time is ticking. Tick tock, no more Snake's Bite coming in from Puffy. That is going to be a safe way that he can pick up that spike, but wait, he didn't even pick it yet.
30 seconds left.
This gun's in the way, it's become a real issue, and now the Incendiary comes out. 10 seconds ticking away. Soon needs to find a way to get in towards Showers and even maybe find the two players. Oh, there's the first. Is there a second to find? Soon we'll get it and extend the lead. A great plan cooked up for Team UK, but soon I was able to counter it. Unreal.
Impressive play from Soon. You would have said that it's actually quite impossible to take in that spike from the grasp of two controllers. Snake's Bites coming in one after another, and an Incendiary coming in from Link. He just needed to buy 10 more seconds and waste his time. And again, what can he do as a Cypher if he's not going to be able to take in these gunfights? Because he knew that he had one currency that UK lacked. HP, sustainability. He had a lot of armor, he had a lot of HP, and both of them were just on 20, 14? One bullet would have been more than enough to end both of their lives, and he did take the risk. He knows he's running low on time, and again, you're playing against two controllers, Cairo. If he hadn't taken that risk, it would have just kept him waiting more and more with the smokes and the orbs. He knew when the call was right, and he went in. And apparently Lewis didn't really know when the time was right, because he only met Nello, and now they're down to a 4v5 again.
Yeah, the entry being found by France, and the one thing to know is that wall on the A site, it's not a luck wall, it's an interesting one at that. So we could see a TP coming through towards the other side, and UK actually deciding, well, you know what, if you're going to take long, we're going to go and take hookah, gain some semblance of a hold in the site, and that'll give them something to go off the back of. Trying to find a way in. France will do it. I know only two players left on Team UK, again having to rotate from the other side. I don't think they've got much in terms of weaponry. It's two sheriffs in their hands, so I imagine they'll be sending this one.
Yeah, two sheriffs and a dream, you got nothing to save here. Viper Spit and Showstoppers ready from Scarlet, but I don't think that you want to be wasting any of these two ultimates considering the current situation. France, fully up and ready, all of them armed, untouched, except Nello and Brams, the single bullet down to the shields.
Last player standing.
And he goes down by the hands of Soon, getting knifed. Not just losing the round by a close ace, but also BMing. It's not just a flawless round, it's a flawless with a cherry on top of the cake, getting knifed. It's looking very good for the French team.
Yeah, that's unlucky. Unlucky for Puffy. She's obviously not aware of what's going on behind her. But
Not aware.
Listen, it happens. And now let's talk about the ultimates. Well, shall we, Morgan? Because for Team UK, they have a plethora of what they want to use. And I can tell you something. If there's anything the other round showed us in terms of their trap play, they certainly have ideas of what they want to do in terms of using these ultimates.
Yeah, they have the ultimates, but I want to disagree with one thing. Do they have the exact idea of what they want to do? Because Scarlet just used that showstopper, apparently has no idea that Lux is waiting for her. And he takes her down. Soon as uses that showstopper, there's no party incoming because the party pooper Lux himself is here. One of the ultimates you spoke about, one of the most important ultimates actually, the showstopper is already down. Fiber Split already also wasted by Buffy. Getting very close to go down to the portal, all thanks to the satchels of Lux keeping him disoriented on the push. But there goes Buffy doing her best to try hold A short. Meanwhile, 3 players going through showers.
I know exactly.
The Neuro Theft is going to completely upset this Viper's Pit from Puffy. This is going to be a real issue, and there we have it. Sites infested with the French players. And Spike's down comfortably. Players are trying to be cheeky. UK trying to catch the players off guard, but they're just so aware, France. This defence on Bind has not been confident at all. And France put UK to the sword and proved that. Continuing to grow in confidence, France. And as for Team UK, again, we're still waiting for that answer.
Oh, Lewis, I think we cursed you, buddy. I think that the 20 kill bomb that you were able to drop in Haven is not going to be coming again in this time in Bind. Neither him nor Lime are absolutely doing their best in Bind, but something is just not working. France, they really stepped up their game since the last time. Lux, bottom fragging last game on the Jet. Soon as the swap happened on the Raze, you can see how much his performance stepped up going in right now into game 2. And by the way, Link has had this Orbital Strike ready for the past 5 rounds. And Lux now uses that showstopper. This time, Scarlet is not going to be able to stop him from going in because he takes a life away and goes back in with the satchel. In and out, Smooth Criminal playing in the background, 3v5. A single ultimate used, but 2 corpses down at the verge of B. And now, Lewis is stuck alone, waiting for the rotation coming in from Puffy and Lime.
The fake out being used by the Euro to play out the boom bot. With 3 remaining players, they're still forced to have Puffy on the other side of the map because they've taken long. Just on the sheer fact that they could TP at any moment. I think they are slowly making their way into B. Here it is, the France execute, Lime trying to stop it and certainly making a good effort of it. Now it's all about the rotation, the Viper player. I mean, usually you synonymise a Viper player with clutching up, but against 3 players, there's ultimates on board. I doubt it's going to happen, and it's a firing squad to finish it out. It is continuing to grow this lead for France. Again, like, what happens here? Like, fair enough, we're trying to make the argument that the double duelist on the attack will be better. But, I mean, Morgan, like, surely there needs to be some semblance of a defense, something on the other side to kind of have a foundation upon.
Yeah, I would have completely agreed that a double duelist composition is not going to be doing you a very good favor on defense side, but that myth was kind of debunked from the game between Turkey and Italy, where they had 2 duelists, and they still were able to win massively on the attacking side. I mean, on the defense side of Ascent, 10-2 was the score for them on defense side. So 2 duelists on defense side definitely makes your defense side way weaker. So we should be seeing UK doing better in attacking side. You have more firepower, you have an additional person to trade, you have more ways to enter the site. But that isn't the only issue. The only issue is that they're not able to use their utility correctly. The only issue is that they're being read like an open book from Team France. Again, Link has done that same exact move twice. It was only one time that he was able to win this round with a 4K in window, and that's it. France adapted really quickly. Brams getting a little bit too ahead of himself, and now Lime goes out of the portal, throws the TP, trying to bait, uses it perfectly, getting traded by Lewis. Lime getting traded 1-for-1, but so far so good for UK. They were the ones down in firepower, so it's going good for them. The trades do matter, and there goes the rotation. As long as France know that everyone is in B side, they know that it's clear, and now it's going to be safe to plant the spike and have UK go for the retake. But the site is completely in their grasp, Cairo.
It is, completely. Those upgrades will certainly help make things a little bit sweeter. The only issue is you're still coming in with a lesser utility. 1 guiding light for Lewis to clear out things. Snake bites, well, Puffy only has 1 now after using that 1 on screen. Nice from Lewis, excellent from Puffy. Now it's only 1. Nello has the ultimate as well. That Brimstone Incendiary is going to be great. He gets 1, but it's only going to delay for about 10 seconds. That's why the ultimate's infested. Panicking, Nello needs to peek out, needs to find the players of UK. But Lewis getting 3 of their own will help out. That's 3 for UK now. So there is at least something to have a foundation upon.
After 8 wins in a row from Team France, Lewis finally wakes up and says, that's enough. We've had enough. Maybe enough to activate the 9-3 curse, so maybe effective to make it 8-4 going into the pistol rounds after the side swap. If you're able to win, you could turn it into an 8-6. Say that you have a better next half. But Lewis before this round was 1-9, but fragging. Not doing really good in the sky, despite the fact that he was doing absolutely massive last game with the same exact Asian buddy. It was Sky in Haven.
I mean, at the same time, though, you've also got to be looking at the assists. 7 assists in, what, 11 rounds? That's just about 0.75 assists per round. I mean, that's still an excellent involvement overall.
Yeah, the synergy is really good. The aim, on the other hand, has not been serving him so well. But that happens. That's Valorant. That's all about it. And speak about aim, Lux punishes Lewis as soon as he does that jump peek. He says, not gonna be doing it a second time, buddy. They have a lot of credits left in bank, so he just takes one shot with the operator. There is no Sage. There's no one that is gonna be resing that Sky. As soon as she's dead, she's not coming back to life, buddy. Dimensional Drift also committed from Lime. Team France go in, jumping inside Puffy. Compromised, falls to the hands of Brems. And now, Lime comes in, Dimensional Drift ends in a very awkward timing. Very awkward timing.
Oh, it's an awkward fight as well. An awkward flash. It just seems to be awkward all over the place. As for the players though, they're having to try and flood out heaven and they've not thought about Lux9 wrapping round. There it is. Only one player left. A Scarlet is gone. 9-3 as the scoreline. But the question that I have for you, Morgan, is will the curse be activated?
Will they be activated? Will they be activated? Is that a question about UK? Will the will the curse be activated? Oh my god, the accent. I love it, Cairo. It took me a little bit of time to understand, but god damn, Scottish. I love it. Will the curse be activated? UK now going into attacking side. They have two duelists. I say... that's a hard question. God damn. Okay, I say yes. It is going to be activated. You have a double duelist composition.
Yeah.
If UK doesn't activate the curse with their current composition, if they're not able to do better on attacking side, and we go into game 3, I would love to see a game 3, to be honest. Again, it's a semi-finals game. Only one of them has a final shot to go against Turkey in the grand final of Spike Nations. So I wouldn't want a quick 2-0. Okay?
Yeah.
So, will the curse work? I hope not.
We've also got to consider the fact that obviously France on their defence, they've got the Viper and Brimstone as well as a Cypher. A lot of defensive utility to set up sites. Lewis though, being able to set up their team. There goes Vekaj, the opposite number, and now Brams at the back of sight, all alone. The Viper peeking out, giving away their position. There goes Lux9, the pistols really working out for the UK. Can Scarlet get it even better? Yes, they can. Only now the Brimstone peeks out. UK have this site under lock and key. It's up to Soon, and it's going to be soon to be 4. Excellent from the UK on the start of the second half, and what a way to try and activate that 9-3 curse.
Okay, wait. Can I take it back? Yes, I think the curse is going to be activated. Never believe me again, okay? I do take it back. Okay, honestly, for as long as I played Valorant, for my entire life, hey, I've been lied to because I thought that bind is supposed to be defender-sided, okay? But I swear to God, the way UK and France are playing, they make it seem like it's attacker-sided. Soon as they go into attacking side, the utility was just perfectly on point. Lime went in with that flash above the Viper's wall coming in from Buffy, and the Trailblazer was on point, compromising Nello's place, falling down immediately soon as he went down from All-In. Soon was also unable to put in any action because he found Scarlet jumping in with a satchel in her face. So, looking at it now, you can tell that UK and France are way more comfortable on attacking side.
Oh, Lime, the timing's terrible.
He gets to live.
Has to win this out and can't. Oh, this is going to get really, really hard now. 3 players to hold out a site. At least Scarlet's able to trade it out indirectly through utility. The players somehow make their way out. Look at your boy Lewis having to find their way into this. It's 3 versus 2 and the spike's underway. The incendiaries actually cost Link their own life. And the spike's just defused, as simple as that. UK giving up site control and France just walking through the front.
That incendiary was on point, Nello. Just on 3 HP, able to get that defuse. It was massive for Team France again. All thanks to Vega. Going in and trading your boy Lewis. And as far as I checked, Brimstone doesn't have a clone. Okay, so your boy Lewis just making Nello pass like this. Okay, hi. Your Brimstone passing that side. Okay, have a lovely day. Win again, goes back, kills Soon. Soon enough, pun intended, he meets Nello. Going on with just 3 HP, absolute Giga Chad moment, diffusing the spike, pros don't fake, doesn't care. Through the incendiary on CD side, knows that Scarlet cannot go in to prevent him from diffusing. Just 3 HP. 3 HP, but was able to get the diffuse. Now look at Scarlet. Very beautiful shot going into Nellos, but Lux, as usual, an absolute fire, gets another kill, Pain Shells. Throwing perfectly on point. Goes in against Lewis. Able to get that dig, but just a phantom moment keeps Lewis alive. And Scarlet now picks up a second kill against Suna. It's now going to be Brims and Vega against her alone. No time for the reload. Not that there's someone probably behind her, but no. Timing gets caught, and Brams takes another kill, and France are now 2 rounds away from taking us to game 3 on the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, the UK are put in a tough position. Do they give up 11, or do they try and fight for it? I mean, they tried, and France are just too strong. Coming right into this one. You've got the operator in the hands of Lux9, and we know exactly how good they can be. And the rest of them, rifles, judges. This is now starting to compound the pain. It's not painkillers that UK can take to try and get through this one. It has to be surgical. It has to be precise. It has to be done now. Starting things off with more of a slower round for the UK, and that's what we love to see. Them taking their time, understanding what the opposition that they're going up against, especially when they're on that lesser buy.
Yeah, you can tell now why France picked up Bind. It is their map pick, and you can see how far their performance stepped up. Going in from Haven, which was UK's map, going into a 13-6. They're way more comfortable on Bind on both attackers and defenders, able to get that extra buy round from UK right after they won the pistols. On point, just very accurately again from Lux. 23 kills. A huge performance coming in from that player. As soon as he swapped going in from Jet to Raze, you can tell how comfortable he is on that agent. And again, Raze in Bind is an absolute menace to play against when you're against someone who knows how to throw his paint shells. And Lux, he seems like an engineer. He just throws them perfectly on point each and every single time.
I think it's the way that they also can hold down lanes by themselves. A crunch coming through on long. UK trying to work together, and they do so perfectly. There's those upgrades. And also on top of that, the advantage of a player in your own hands. You can trade your way down, the paint shell's not hitting them this time. And the line taking out Brams. It's just surgical what we needed. And Lux9 having to run away with the op in their hands and accept the defeat of this round. France again, they're close tantalisingly to that 12. That would put the pressure right on the UK, but again, the fact that we're seeing these plans be created by the UK, there's a clear game plan. And yeah, I mean, there we have it. It's going to be 5.
Yeah, good news for Team France. They're able to get that operator. Bad news as well. I don't think the rest of the team has enough money in order to be able to be fully armed for the next round. Looking at Soon's credits and looking at Nello's, they're sitting at 450 and 600. It's either you sacrifice the shield, one of your utilities, or you just play with a casual weapon, whether it be a Spectre, a Guardian, or whatever you can afford, because the only weapon that you have in your artillery, wait, that's a lot of R's. In your artillery is gonna be the operator coming in from Lux. So they did save that operator, but look at the rest of the team. Sheriffs, and that's all about it. You do have 2 ultimates, Showstopper coming in from Lux, able to afford maybe an assault rifle for one of his teammates, but no, they decide to go for a full save. So maybe Lux can afford another operator for the next round. But look at the bright side. UK are very close to their ultimates as well, Cairo. Each and every one between Lime, Lewis, and Link are 1 point away from their ultimates.
Rams just awaiting, the players pushing them. Combining with the Viper Wall, obviously, the delay working out. And again, this slower approach that the UK are looking to try and implement, take their time, dissect their opponents and make France think. Already considering about dropping out to backside and just holding that. A much heavier stack towards 8. It's all about making these plans on the fly, something that Focus certainly love to do. There goes the operator giving away their possession. Line can't quite capitalise. The showstopper will though. And just look at that, Lux9's going to be healed up to full HP.
Yeah, Lux missed a shot. He was like, okay, I'll do it again. Missed another shot. He was like, you know what? Screw it. Brings up the bazooka. Goes ahead in the face of Lime. You dodge these 2 bullets. Now show me how you're going to dodge this rocket. And now goes in Scarlet. Double satchelating into the base of Soon. Lewis also able to get another kill on Lux. So we'll take down Lime. Takes revenge. Showstopper coming from Scarlet. A little bit of an overheat moment. Link holding flank perfectly. Takes down Nello. And despite the fact that the round started a little bit chaotically for Team UK, they lost Lime. But the firepower of Team France has not been doing so good. Vega with a beautiful fleck on Scarlet's head. Takes her down with a wall bang from that operator. But now you're left against an initiator and a controller. Not just any 2. Link still has that incendiary. Lewis has a guiding light. I think shortly could be having the second one soon enough. So it could be very hard to defuse, maybe impossible for Vega. Baits in with that spike tab, but falls down in the hands of Link. And UK get another round from Team France. But keep in mind that it was the Thrifty, almost a half buy, only with an operator and a single Phantom. And they were able to make it down to a 2v1. So, good news for France. Their economy's back.
Yeah, there's a lot coming out the back of that round, to be honest, to talk about. The fact that the last time they played each other on this map, it was a 13-5, so already the UK doing better. Also got to talk about the fact that the scoreboard, Lux 9, 24 and 10, really improving on the last Haven performance. And on top of that, again, like Lime trying to fake out B, I mean, was enough to have the go button pressed. And the sheer force was excellent. Here we have it, Dimensional Drift invested all the way through, clearing lamps, and now it's all up to the player's backside. And you look at the stabilisation here, the post plant. I mean, Soon's trying to get cheeky. There's trying to be a trap play, and UK have manoeuvred it perfectly. The rifles haven't worked for France. The plan hasn't worked out. And the UK, I mean, this is going to be a save round. It's number 7 for them, and a lucky one at that.
Yeah, the amount of info that Lime was able to get with that Dimensional Drift was massive. He was able to dictate to his team where exactly to go through and where are people doing what it goes. Because he went inside. He knows that there were at least 2 people in CT, goes in with a flash, decides not to take the risk, and he's like, yo, guys, we got 2 people here. That means that it's either one of 2 things. They're stacked in B, or you got everyone on Shower side. Enables Lewis to safely flash that one Link, also used Incendiary on the Showers. No one was able to get out, only to meet the grasp of Lewis with that assault rifle. And it was perfectly played by Team UK, a perfect use of utility. And again, you can tell that they're much more comfortable on the attacking side. Again, I don't want to be repeating myself too many times, but UK and France, they both have the same issue in defense side, disorientation.
Yeah, we are going to see that timeout come through. No wonder from France. Things have not been going well. As for UK, they're starting to find their groove, starting to find their rhythm. And I mean, they're guaranteed now, Morgan, when you look at the economy, to have a rifle round every single round until the end of this matchup. Whether that ends up being a France win or whether that ends up being UK, that's the way the numbers crunch. And as for Team France, I mean, the numbers are not crunching for this round. It's not looking great. There's people forcing into like rifles and light shields, and for the rest, our Lux 9 and Soon, we're probably going to have to see half buys, perhaps Bulldogs or Guardians. And sometimes when you get into those close engagements, they don't hit as hard as what they should.
Yeah, timeout coming in from France right now. And we know, by the way, how effective most of these timeouts are, because we've seen it last game, okay? As soon as the timeout was taken down in Haven, they were able to get quite a few rounds. And all thanks goes to PM and Tommy, the coaches of Team France. Both of them have very good experience. PM is a French coach. He worked with Carmine Corp, one of the most known teams in the French league and mostly in Europe. So you have some of the best coaches supporting France, some of the best communities as well supporting this team. There goes the timeout. Let's see if he was able to highlight anything that might get France a step ahead of UK, and we do see it into action. Link already falls down in the hands of Rems. They're now down to for a 4v5. Lime, as usual, trying to look and do his best to looking for the Dimensional Drift spam, but far away from it, buddy. Far away.
I think as well this is good information. You've already highlighted the Cypher setup towards A. And already with that trip being gone, France look to circle this site. A really nice response to the information being thrown their way. His Lux 9 peeks out. Lewis is just a little too late. Lime at least gets the trade. We're down to a 2v3. As for France, they need to try and get in and support the Brimstone. They can't. Nelo's caught out. The Seekers identify exactly where the remaining players are for the UK. The spike's still not planted. And now it's on the head, the shoulders of your boy Lewis. And lets it go. France finally move on to 12. They've waited for a long time. And with that being said, match point. The UK, at the very least, will have to push it to overtime.
Yeah, 5 more rounds for UK, not just for them to win. Nope. 5 rounds for them to be able to take us to overtime and deny France their chance at a map 3. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the V2, map 1 was Haven. picked by UK, ended 13-6 for them. And now in their favor, France 17 rounds have passed. 19 rounds have passed, sorry, I'm bad at math. 12 in the favor of France, Bind is their pick, and the decider is going to be Sunset. The most recent release map, a map that I don't think that both teams have been really frequent with, but it's there either way. It's not Ascent, it's not Bind, it's not Split, it's not a map that we're comfortable with, but it's left as a decider open for a reason. France barely misses that shot by the hand of Lux. You can see the amount of respect UK are putting right now. They know they don't want to lose or make any more mistakes, but it's already happened. The damage is already done. They lost their only smoker.
Yeah, it could be a big loss. The players looking to combine the utility. Scarlet escaping with 1 point of health. Stuck in the corner. I think France have an idea of exactly what lies before them. Taking their time as well, and you've got to be looking towards Lime at the other side of the map, trying to force the issue through showers on A.
30
Lux.
seconds left.
Waiting, carefully holding that angle. Now time is ticking, 20 seconds on the timer. UK, they have to make a step. They have to take the risk. There is no more time to waste. If they don't plant the spike, at least that one is going to be gone by default. Lux takes another pick up Buffy. Now it's down to a 3v3, and there goes Lime. Going in with the plant alongside Scarlet. Lux takes another shot with the operator that just doesn't miss. An absolute beast, and knows it's gonna be the final round if they're able to win it. Picks up the showstopper, and the show will stop by the hands of Lux as he takes down Scarlet, but now it's down to a 1v1 Lime. It's between you and Vega. One shot could dictate if we're going to another map or not. 7-12, each and every round will matter. Lime falls down to the hand of Vega, and Team France are gonna be taking that win, and we're going down to game 3. Sunset, the decider, and the first decider in the whole day between semi-finals and finals day. France are able to take us to map 3 by the hands of Vega.
Yeah, it's a hard one for the UK, but Alele Blues, I mean, moving on towards that last map, France certainly good enough to do it as well. I was actually surprised to see Haven go the way it was, not surprised to see Bind go the way it has. I think a big component for France's team has to be Lux 9. If they're fragging out, then that means things are going well for Team France. Going on towards Sunset, that's where my question lies. How is Lux 9 going to be playing, and who is Lux 9 going to be playing? A lot of, I guess, leniency towards certain agents, Jet, Raze, but what will they pick? That's a big question for me.
Honestly, Sunset, I haven't had that many experiences commentating on that map. I've only done it twice, and by as far as I can remember, not a single time have I seen the same agent pick twice, because the identity of that map is still new. We don't really know what's good in that map yet, or we don't really know what's bad in that map yet. We have not seen enough Sunset to be able to tell, oh, you really cannot get rid of Sova in that map, for instance. You really cannot get rid of Omen in that map, for instance. So it all comes down to the flexibility and the identity of the team. So I'm expecting a huge diversity in the agent selection in Sunset. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree about what we know is bad and what we know is good. I certainly think there's now a good idea through the off-season tournaments. For me, I mean, you've got to be looking at the Vipers and the double controller setups that we've been seeing so far. I mean, the Chinese Valorant scene have certainly been putting their own style on it. When we get into it, I will be interested to see like what the personalities are that come out of it, because I think that's a big component between of Sunset and certainly of these two teams. We've spoken about like Team UK. They've played the double controller, they've played the double duelist. Now heading on towards Sunset, what is it going to be? And as for Team France, it's been, I would have to say, like really standardised, something like vanilla for them. So whether that is the case, we'll need to find out heading in towards that third and final map.
Okay, and that is absolutely the difference between a stupid hype guy just like me and someone like Caro who watches a lot of Valorant. And I'm gonna take advantage of that, okay? Before we go into the next game, I'm gonna be asking you about all these agent selections. You said you have enough info, so I'm gonna be taking that into consideration. You've seen enough Chinese scenes, you've seen a lot of agents, seen a lot of stuff played. I do agree on one thing. Viper is definitely kinda very recognizable in all the Sunset games that we've seen. One of the most agents that are really good because of the close angles in the map that allow Viper for some really good post plan. The map is also extremely open, so we're expecting a lot of lineups coming in from Viper in that specific map. But before we go into Sunset, do you think that the next game is going to be close, or is it going to be one of these deja vus in the past 2 games? We've seen Haven end up in a 13-6. We've seen Bind end up in a 13-7. Are we getting any overtimes between UK and France? Quickly.
I don't know. I don't know if I can call the scoreline. I mean, there's one thing that I will say. I hope that Team UK can do it. I mean, I've got friends on the team. I hope I'll be supporting them behind in the stands. As for the scoreline, I couldn't tell you, man. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this next map.
Okay, yes, we're gonna keep up the bias with UK just because Cairo, I asked him before this game, he said that he really loved hanging out with Lewis. So Lewis, you've got fans in the venue and you've got fans on the desk. Cairo is cheering for you, and we hope you guys are also cheering for whoever you want to win, UK or France. That's the game that we're gonna be watching as the final game. We know who's gonna be facing against Turkey, so we're gonna be going on a very small break, less than 5 minutes, and we're gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you're bringing snacks, because we still have a lot of action. 5-minute break, and we're gonna be right back with you.
Welcome back to Spike Nations. We are live, of course, from GamerG 2023 in the IFEMA Madrid. We've headed down south as well. Apparently the Scotsman's gone. He's gone on his lunch break. Cairo is no longer with us. I am here filling in the gaps. Morgan, you got a chance to watch through that previous map. I started off the beginning of the series. Now we head to the decider. Where exactly do you see this one going? What were your main takeaways from that last map?
My main takeaway from that map is that Scottish accent is so good. I loved casting with Cairo. Huge shout out to that guy. Massive W. Now,
Nice.
another thing that I got from this game is that Asian selection really does play a huge role when it comes to the play style of the players. We've seen how far Lux was able to step up his performance from Jet, as long as I remember. In Haven, he wasn't really doing that good, but in that last game, if you were able to watch it, he was massive on the Raze. Getting 3 kills and 4 kills every single round, you can see how far it made a difference just by him swiping. Same thing goes for Lime. The roll swap that he did from Killjoy to Yoru wasn't really that effective. He was way less present on the map when it came to his utility usage, when it came to the dimensional drifts. You could tell that he was not really comfortable on the Yoru. On the other hand, I think that we're going into Sunset now, so Asian selection, again, I haven't seen that many players going to Sunset, despite the fact that Karu said that he's seen a lot of off-season events and a lot of games in the Chinese scene, for example, on that map. So I'm extremely excited to see if they're going to be going back to the main roles. Will Lime go back to the Killjoy? Will he go back to the Sentinels? Is Lux going to be sticking with the Raze? There's the question that I have.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. I think Raze is definitely a valid pick on this map. For me, when I look at the compositional changes on the previous map, the one which confuses me the most is that Team UK decided to double down. They wanted to play through that Yoru for Lime to pick up that role, when it was something they were sort of speaking about yesterday, that maybe they had overcooked it a little bit too much and caught themselves burnt. But here, yeah, we're now going into Sunset. Should be a little bit different. I'm confused because I remember coming in for the first map and Sunset was in the middle of this veto. So the fact it's left over for a decider does make a little bit more sense in my eyes as well, because of course, as you know, France beat Team UK in the group stages 13-6 on Bind. So again, repeat success, and now we head into a new selection entirely for this tournament.
Yeah, the fact that they actually went and swapped not just the Asian selection, but the entire team identity, because in Haven it was really beautiful when they played with the double controller setup. Buffy and Link had such good synergy, despite the fact that Link didn't really rack up these skills, but the assists, the smokes were always on point. And Lewis, you don't need to change the agent or the role, but you went and completely changed the team identity from not just changing the agents that you played, but also you went into a double duelist composition. You started on defense side, so you were not able to get that many rounds because you got absolutely smashed in the first half, ended in a 9-3. I think that if UK started on attacking side, they might have been able to win that map, because it would have been reversed. We saw how comfortable they were in attacking side as soon as the side swap happened. They took us to 7 rounds, 4 wins in a row right after the side swap, until France took up that timeout, and then they started stepping up their game when it came to react to UK. But knowing you're starting into defenders with a double duelist in a map that is kind of defenders sided like Bind, you did suffer. So do not make such a huge switch, whether not just with agent selection and roles, but also changing the team identity completely into a double duelist from a double controller. It really messes up your synergy. We could see that they were not comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think, you know, comfortability is paramount in this situation. It's a LAN environment. Naturally, that breeds a whole lot of pressure. And for players such as Scarlet, for example, this is a debut performance for her in this kind of environment. There you have quite a few players in there that have been in these situations before. Lime and Lewis immediately spring to mind for focus. I'm thinking Link and the international events he's been to, and that's something that myself and Kyra mentioned earlier. But even Puffy, for example, right? She played the Project Queens final recently, it's been a few months ago now, against Focus Sakura, and ended up winning that one. So a bit of an outlier in that sense, I think. And to just talk about the compositions as well, I think we're always expecting UK to have something fairly aggressive because of how many players on that roster can run a duelist. The fact that they double down is ultimately what comes back to bite them on Bind, I suppose, for what I was able to catch from the game. We're just going to have to see what that looks like on Sunset. I don't particularly expect them to be sticking to that.
Now, Sunset can go one of two ways. The fact that this map is left tells you two things. One, that probably both of the teams are actually expecting to play that map because they didn't ban it in the V2, obviously. I know I'm being Captain Obvious right here, but they left it open. That means they have something ready for it. The second thing is that it's a double-edged sword, because the fact that both teams wanted that map into action, the fact that both teams decided to keep that map in the decider, tells you that France is also ready for Sunset. So I don't think that this game is going to be one-sided. I think that they're both going to be absolutely ready for it, and I think that Sunset could essentially be the closest map in this series.
I think a big thing to mention here is going to be in terms of those agents, actually, if we want to sort of spin this narrative of compositional value, would be Nello's involvement. Now, I'm not too sure what this rotation of players ends up looking like, but something noteworthy, I think, is how good her Cypher looked. And with Sunset being a map where you rely on the Cypher a lot more than, you know, others, for example, I don't think you're really going to want to run a Killjoy here at all. And, you know, teams can go Sentinel-less, and we saw it on Bind, but I think Sunset does warrant that a little bit more just to afford some extra control. This could be a massive moment for her to really step into her own when we've seen her perform capably before.
Yeah, this is something that I definitely stand with you in. If you're comfortable with a specific agent, despite the fact that you're swapping the role, it plays a huge role. I mean, even if you're going into a Cypher, despite the fact that she was playing as a controller in the past 2 games. Wait, she was actually playing Cypher in Haven as well, no? Nello was not even playing in Haven. She just entered the last game. Yeah, she wasn't even on Haven, by the way. She just entered replacing Nami, if I'm not mistaken, who was going on the Omen. Switched the roles in the controller. So very good intel that we have from you now that she's playing on a Cypher. And I think Cypher in Sunset is absolutely massive. Requires in all these angles, gives you a huge control. And the first thing that comes to my mind when someone says Sunset is mid control. It's a map that has so many exits and ins and outs. If you're able to take control of mid market and all of these angles, it does give you a huge advantage. It's a map that you have a lot of operators coming in from both sides, because people are going to be taking these peaks, people are going to be greedy, people are not going to be waiting for any utility to come down in mid. Despite the fact that you have a Cypher, he's not always going to be lurking. Sometimes he's going to have to hold that flag, because Sunset is just so open. It has so many entries to each site, so Cypher is very crucial in that map. Yes, by taking Cypher, you do kind of reduce your post-plant power by making a sacrifice to the nano swarms and all that stuff, but he can prevent you from getting flanked at any point. So if you're comfortable in Cypher, take it. I'm pretty sure that it will be a massive addition to France.
Yeah, 100%. I can vouch for what you're saying there. I think as well, when you said that Sunset, it immediately reminds you of mid control, I think that's sort of like a yes and no factor, because some teams like to just, well, you know, to put a French spin on it, it's a policy of laissez-faire, to leave it alone, right? To not bother with that area of the map. Sometimes you see people just completely vacate it, right? You'll play like a deep top mid setup, but there's no real reason to be getting super aggressive. Some teams, you know, like to push down towards tiles, for example, pile the pressure on early. There are different ways that you can try and approach it. Maybe it's a more passive market hold just so that you have to cross. And again, that flank's something to be thinking about. So again, it's just more of how these teams look to try and approach that challenge rather than necessarily it being set in stone a way that they have to play it. Cypher, again, you know, like a necessary part of that. And while you are right, it does cut down on what your post plant looks like. This is a map as well where I feel like sometimes you have to be a little bit more aggressive when you go into an after plant situation, just because of the fact that the sites are like so open to be heading back in. France haven't won 13-7. That was the score from the previous map, just before the barracks updates. But we are in the pistol now, and if I count the dots on the top of the screen, I would tell you how many players are alive. But well, the match is live. The match is being played. We'll just have to see.
We skipped a bit, but we didn't skip that many rounds, don't worry, because if it skipped into a 13-7, it would essentially be over. So it's just a small bug that we have with the lower third right now.
Yeah, we're back.
We're into game. We're back into game. Now, you don't see the score, but we can tell it's a pistol round, so we're into the third game. That might be the final game for both. Oh, actually, it's not, might not be. It is the final game for UK or France, to whoever goes and wins and plays against Turkey in the grand finals of Spike Nation. So who are you vouching for?
We'll see. We'll see. Ever the face of neutrality here on the casting desk. But like you say, for one of these two teams, it's their tournament life bowed out. Everything on the line. Link finding the first pick, doubling up for his efforts. 2 huge entries into the site. And while Nami's trying to hold on, there is nothing that she can do. Powerless. Loosens the grip. UK first round slips the net.
Yeah, I think I kind of heard flawless. So as much as I know that there was not a single person dead from Team UK, and I like how you very diplomatically dodged that question, but I'm going to ask you again. Haza, is it going to be UK or France? And again, you have a head start now, so it's easier to answer. UK won the first round.
Look, I don't want to look.
All ears.
I think it's so hard, man. I don't want to be a fence sitter because I think whoever plays in the grand final, you either get that matchup of first versus second from groups, or UK with the opportunity to win both games, which would then mean they beat the two teams which beat them in groups. So there are some really nice storylines presented here either way. Naturally, a little part of me is going to want UK to win because it's my birthplace, but yeah, I couldn't tell you who is going to win. Well, for the sake of the argument, we'll say that UK are going to win this.
Okay.
Just
You're allowed to be biased.
Just to feed your sort of satisfactions there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit annoying. Say it, I know. Don't worry. On the other hand, I'm gonna go with France because we have Nami, which is an Algerian, Tunisian, and a mix of many Arab countries player that is currently playing for Team France. So it's okay. We're against each other. Yeah. We're allowed to be biased. It's okay. We have our own competition.
It's nice to see, man, because I think you look at a few of these teams as well as UK are just sort of going through the motions here. It's an eco for France, so little to be said really about how the round is playing. They're taking the duels and winning them. Another flawless round, in fact. But yeah, it's nice to see, you know, with a team like France, you've got Brahms, who I believe is Tunisian as well, right? So a few different sort of francophone regions where the people there, you know, speak French, and that we are getting some of this extra representation for the 6 nations that are in the competition.
Exactly. We have 2 MENA players going into Team France, so now you know why I'm biased.
Fan favorite, yeah.
I didn't want to reveal all my cards, but okay, you caught me out of guard. Oof, very sneaky. But something we want to highlight here is that Team UK, they got a massive round. Why? Because they had 3 Vandal forces last round, and they did not lose a single one of them. They've been able to keep all of them. It was a flawless victory. So when you look at the economy right now, both teams are equal. Light shields, yes, a few of them, but the only weapon difference here is that Lime has a Guardian. Every single one from UK is fully armed.
This is a ridiculously healthy bonus round for UK to be bringing here, right? 4 Vandals and just the 1 Guardian, like you put it. Slow creep into mid, passive play. Rotation already called by Browns. UK are definitely selling a lot of presence here right now.
Yeah, looking at it right now, Lewis is very close to the Seekers. Able to get a few kills in his first few rounds. Only 3 points away from that ultimate. Maybe a plant and 2 kills are going to be able to dictate the positions of France, which all of them are currently on light shields. I don't think it will make a huge difference. We're running 4 Vandals anyways.
Yeah.
Looking at it, the rotation at the map. UK are really taking their time in order to try and go on one of these rounds at this point. Okay, we're gonna ignore what happens.
We're good.
Scarlet goes in.
We are good, and so are UK. Good for a couple more kills. They've opened up the B site here. Still, Lux9 taking a while to rotate through. Lime adds another. Looking to move this into an after plant. It's open, pressed to the pillar. Great opportunity to play from main. They've got the contact to the spy cam as well. Incredibly well set up in this 4 versus 1, to which Lux has an initial answer.
Yeah, being left alone here in a 1v4 situation, the best you could look for is maybe try to hurt the economy of UK a little bit. Actually, a 1v3. Lime, actually 1 versus 2.5.
Yeah.
Lime's HP.
To be honest here, I don't really back Lux going for this situation. You want to hold on to the gun probably. I mean, the rest of the team's going to be broke anyway. He can give it a damn good go. Plenty of stall with utility. I'm liking the gate crash though. Gives him an escape route to finish things off. Can maybe lure in a couple of the UK players to go down to the spike. But when all is said and done, it is a 3rd on the bounce for them.
Yeah, beautiful round coming from Team UK again. All thanks to the double flawless that they were able to keep their weapons through. Link, I'm sorry if I celebrated a little bit too early, but the only one that gets to tell the story for another day is going to be Puffy. However, a win is a win, and an economy boost is an economy boost. Now, they've been able to get 3 rounds in a row. Deja vu of what France has been able to do to them in the last map bind. And we see a very early timeout coming in from France.
Yeah, I mean, something else to mention about this as well is because UK are on the attack, all of these spike plants, all of these, you know, flawless rounds are only going to add more to the economy that they're building up. You know, it's incredibly fragile when you're on the defender's side, so there are plenty of advantages they lose out on in that respect. And like you say, it's, your confusion now fully realized. UK have sort of prematurely called this timeout. I'm not really too sure what the thought behind this is.
Yeah, looking at it right now, I'm kind of surprised then why would UK take a timeout right now? Please tell me that this is something in the lower third. Because you won 3 rounds. Haza, Why would you possibly want to take a
Yeah,
timeout if
I
you're winning
think
3 rounds?
like this is something I was saying earlier as well. In terms of coaching staff, Pal is probably the #1 guy that you want for a mental boost, a mental refresh in these timeouts. So the obvious answer for me would be that he's, you know, just trying to make sure that the levels are maintained. I shouldn't see there being too many glaring issues, but perhaps there's something spotted which he wants to, you know, destroy at the root of the cause before it becomes a problem later on. This has also given France 60 seconds to talk about what it is they want to change, however.
Yeah, however, what they spoke about is now only backed up by 4 Sheriffs. Because the only one who is half-armed right now is Lux. The Vandal and Light Shield, the rest of the teams with Sheriffs. And as far as I know, France are quite good with their Sheriff gameplay. So I'm not too concerned about them, but I'm only concerned about one thing. Lewis has Seekers already ready, Hazard.
I tell you what, Morgan, out of all of those players, though, the one that I'd rather have the Sheriff is probably Lux 9. So we'll have to see if the Vandal is as good. Bit of rifle play there. And look at the tiles control already. France casting their banner over the entirety of the right side of the map. And now putting themselves in a mid position. They have a good idea where UK are, but they're not really in the best spot to be taking these fights. And Brams will lose his life for it.
Oh, just speed coming in from Lewis. Then if 1-for-1 for Vega, but Lewis is on point with that crosshair placement. Guiding light goes in, a perfect flash. Able to dodge it from the satchel, but Lewis says no one takes a 3rd kill. He's on fire, and he's back to the true Lewis, who is present in Haven. Again, 9 kills. That was a massive round coming in from UK.
Really important round to be taking. And just to take a sort of a sit back and look at these compositions as well, because, you know, we didn't have Agent Select, we didn't have a chance to really digest this. Lux 9 on the Yoru isn't something that we've really seen too much of. And it's interesting to mention as well, looking back comparatively at the last couple of splits of French challengers, Zerons were one of the only teams to run Yoru. I think Yoru was probably played, it was only like twice, if the statistics are remembered correctly here on my behalf. And both of those times it was Zerons, just because Lux is a pretty good Yoru player. We're also seeing Vikaj on the raise as a result.
I don't know about that. This is the first time that I get to commentate on Lux. And judging by the Yoru gameplay so far, I've been able to maybe say I've drawn a little bit more likability to his raise. All these flashy plays and all-ins with the satchels. I'm kind of leaning towards the raise more. Speaking of raise, Scarlet goes in bumping. The double satchel only to meet the grasp of Nami, who's able to finally get her first kill. Followed up by Lux, falls down to the hands of Lime. Soon also dies too soon, pun intended. Showstopper going in from Vega, but the only shot that is going to be stopped is Vega's double satchel, and now it's down to a 2v2 between Puffy, Lime, against Nami and Brems.
Here is Lime, finds the first of the 2 kills, and there's time to play around with here. The bank not button into just yet, but when Lime peeks out, he's going to find the kill for a clutch. Such a big round. Team UK keep on rolling forwards, and France cracking underneath it all. Those gaps really starting to show themselves now. 5-0, and even with every advantage, they toss it away and are yet to register.
Okay, Haza, I think that you should give your PayPal probably to Team UK because you're such a good luck charm to them. You were there in Haven, and the exact same thing happened.
I was
Lewis
thinking it. I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking it, yes.
Okay. Team UK, if you guys are watching, give this man a raise. Soon as he came on the casting desk, Lime and
I was
Lewis
gone,
again.
and you casted Bind, though, and France won that. And there is plenty of oil left in the lamp right now. Lux finds an opening kill, and look, he's straight out of there. There is no refrag. Puffy is gone. All of that scaling that you want towards A, nothing to be found of it. Lux won't stop. The guy simply will not rest until every UK player is down and France have their first. They're looking damn near close in the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, Nami's very low on HP though. Only with 5. Not able to be with Brams anymore, but look at Brams, speaking of him again. Able to find a perfect flank, and I told you about this in Sundet. If you just put an eye down to a single corner at some point, if Lime is dead, if there's no one to keep track of who's coming and treading behind you, this will create an entry for Brams. He saw a chance, he didn't miss it, and finally breaks the 5-win streak coming in from Team UK with the first round for France.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this double controller comp that UK are playing here as well, similar to what we saw on Haven. And I think something to note is that when Puffy is going down early in some of these rounds, you just lose so much map control off the back of it. Or at least creating a few more question marks in those spaces. This time they're going to force the issue. Couple times that the A players have looked to activate. Quick 1-for-1, headshot taken. Vekaj trying to make an exit. Lewis unable to hunt him down behind his teammate Smoke.
Yeah, unable to get the trade here for Scarlet. However, Rams is already dead, so you traded one of your duelists. I mean, sorry, one initiator to one of the duelists of the other team. Again, Vega's still alive, but they still have Lux. Nami also falls down. You're now forced to play and retake sites if the spike is planted without smokes. That's the only controller you have. This is a luxury that UK can afford, but France cannot afford with losing Nami here.
Oh, Lime has managed to completely dodge this dimensional drift. Still in position to cut out the flank. The Euroult came in to try and clear after he made such a big dent in towards top mid. And the finishing blow onto Vekaj puts Lux in a 1 versus 3, which he simply cannot win. So many aspects to his game. Clutch not one yet tested, or at least fully realized. And there we go, UK restore order, finding a 6th and maintaining that gap.
Impressive play coming in from Lime, able to tread carefully behind France, and again, Soon is not able to hold these flanks at all. Peeking every single round, dies. And now let's take a look at the ultimates. You have 3 ultimates ready from the Shadows on both sides. Neural Theft also on both sides, but
yeah,
Scarlet, with that showstopper, only on one side.
I think something really important to mention about that last round in particular is this little meta game which is starting to appear towards the A side of the map. UK haven't really been touching it, so they forced the issue there to sell that presence, push the defense all the way back towards elbow, and then scale into the B play. This time it's more main warfare. The extremities tested, Soon finding the first, and that's the kill that they really needed in and amongst all the rest.
Beautiful crossfire coming in from Lux and Soon, a perfect cover from them both. Scarlet not able to find any value from that showstopper as well. We might be going to a first flawless round coming in from Team France, all thanks to Lux. By that Euro play, going in with Soon. This time they were able to take control of B main quite carefully. And UK have not been able to do any damage to them. It's a flawless coming in from France.
Yeah, you can see even on the cam there, Lux, deadpan, still yet to show emotion outside of the server. Cold-blooded killer, double digits already, going blow for blow with Lewis. And I think, you know, he'll probably feel pretty critical of his performance coming out of this if France aren't able to secure the victory. Important round, though, where you see Soon using the Cypher setup, and you also get such a big kill onto Puffy outside of A as well towards the garage. I think, again, it's just about alleviating that pressure and knowing when to take your timings, when to be proactive, and France have got that spot on in 2 of the last 3.
Judging by what's happening with France right now, you can tell that they're stepping up their game, and UK, correct me if I'm wrong, they just used both of their timeouts. If I'm not wrong, you were able only to use 2 during the entire game. And you can tell how much they're putting effort to try and get as many rounds from that attacking side. It's 6-2. They lost just one round. After the past one, and they fired the second timeout. And the first one was taken after they were already 4-0. So you can tell that they're doing their best in order to win as many rounds in the attacking side. They know that the defense with the double controller is going to be way easier to play against Francisco.
It's an interesting situation. Not very often, in fact, probably the first time ever I've seen 2 timeouts used in 8 rounds. Not least from the team that are leading at this point in time.
Yep.
Brams again going to try his luck on this play. Puffy the first forward. There are 3 players on the opposite side of both smokes. She'll tread carefully though and ultimately disengage.
Yeah, Neural Theft is ready for Lime. You don't want to be the first one to peek, buddy. One kill comes up. Someone is gonna talk and someone is gonna give him that info, and it probably might be Nami. Link still alive with that Vandal, maybe not able to give Lime the upgrade because Nami's dead in a very awkward spot in the middle of the site. They decide to go back because they know the rotations are gonna be going, but look at their map rotations. The spike is now within the grasp of your boy Lewis. Held by Vega though. If Vega's able to get a good trigger discipline on them both, maybe that spike and their round will turn.
Really wondering what the mid round is going to look like here from Team UK, because the Seekers come out for France, so they get a little bit better idea of sort of putting this picture together. They knew that those A players had fallen back, France. Now they're looking to try and re-clear. Some information will go, but we're into the last 30 seconds here.
Yeah, they have to make a move.
30 seconds
Lewis
left.
has his trailblazer, immediately spots Vega here, not able to get down a kill on him. Paint shell thrown, and just as you said, it's only 30 seconds, so they have to make a move quickly, and now they're challenged by time. They're now within the grasp of France.
Util buying a little bit more of that. 3 versus 2. When the dust settles, Lewis finds a kill to extend the man advantage to a second. Spike is down. Soon's got his first though, and with the hat off his head, he's in the hot seat for a clutch. First ping comes out. Crossfire, Nonov. The awareness is there. The Seeker's coming through. Boombot as well.
Seriously?
A zoo full of animals and robots cast onto position. A cage to maybe try and isolate a single fight. Gets the first and wins it. Now onto the spike for a half defuse. Scarlet feeling the pressure. It's coming all the way through.
No,
it might be
know.
a full stick.
She doesn't know.
And she's not managed to pull him off it. And even after then, Soon gets it done for a French third.
Scarlet thought that she would have had him with that satchel. Didn't hear the second tap, and she was like, oh, he's probably not defusing, but soon, you know what they say, baby, bros don't fake. You committed as Seekers for a single person in a 1v2 situation, and you know it was kind of an overheat moment from UK, probably using that ultimate for one person, but they wanted that round desperately, and they don't want to make France win a single round, but Soon was like, you know what, I don't care, throws the cage, goes in, gets Lewis, and Scarlet didn't have enough intel, so she thought he was done defusing with that satchel.
Yeah, it's so unlucky.
Watching
Just sent him back into the corner instead, rather than pushing him further away from meeting that end. Even then, not a single peek taken. Plenty of faith in the play. But to have that kind of confidence, not to go for it, you've also got to respect a player in her position. Here, though, falling like flies. A kill towards either end of the map puts France in great stead for finding a fourth.
Yeah, my cats are a little bit excited about this game. And so is Nami, going against Scarlet and Link. Taking down 2 players, absolutely massive. It is just a thrifty round. All thanks goes to Soon. And Revenge will be coming 6-4 instead of 8-2. And that is the butterfly or the snowball effect by a single round, taking by a single clutch, by a single player. Soon, who soon enough is able to moralize France again, getting them back into the game. And now we're down 2 rounds before the side swap. But that round, holy moly, imagine if France actually gets it into a 6-6. You can tell that it was almost a 4 or a 5 round difference just because of a single play.
Yeah, I mean, it can really make a world of difference. Important picks for them to be finding, but now we come into the gun round, Morgan. This is where we need to be placing our importance. If UK aren't able to pick this one up, you are ultimately playing to find a 7th of the remaining 2, because the money shouldn't be there for them. Spike plant would certainly help in that endeavor. And you can see, first time that we've really seen them just slow creeping up. France making moves towards the opposite extremity. Not fully rotated into this play just before it hits the site.
Yeah, a little bit too excited, Lewis here. Doesn't even matter, he's able to get down Lux. Scarlet, extremely low on HP, no time to lose the rejuvenation coming from Lewis. And Lime goes in, takes down Soon as well. Neural Theft knows their position. Vega with a perfectly thrown pen shell grenade. Getting ready to go in with the showstopper. Only has a single satchel, spots Buffy. But on a very sticky situation, surrounded by each and every member of Team UK, Brams is now left alone in a 1v4.
Spike
Safe.
planted.
No, plenty of money to work with, Morgan. He can throw the whole kitchen sink at this if he chooses to. Brams, the brother in arms, the captain of the team, inside the snake mine. No, it's going to be enough to take him down. Was already incredibly low. It's a hit and hope at best. A shot in the dark
Last
to find
round
the
before
5th.
the switch.
UK now confirming their advantage on this first half.
Something about these 2 teams tells me that I'm really bad with throwing my utility. Bro, every single time someone throws a snake bot or paint shell grenade, it's an immediate bonk on the enemy's head. They just know exactly where they are. And speaking of which, and speaking of knowing where they are, Lux now has the dimensional drift. Showstopper and from the shadows, everything has to be committed to the final round before the side swap. Team UK, they also have Buffy's Viper Spit to keep them happy with a pretty nice post plant. And both Skies are 2 ways away from their ultimates.
In terms of what UK did a brilliant job of though in the previous round is keeping it simple, walking up as a team, playing off of one another, finding the picks in the site. Akash, early pick. Lewis down in mid. Boombot to try and re-clear this or at least push him further away. Lime with an entry, however, and now Brams is the sole defender of the A site and in a whole lot of hot water.
Yeah, they lost Lewis a little bit too early.
Huge.
lost him a little bit too early. Showstopper also coming in maybe from... Okay, there is no Seekers coming in from both sides. I wish I didn't call it. I think I cast both of them. Scarlet. No, 2 points away from her ulti. From the shadows from Link could come in for some info gathering on A side, whether do they commit or not. Just as I say, Link, he goes in. It's a very good corner. Pain Shell to clear that angle. Allow for a defuse. And maybe a plant, Showstopper coming in from Vega. Takes down Link and soon takes down Lime. No time for plant. Scarlet. Everyone is down as France takes another round. And now we're down to 7-5. A very, very close half.
Yeah, I don't know how France were able to turn that round on its head, to be completely honest with you, Morgan, because it was a 3 versus 4 situation. UK really well set up to take that. You see how they create so much pressure towards elbow, it forces Brams to go back, and then the alarm bells are ringing because after the trade comes through, they're on the complete other side of the map. It's an intelligent ultimate from Link up in towards the site because they had some IV control. They knew that you could only be on a really deep angle to be holding him there on the boost. So they're already in towards the plantable area. However, the retake was just so clean. And now we see it 7-5. UK, after being 5 rounds to the good, I think will be a little frustrated with how those last few rounds have panned out.
Yeah, now we're down to the comfort zone of both teams. The team that has the double duelist is now going on attacking side, aka France. And the team that has the double controllers, aka UK, are going on defense. So that's a lot of utility and a lot of firepower on both sides. I think both teams are really happy with the side swap now. France have been able to take 5 rounds with the double duelist in defense. That's a massive win, if you ask me.
Oof. This setup from Lime is disgusting. The camera's an ankle biter. You've got
paparazzi.
some... you're watching over the street. Here is Lux ready to make the catwalk, strutting his stuff. It's a quick pop, and the information is gone early on. Little re-clear into mid. 2 players walking down tiles behind France.
He's acting as if he knows nothing. Cage trigger. You can definitely tell that they're behind him. Pain Shell gets thrown into that corner. Doesn't land enough damage on Lux to take him down with him before he dies. You now know that Lewis is coming, all thanks to the tripwire soon. The spike is planted for Team France regardless.
They're going very slow on this flank as well, not trying to fully give it up despite the utility getting taken down. Nami stuck in the corner. Link collects. Another in his stride. Lewis with him. Everything coming together as UK flood back in onto this retake. Quick smoke to the spike, and Brams is in no man's land. He'll be heard crawling over the hills before he's even made his reappearance. 3 players to face, which closes out for a UK 8.
That rounded and ended up really quickly, and it escalated extremely quick. Wait, correct me, but it was 4v5 for the advantage of Team France, right? Why did it seem like it was UK that had the member advantage?
It's just the way that they played it in their pairings, right? When it came down to those post-plant positions, France were incredibly isolated. Nami was in a tough spot. Lux fought elbow solo. Both of them go towards Team UK, and while there maybe wasn't the most trade potential for them themselves, they get away with it, which is the most important aspect.
Synergy.
Exactly.
That's the one word to sum it up.
I even found it crazy with Lime's position towards the big box in sight that the nade, overestimated by Vekash, lands directly on his feet for the off angle that he was holding instead of just being able to tuck and play his life. So look, plenty of factors going towards France there, but still they don't find it. They force into the next. 3 Spectres in play.
Thank you. Took it from the tip of my tongue. They did force over here. So if France takes that win, if UK do not know that they're forcing, this could be a double-edged sword. They do not know that you have weapons, so you have the surprise, the factor of surprise, or the aspect of surprise.
Yeah.
In your favor, France. But if you lose this one, you will be heavily punished for another round where your economy will be absolutely massacred by Team UK. So it's high-risk, hard-reward gameplay. So far, it's not seemed very rewarding for Team France. They lost 2 players already. Both of them which had fully forced, keeping up nothing, saving nothing as well against Link. He takes up that Spectre for himself. He was playing with the Sheriff. And now Brams and Vega are down to a 2v5. That round will hurt France in the long run.
Ended.
And it will. Link, brilliant timing through mid, set up by Lewis's Skydog. Lux caught digging into his pockets, and France being handed a hefty bill on this round. They forced in. It doesn't look to have paid out, even if Brams is able to recover the spike from this position with a nice first shot. I don't think there's a possibility for the round to come through. It is an impossibility, in fact. Lewis makes sure of that with a 9th, and UK already on a trajectory to find double digits.
Man, UK with their timings.
Here.
You would hate to play against that team. Each and every single time someone holds a satchel, the Yoru tries to put up a clone, Link comes in and like, hello. Did I come at the correct time? I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're about to be dead. Every single person for France this game has been, I mean, this round has been quite unlucky with the timings. And now they're down to 5 Sheriffs and Light Shields. Just as you said, that Bill, that investment wasn't really worth it. Now, they're down to 5 Sheriffs. Again, the fully upgraded artillery of Team UK with 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and a Spectre. And all of them are running Light Shields except Lime. But one major difference is that they're on full utility. France, this round is going to be quite hard to play out.
I'm liking the cycling of utility here as well. You see the dark cover dropped, and then Link uses his paranoia to clear out that space in front of it. Buys a little bit more time for UK. Lime looking to peek off it, instead falls back to the setup. Spotted tucking into the right-hand corner. Vekash misses the nade again, but still, it plays to his advantage. Lime is down, 4 versus 4. Few and far between in terms of upgrades for the players on the site. UK looking to put pen to paper for their 10th though.
The green net was thrown from left side, but they're a little bit too attached to it. Vega! With God's work here, keeping players alive. But Lewis and Scarlet are still alive. That means that France's chances are still alive. Lewis gets a 3rd kill. Knows where Soon is. Knows that he's heavily damaged. Needs 1 bullet and exactly falls down on his head. Lewis is able to get a 4 kill to clutch it for Team UK and get another step closer for their match point. But no, still 2 more matches away from it. 2 more rounds and now Team UK get a beautiful win, all thanks to Lewis, despite the fact that it was not in their favor for the start.
Yeah, UK doing a great job here in the retake in terms of communication after losing out some of those fights. Players were low. Lewis sealing the deal, nailing Soon with a headshot. And yes, Scarlet in support as well, making sure that the defuse is cycled to get those ultimates built up. And this has to be something that is said about this team. UK only fielding 5 players for the LAN due to Solcas's illness has meant that they can just stick to the roles, they can stick to what it is they want to do, build up those reps and feel so much more comfortable as a team in retake situations.
Speak about being comfortable. No one is more comfortable than Lewis and Puffy right now. They both are very close to their ultimates. 4 points away, Puffy. Not very close, but actually close. Almost more than halfway there, okay? Don't judge. Lewis, on the other hand, that 4 kill really did play a huge role in him getting that ultimate really early in the rounds. Now, France, they cannot afford to lose this round. Most importantly, they cannot afford to lose neither Vega or Soon before they both cast their ultimates. France using that clone, but no, he's able to get it before it hits the tripwire. Massive.
Yeah, and with the current buffs, you need to destroy it thereafter anyway. Vekash leaving a trail of gunpowder behind them. A nasty scent, not easy on the nose. Puffy taking that one to the face herself. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Those players are late to the party on the UK side. A lot of ground to be covered. Lewis has the utility to get it done, but a tall order presented if they want to snatch an 11th.
Yeah, lucky enough, Link still has his paranoia, and he's getting a secondary flash in about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So if they want to commit, it's actually very doable. Nami doesn't have her paranoia ready. You're out of flashes. You have nothing to help you retake that side. You only have a Cypher cage, and that's all about it. Tries to maybe go on for it. Lewis peeks. It's very possible for UK. Takes up the first. Throws in the guiding light, but maybe cancelled it. And Vega throws the paint shell, but Link is going to be taken down by the paint shell of Vega. Again, getting another 4K for Team France and keeping things intact. What a beautiful round from both of them. But Lewis, had that Seeker's been used, probably the fate of UK in this round would have been different.
Potentially. It depends how you work it. I think they were somewhat aware after not seeing any initial presence that it was a much deeper post plant, that they were just looking to run down the time there, France. Those are the 2 agents that you want in your retake though, right? All of the sky clearing utility. Link on the smoke as well starts to raise a few heartbeats, but no palpitations that'll go off on the radar. Difference of 4 rounds now between the 2 teams, and UK have fallen on hard times yet again.
Yeah, the economy for Team UK now doesn't look so good, Hazza. A little bit worried. Yes, looking very good with their ultimate points and utility. Everything is up and armed, but weapons are not so good. Not a single assault rifle on their side. Just a bulldog, a lonely bulldog on Scarlet. This one doesn't bog that much, apparently. Scarlet waiting carefully.
Lime only has a classic here, trying to play off of his own utility.
That's nothing.
Absolutely no chance. UK making sure that it is the fullest of investments that we see in the next. Soon throwing out the neural theft just to confirm these player positions as they get very aggressive towards CT. Vegaz finding a couple, Scarlet just the one. The consolation, the sole star in a darkening sky as France continue to surround UK.
I know exactly where she is now, Puffy. Make that choice. Save the man, little doy, go away. Zero utility left except 2 snakes bites, and bad news, you're not on the attacking side. You're not able to keep it going now to prevent that defuse.
Portal
You're on
closed.
defense, you're the one that has defuse. However, gets another kill. Hurts France's economy a little bit. Not enough to prevent them to have assault rifles in this round though. They're gonna be fully armed again. And Team UK, I think we might be seeing a naked AWP given from Lewis to Scarlet. If they want to take a risk, because it was effective for France. Remember when Vega bought an AWP that nobody expected? Okay, UK doesn't want
A naked op, I've not heard someone call it that before. I know people were joking, though, as Lewis was the last player to buy there yesterday, that the Spike Nation shirt he'd been given didn't quite fit him. It was a little bit tight, perhaps NSFW in a different way. He'll be rocking the hoodie on stage for this one, I think, something a little more baggy.
Hey, that's not what I meant.
I know, trust me, I know. We'll have to see here, though. Another big round, one where an op could make all the difference. Instead, it does come down to those rifles, and Luck's first to face is the first to fall.
Lux goes down. A little bit scared about France's future in this round, as he's always been one of the most effective players alongside Vega. But that's the beauty of a double duelist composition. He lost one. It's okay, we still have the backup. Might be able to follow against Bramson, by the way. Vega used the showstopper 2 rounds ago and already has it ready again if he gets one more kill. Seekers goes in. Your boy Lewis able to get another kill on Vega. Falls down. Now he's down to a 3v5, Hazza.
The timing is absolutely everything there. Lewis gets caught through the side of the Radianite crate. Lime again with this impactful cam. France had been making a real effort to dispose of it round after round, but they've taken quite the time to do it on this occasion. 4 versus 3, numbers for UK. Interesting to see whether they'll look to sacrifice the plant here or not. Already, their cue to make entrance has come through. A single casualty, only Nami remains. And nobody left to tell the tale. UK up to 11, 2 rounds away from making it to that grand final.
2 more rounds for UK. The ones who are currently sitting at the throne are Team Turkey, waiting for whoever wins from this series, which is so far likely to be Team UK. France have not used a single timeout. Maybe it's time for one of these guys. Hello? I think we need a timeout. UK has used both of their timeouts in the first half.
Yeah. I mean, look, maybe
it's
France are waiting for UK to use the timeouts for them. Maybe they just sort of misplaced the button. It's not bound on the keyboard, which is a complete lie anyway, because you type /timeout in chat or you press the escape key and you click the button. But hey, a man can dream.
No timeouts, Hazza, no dreams.
No.
Because the only thing that is real right now is the ultimate status of Team UK. They have 5 ultimates ready, brother.
That's where the spacing becomes so important. Lime cuts the sentence short.
Fire in the what?
Not getting a word in edgeways. Zipped tight. Key thrown out. 3 versus 5. And again, UK coming into a retake with player advantages.
Fuck. That's all we're gonna know. We're not gonna hear fire in where, fire in who, fire nowhere, because Vega goes down. And now soon Brems and Lux are the only ones left alive here with a 3v5. And all these 5 players, even more sad news, are carrying their ultimates. A beautiful flash coming from Lux, tries to trade it. However, Scarlet is very committed with a showstopper, takes down Brams, and Soon is the only one still left alive. A beautiful spray coming in from him. Takes down Lewis, and Scarlet is now down in a 1v2. No more utility to keep him defending the defuse. Gets a third kill, and maybe with the spray, Soon can do it. Link is gonna be pushing through the smoke, and this one is gonna be coming in from Soon with that flick. In a 1v4, the name does stay to his beholder. It's too soon for us to celebrate, baby, because Soon is still alive, and he takes it for France.
Man, I love that from you. Yeah, Soon says it's never too late. A 4 versus 1, I believe it was. Yeah, 4 versus 1 clutch. UK. I mean, if they can't close out now, then they'll be left to rue this mistake. Link pushing his own smoke. Soon just so aware of the situation as it unfolds. Custodian of the clutch. That's 2 now that he's picked up in this map. And I tell you what, Morgan, if he hadn't found both of those, this map may already be over. We might be already looking towards that grand final.
Man, What a beast!
I think we would. I think, yeah, this map, this series would be done if Soon hadn't found those last 2 clutches.
Yeah, it would be done for so many reasons. One, that France now wouldn't have the luxury to buy any of these weapons, but essentially they won round all thanks to him. 2, UK would be fully armed, up and ready, and they still have 2 ultimates ready for them from Puffy and Link. So, essentially, all thanks to him, if France actually wins this series, we're gonna go back to this round and we're gonna be like, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't care about what's in the leaderboard. I don't care about who's top fragging. It all goes down to this beast.
It's not even just this round as well, though, and that's the point that I'm making here, Morgan. It was
Exactly.
a 3 versus 1 earlier in the map as well, even to clutch that one out against Scarlet. Such thin micro, the difference. Finest of margins.
Ah. C'est la vie. C'est la vie, brother. He knows exactly how to get
on
these
to the
rounds. Andale! Puffy now goes in. But that snake spine prevents Lux to go in, but he has to kick crash. Takes a wall bang and a little bit too ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yeah.
You already had half a life going in there with 15 HP, playing with fire.
Yeah. I mean, Puffy's only got a
Advanced.
classic here. She's going to be using that toxic screen in the mid round to just pick up a Vandal. So another rifle turning over onto the UK side of things. And they've guessed into this brilliantly. The huge clear through tiles. Lime, the first line of defense on spot, but everyone else is here and should be a second tripwire coming through. Not quite, doesn't matter. Lime fights it out himself.
Allow me to introduce the one tap machine. Never mind, I'm not introducing anybody. They can just cut me off. Link and Scarlet now going in, but it's only going to be a single classic, despite the fact that Lime made it a 3v5 for Team France. Soon as the round started, taking down Lime and taking down Lux and Brams without a single casualty on UK. Still, somehow, all thanks to Vega and Nami, they were able to get that round quite easily alongside Brams. You know what? Something about France is that it doesn't matter who's alive and who's not. Individually, all 5 players are, whenever they put in a clutch situation, they're up to the task.
It does seem to feel that way. Every little detail against the UK right now. France doing a decent job of stabilizing on that round 2 against the Eco. Phantom coming out for Puffy in a set of 9 Vandals in the server. The only exception, but perfect for the pit.
Cover going out.
A pit which doesn't fully stretch into A main, actually. Soon's got past this, and yeah, there's a trap in front of him. But as soon as that gets broken, there's no one else in this area of the map. Lime's going to have to rotate.
Yeah, but Puffy's eagerly waiting in that Viper split to
Look
aim,
at the
like he's always
space.
in there.
Look at how much space he's going to be able to get. Yeah, there's a spy cam watching towards spawn, but if he can cross and go the full 9 yards all the way around, there's a chance you can get Soon here for a backstab on the B play even.
But he doesn't. However, wait, the camera's broken, or was it removed?
No, he just broke it, right? So Soon has just broken the camera. Now UK are looking to start and re-clear this. This would be the perfect timing for France to call and execute while everyone else is too busy having their attention pulled.
Okay, quite the ballsy move here from Team France to go to A side, despite the fact that they're sure Puffy is still in there with the Viper split. However, we still have Lux alongside with that spike. UK
30 seconds
Lime
left.
is able to make up a predicted kill on Soon.
Time to jump.
25 seconds, they got a planted Hazard.
Yeah, Soon is gone, so that is the flank completely gone. The map has almost flipped in terms of player positions. UK have arrived though. They're in the ephemera and they're in it to win it. Nami back sight, spotted out after it all. Puffy pops out of the pit and finds the kills, which might have just pushed UK onto a grand final.
Let's make them hurt.
Yeah, I told you like 10 seconds ago. Very ballsy move from Team France pushing into A side knowing that Puffy's there.
Yeah.
You do not respect the Viper in her own pit and her own world, just as he says, "Welcome to my world."
Oh, you had to do the voice as well, man.
Yeah,
Can't believe
it was terrible.
Yeah,
It was
no.
terrible.
Maybe someone
I can only mimic Phoenix.
Maybe someone can put like a voice changer on it and perhaps post it on Twitter, tag
No.
Morgan Casts. I would love to see it.
No.
Send
That's
in your
not my
impressions. Hashtag Spike Nations, guys. But no, I know what you mean, right? Like, it still affords a lot of control for UK in that area of the map. I understand what they were trying to do, but when Soon is the first player going down after he's allowed you to scale up, you're going to struggle. This time a little more direct. It's Vikash that leads the line.
Spike down A.
Yeah, they already took down Nami. It's trade for Lime.
Their own
However,
empire.
there's another trade going in. Now it's down to a 2v4. There was a 4 Oh wait, 3-4-1 trade. Very effective for France. Scarlet, however, maybe able to make the scales a little bit more equal. Buffy, only one still left alive. That lineup would have been perfect, but no, Bram saves the day. Taking down 2 bets with 1 stone here. If the shot was a little bit quicker.
As a unit,
France are
okay?
just going to keep us
Last
going
thing
that
I
little
need
bit
is some
longer.
hero messing things up.
Only a couple of rounds in it, but 1 is all that's needed for UK to decide this. Worst part is, though, they're going to have to bite the bullet. It's a tough pill to swallow because this is an eco heading into what will be the maximum of regulation. Unfortunate. The pair of Game Changers players unable to overturn the 4 versus 2, and here we are. Sheriff's as good as it gets, but for Puffy, it's always a bucky.
What's up with that bird? Not looking so good, Master Stark. 2 more rounds away.
I certainly
France,
hope that none of the players sort of disintegrate on stage. Not just for their well-being, but I mean, if Lewis were to, someone's got to clean that up, you know?
It's the only bird he has, though. That's the problem. Okay, you can waste birds if you have enough of them, but no, that was the only bird. Now you're kind of stuck between having to wait 20 seconds for another bird or by using your seekers and going in against them. Okay, Brams. Not even giving me time to complete the sentence, but they know that Lewis should be punished for that small mistake. Actually, a big one. Bigger. Going into side, clearing it alongside the Seekers. They know they have a safe plan because
Seekers are huge.
completely
It's cleared everyone out the site, but after they've expired, Link is in behind. Another backstab, but this one misses the shoulder blades. Lime another. Advantage UK. They might not have the guns, but the Cyber Cages are leading them on a golden trail to go ahead and pick those up. Nami getting 1. Lime 1 back. They're lining up. Lime going crazy. Now it's all on Lux. He might finally get his flowers, but it's at the French burial. Flash comes through. Not enough. 13-10. UK best the first of their group stage opponents. It would be a rematch against Turkey now that awaits them and a championship title.
What a beautiful gameplay between France and UK. Both of them were able to keep up the pace until the last game. Despite the fact that it was kind of not the best economy coming in from Team UK in the last round, Link has been able to switch and tip the balances, all thanks to that kill, and all thanks to Scarlet, and soon keeping up the trade immediately after Link's possession was compromised. The trade was in their favor, and now Team France are officially out in the 3rd place. However, huge shout out to France for their beautiful gameplay. UK are going to be going down to finals.
Yeah, UK. You can see the players there, smiles on the faces. Link is happy with the result. We were pushed all the way to the end, but it's the half chance that ends up winning it for them. A couple Sheriff shots land. Like I say, you got Lime in there. Brilliant utility usage to help set the rest of them up. And Lux, as much of a star that he's been in the online stages, the player who tops the ACS and ADR charts, will have nothing left to play for here, as it is a result which not too many would have seen coming. UK finding their spot in the grand finals against Turkey later this evening.
Beautiful gameplay and beautiful performance given in from Team UK. Now, they get the time to rest. It's time to a deep breath before going into the grand finals again. It's down between one of these 2 teams, UK or Turkey. However, Turkey, they might have the upper hand a little bit for one very specific reason, that now they've been resting. They got the chance to be able to watch. Oh, okay. I think Haza also needed that time to rest a little bit. I understand. That game was very tiring. It was very heavy to witness such performance from both UK and France. 23 rounds of action. You would never really anticipate how it goes, but
yeah,
hey, let me brag a little bit. I did tell you that Sunset is going to be the closest one out of all of them, and I was right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Morgan, if you want to take your small wins, you pushed me to say who was going to win the map. I said UK, and I was
you
right.
Said UK?
So
okay,
look, we can both go to that end. We can go band for band all day long, my friend. But we've got to be looking towards that grand final now as well. Turkey versus UK, and again, when I said in terms of who wins, who loses, I'm excited for it storyline-wise. Regardless, I think that's because now for UK to get to this position, they'll have to have beaten both of the teams which defeated them in the group stage. So while we have a little bit of a precursor in terms of what those results look like, you can see exactly how that kind of thing can change. Sure, the repeat of Bind was the same kind of conclusion that we had last time, but in terms of that wider map pool, out of the best of ones and the best of threes, when UK can show us a little bit more depth and playing as that core set of 5, really build upon what it is they've achieved so far as a team, this is a brilliant opportunity for them now to take the whole damn thing.
Yeah, there's now the redemption arc against Team Turkey. It begins. That one villain arc coming in for Team UK can now begin. Haza, I'm very proud of you and your birthplace, buddy. You guys have gotten to the finals, so you get to brag about it for as long as you want. But wait, who's going to be the MVP of this game? If it's not...
I don't know. I don't know if we get a series MVP here or if it's a map MVP. If you could give me a series MVP for these sort of last 2 maps that you've seen, if we discount Haven perhaps and the one that I was able to watch.
The entire series soon?
Lime, there you go.
Lime.
To be honest,
Okay,
yeah, I back this. He's racked up a very nice amount of kills in the end there. And yeah, as well, just look at the flexibility. This guy's played Cypher, Killjoy, and also the Yoru, perhaps the latter of which wasn't the best look, but I think a little bit of variation there. And the Cypher towards the end, some of those defensive setups were really, really strong.
Yeah, look at the skills as well. This guy has the funny number in the MVP screen,
yes.
So you can definitely tell that this is absolutely deserved for someone like Lime. An absolute menace. Look at his Asian pool. 1 time with a Yoru, 2nd time with a Killjoy, the 3rd time with a Cypher. He's not been an MVP for just OTPing a single agent. No, this guy is flexible. This guy, he's able to put in these situations where he's going to be clutching and he doesn't even flinch. Each and every single time Lime was available, that meant that UK got another round in their pocket. So definitely deserved. And now, is he going to be able to stay consistent against Team Turkey, or will Turkey take it? That is the question.
Yeah, I think Lime has a point to prove in this competition as well. If you look at a few of the rumors that are circulating around challengers right now and, you know, what exactly it is that's going on with Focus, a player at his level that are playing against, you know, skilled players in their own right, but someone who has LAN experience to boot. I think there's a lot to be said for this guy, and it's really nice to see that he can demonstrate it on a stage like this with, you know, nearly 300 people watching. I can't imagine that it's fully packed out up there right now, but there's certainly, you know, a fair few people going around, and it's in those kind of situations where you see players sort of crumble under that pressure. And I don't want to, you know, pick apart this one too heavily, but when you look at Lux in the group stages to what the playoffs ended up being, not exactly night and day, but you need your star player to be exactly that, a star player, and this is where Lime has sort of filled in that gap. I think anyone on the UK side can really show up on their day as well.
Yeah, consistency was really massive going in from Lime's side. And of course, if you take a look at the brackets again, it was Turkey against Italy that was started, and that's what we kicked our day off today, with Turkey winning against Italy. It was a 2-0. France and UK, however, showed us a true display of talent. Both of them were able to get us to Game 3, and a massive Game 3, and a way to end it and take us to the finale is going to be Turkey against UK in a best of 3 to who has it all, Hazard.
Yeah, man. What a day it's been of action already.
I'll be on your side for this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna say UK takes it.
UK. To be honest, I really can't call it. If you look at track record, both Lime and Lewis from Focus, when they played the Ascension Play-Ins Grand Final against S2G, they have a good track record against Turkish teams. Maybe not so much when you consider the event that took place in Istanbul about a month ago when they lost to Footballist, but we can put that one behind us. Of course, we're in new territory now, and other than the coaching staff guys who actually stepped in for that match and sort of taught them a thing or two, got the ruler out himself and was, you know, teaching them a lesson. This is going to be a really, really exciting game to see. I think as well, you're considering the veto. I'm not too sure what we'll get. Maybe a repeat of that Haven matchup. But it's been a great day of Valorant that we've seen so far. A bit of trouble for the Tricolores, both Italy and France struggling to get their result there. 3 maps, though, the decider made in this one, Morgan. We're going to be heading to a break. When we return, we have the grand final ready for you. Real spanner in the works. That dog is going to come out from Edu. But they might be a little bit powerless to Welcome back to Spike Nations. We are here now for the grand finals. One best of 3 separates each of these teams from the possibility of raising the trophy for their nation. It'll be a world time first for either of them, right? If you think about repeat competition that we saw last time, it was Benelux that won the last Spike Nations. Not here, of course, this time. Portugal in the Tri-Nations Cup. It is all to play for.
It truly is all to play for, and both teams have shown immense quality Hazard in terms of their macro, their micro, and just general camaraderie. Like the UK boys and girls coming off of that last game, coming up and they were chatting to us and they're like, you know what, we were feeling good. And Lewis said to me, I can't lose to France, and followed up with, I can't lose to Turkey.
No, he certainly can't. I mean, they did once before. That is the big storyline to be telling here as well. As you can see, Smurfette, of course, talking about that game earlier. Turkey beating Italy in straight sets, 2-0, 13-9, 13-9, a repeat of the Ascent matchup that we saw. On the left-hand side of the stage, Team UK, and the point being that they've already beaten France, the team which they lost to in the group stages. Now it's another reverse fixture and another opportunity to put themselves on the top step.
100% Hazard. Lewis has come up against a full Turkish roster and failed them when he was on his way to Ascension. A player who knows exactly how to deal with the Turkish mentality, the Turkish aim. This is something to really think about coming into this grand final.
That it is. You can see both of the rosters on stage with their flags flown high. Schnell, the one I think holding it above her head there. But yeah, I mean, when you look at both of these teams in terms of the experience that they have, you're looking a little bit more Spanish than you used to. I think that the big thing to say is that, yeah, in terms of experience, I would actually argue that UK have a little bit more in terms of being on those biggest of stages.
Yeah, I mean, well, one player that we have to mention has been to the tippy top, Hazard, and one that has been mentioned many times throughout this stream, Link. It has been to champions, has played against the best of the best, but then you look towards the rest of them. Lewis, been in T1, been to Ascension. I mean, you've got Lime that's been just at Lewis's back, and then you've got the GC players, you've got, I mean, so many storylines to talk about with these players.
Yeah, big lands, right? Yeah. Talk for big occasions. What's this behind your head here? Intel, IEM Kettering. How many epic lands has Smurfette been to? Right.
Well, that's
Link knows what it's like to win in the conference center. But you know, tier 3 explorations aside, I think it's a really important point that you raised. The one exception, of course, would be Scarlett, and this is something that I've just sort of been trying to hit home throughout today. This is her first ever experience on LAN. You can see the crowd starting to fill up for this final as well. There's a real feeling around the IFEMA right now that people want to get involved with this, and yeah, for the grand finals, show up or show out.
That is it. I mean, you have to leave everything on the server. If you don't, you're going home. Fair enough, it's the prize pool. You get a better prize pool, etc., etc. But the biggest thing to talk about here is that honour of actually having a title to your name. And this isn't just any tournament, has it? This isn't just like a throwaway off-season tournament. These players are hyped up to win.
We've raised the stakes. So you compare and contrast it to the previous year or so and the teams playing in this. We're now looking at the cut of VCT challengers and game changers players, and you can hear the crowd behind us here as well. Yeah, plenty of Spanish neutrals, but they'll be getting behind the event itself, and I'm really looking forward to how this goes. And again, UK, the third placed seeded team, winning against France, and even speaking to Lewis, he said that with the players that they have, with the quality that France have, that's a game that they should sort of be winning every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, France, Lewis and the Team UK felt should have beat them. They didn't, and now with that being said, with Team UK putting on their back, or putting a target on their back, saying, "Look, we are giant killers," and they're going up against the biggest giant of them all, Turkey, undefeated so far in this tournament.
And when we say undefeated, we are not just talking about per series. Of all the best of ones played in groups, flawless. Of the semi-final that we've just seen, flawless again. Yet to drop a map, 7-0 in that respect. The closest that they have been pushed, I don't know what that would have been off the top of my head, but the man with the sheet in front of me can say, 13-9 actually. No, that game, literally, those 2 games just played by Italy is as close as someone has come. No one's broken double digits against them as things stand.
And that's the question, right, is is Turkey complacent? They've had a lot of time off. Let's be honest. They have not been in the server for the best part of 4 to 5 hours. They've been sitting watching. Is there going to be anti-strats to what Team UK were doing? How does the veto look? These are all things that we need to consider coming into this.
It does. You can see the players in the server now as well, getting a little fly around of the crowd, seeing exactly what the locals are thinking of it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, an event in Madrid, of course, means that people will be traveling from far and wide to get themselves involved. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great occasion. Lewis there, just preparing things. You can see him in the range, just firing away at the bots. And yeah, I think preparation is really important coming into this. And you touched on it just there as well. Turkey will have had a bit of a break. From your perspective, and the people that we've spoken to in the scene, what is your approach to that much downtime in that kind of situation? Because maybe you don't get the kind of reps that you want. Do you want to be overthinking what it is that's happening in that upcoming game?
No, I mean, I think it's always, it differs from player to player. It's very subjective. I think some players, when they have that off time, they thrive. Like, they have that little bit of time to kind of clear the head. They're going in fresh into a new series. But for these players that perhaps don't have the experience, don't have that background in terms of long breaks, they may come into this maybe feeling it a little bit. I mean, it's fair enough that they're going to be able to warm up, do the range, but it's not as if we're connected to go and do death matches, etc. This is still something you need to consider.
Yeah, 100%. I think you've sort of hit it quite rightly there as well. And I'm even thinking about, like, in terms of mentally what it is that you want to try and achieve. Like in a strategic perspective, Turkey were very good at calling things on the fly, and that's always how a tournament like this is going to feel when you've not got excessive sort of scrim time, where you've not got access to like a prac room, for example, where you're going to be putting in maybe like one scrim or something in between things just to keep yourself warm. You also don't want to overplay and be having sort of too many maps on record in one day. It's about striking that balance. And again, when I speak of the mental side of things, I think something which a lot of players benefit from, and something that we see quite a lot with the esports psychology side of things coming in, is just sort of that like mental preparation and sort of envisioning yourself in those situations, right? Making sure that you're thinking about, okay, what's it going to be like when I walk out on the stage, when the crowd's there? Just try and understand what that position is like before you put yourself in it, so you get a bit of an idea of how that's going to play out.
Yeah, as you say, it's all about this new approach and something that we have to say has a way when it comes to Team UK. I mean, Pal has spoken so many times in his streams publicly about the mental aspect and how he wants his players to always have that mental, I guess, landscape, a blank portrait to paint upon, so that you're going in fresh to whatever game that you're playing.
Yeah, I think we're always going to be talking a little bit more from experience when it comes to Team UK, 100%. Just because of the fact that I don't speak Turkish to start things off. I mean, merhaba to any of our Turkish viewers, but I think that's about as far as the lexicon sort of starts and ends. But to speak about the Turkish team for a little bit, I think it's important that we give them due diligence, because they are such a quality roster. And when you look at even the players rotating in and out of this squad, it's crazy. Izzy, the first player that I want to highlight, and one that I imagine you'll probably be drawing the point out on as well. You look at the ACS ratings for playoffs. I had a quick look at as to what the semi-finals is. Topping those chances actually Bippo, who got eliminated, unfortunately enough for him. But then it's Lime, and then it's Izzy. So between those two players, not too sure what kind of a duel that's going to look like, because UK are floating that duelist role a whole lot more as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility within the Team UK. We've already seen them double controller, double duelist, play the kind of more standard double initiator. There's a lot that they can do as a roster. But as for Turkey, again, like, they're playing a little bit unorthodox. We've seen the Chamber being brought out. It's a comp that on Lotus specifically is not well implemented across VCT. And just to kind of bring it back as well to the Izzy point, I mean, Izzy is now on a roster, SMB, Supermassive Blaze, who are touted to be one of the Ascension hopefuls, so that's another thing to be thinking about.
Yeah, we dumped Supermassive in the ice bucket. The Blaze is gone. It's just Supermassive now. But yeah, I know what you mean, right? Even bringing in like Hero, a young player, which Pal has sort of worked above and sort of worked with, right? A young talent in the scene. And just interesting looking towards towards like challenges generally and ascension for 2024? Because I think we've got to start thinking about that now as well, especially while we have a little bit of time to speak about it and while the players are just sort of getting settled in.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the landscape in general? Like, any favourites popping up? Because I think Supermassive definitely have their names in the conversation.
Oh, they really do. They've almost put themselves forward as this roster that could really shine brightest for Turkey, because let's be honest, when it came to last year, Hazza, the Turkish region didn't live up to the expectations that everybody was expecting.
Everyone had Fireflux in their sort of top cut, and they didn't make it out of the region. I think something else to mention as well is how now Riot are going to be implementing a little bit more consistency with the circuit points. The first split in Turkey didn't count. Supermassive, I believe, making it to the final in that one, because it was, S2G versus Supermassive sort of had this rivalry ongoing for a lot of the year. And then in the end, it was Digital Athletics that qualified. So, I mean, it's such a deep talent pool in the region as well. And it always circles back to this conversation that we have about Turkey. When you have, you know, a population of in the tens of millions, when they all share the same language, when it's sort of, there is that unique culture and sense of national pride as well, and that you have these like super teams where you can just fit in a roster. You know, like recently when CNED's just come back to foot, and it's his first time that we'll have seen him playing in a fully Turkish-speaking roster since 2020, I think it was. So it's like the fact that they can just sort of plug and play as well, and just like the synergy and like, culture that they have between them, I think does go a very long way.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see. It's something that, like, I think as a region, like, everyone almost looks at Turkey and it's like, I don't know, I feel as if it's like the Brazil to football, you know, Turkey's that kind of aspect. Like, you see a Turkish jet in your games and your ranked games, and you're thinking to yourself, I might be in trouble here, you know. So
you know, you open up the scoreboard, the ping is in the 60s. I think it's a London server. No, I know exactly what you mean, but you're totally right. And I think again, like it's similar. You can sort of draw those comparisons to Brazil, because they feel like a sleeping giant at times as 100%. Well. Because if you look at like international performances and events, other than that Ascend result, there's not really too much to show for. I mean, there was that point when SMB, you know, formerly SMB, were cutting it about at the top of EMEA and they're sort of going with like in the Gambit era back then. But in terms of titles, it is more like actually Brazil, right? Brazilian Valorant, not football, that have most of those to their name.
I think as well, though, you've also got to consider when it comes to Turkey and more present. Like, think of last year and Foot and how they were playing coming into Champions. I had a real hope for that roster in terms of taking it to other teams, taking it to people that I thought, I don't know, like maybe had a lesser form, if that makes sense. And they didn't live up to that standard, and well, hopefully we'll get that here.
Yeah, look, throwback to going into those brackets and saying, what, EG, Foot, I'll give them a run for their money. These guys have got 10 people in the roster. There's no chance. And then, well, lo and behold, at least they're not in partnerships next year. Turkey versus UK. Agent Select. We're now heading in. We get a little look at what it is exactly that we have coming up. And you know what? I think UK running double controller again for the 2 maps that they won. This was the type of composition that they played. It was when they ran the double duelist on Bind that they suffered most.
Yeah, exactly. Haven the map first, obviously, and as you see, the double controller excellently played out, and we've already seen this composition come through and play against it as the standard Haven one. So how does that now interact between the two? Obviously, we've already seen how good Turkey can be, and well, here we go.
We were in the server, man. I was excited. Yeah. I don't know, man. Give us your best like Valorant impression. It can be sort of, you know, like imagine you're a Killjoy, you got the little bracer, you're like putting up the turret or something.
Okay.
No?
Maybe not.
No,
come on.
I reckon you've got a Sova in you. Yeah. You've definitely. Come on. Let's see it. Before we head in game, fire us into the lobby.
I am the hunter. I don't think that's the right one.
It is.
Is it? Yeah.
No, you've hit it bang on. And there we go. We're in.
Sorted just like that.
10 seconds left on the clock. The grand final in front of us. First map, Haven. A debut final for both of these teams. It's Turkey versus UK. The Brits starting out on the attacking side.
UK starting us off on a slower round. Now looking to split in towards C. Turkey already reacting and Some damage dished out. This is really reactive from the Turkish side. They've got a player tucked in. Oh, the shot's not hitting! Lovely from Scarlet, and Glove chimes in as well. Can anyone get out? Can anyone stop them? No, they can't. Lime comes in to save the day for Team UK, and there's your pistol.
Yeah, a little bit of winding the cape already for Lime. The top-rated player so far in the playoffs. Sure, he's got another map under his belt to stat pad against the French as well, but it must be said, important that UK get that pistol round on the attacking side.
That's something that a few coaches, I hate to talk about them again, but Pal talks about is icebreakers. Getting yourself started off on the front foot, and you've got to look at how the kills are spread evenly right now from UK. And Scarlet's on a Vandal.
I think as well, again, it's just important to reiterate, it's an attack pistol. On a map like this, when it has that kind of bias, not only that, the fact you're running this double controller composition means that you've got a little bit more stopping power when we see the side switch. The fact that they're getting on the board early here does bode well for the long term.
You've also got to be considering UK on the attack, Hazard, generally through this map, will be playing really slow. We need to see how good Turkey's mid-rounding is going to be.
It's true, but at the same time, while you mentioned that, I was on the Haven game earlier with Moon, and UK, I think when they struggled a little bit, was when they didn't have enough global presence. And as they start to funnel through, Izzy finds the first, a head taken, a dash out of harm's way. The rotate already coming in thick and fast. Should be 5 players on site before UK pull the trigger.
This is something that Turkey's been really good at, anticipating the play, and they have done so very well. It's up to Link now in a 1 versus 3, and they won't even get the opportunity. 1-1, an anti-eco break, and this is not a great start for the UK, just when you think the wheels are starting to get greased.
Yeah, look, as soon as they find the pistol, which is so imperative, it's losing a round like that, which can instantly kill the momentum for them. As well, you know, low investment, solo fights taken. And for UK and creating map-wide pressure, again, something that I spoke about, you know, in the middle of that round that they struggled to do. When you funnel in there and Turkey are willing to take that gamble on such a quick rotate, you can find yourself punished.
Can just be something simple as that gamble, has it. And now, slower, taking the time. Poking and prodding, finding avenues in which that they can manipulate. The manipulator being Lewis and weak. As simple as that, playing off the alarm bot contact.
Yeah, really clean util setup there from iPot. Reaps the rewards of the alarm bot. Smurfette, the next player to be tested. And the next bit of Killjoy util, which is allowing her to be playing from this position. It's the turret clicking on behind. Scarlet up on a more aggressive angle now in B, and still you have iPot lurking in the backlines. No real catalyst for them to get underway. Lime has found a pick on C, however, and that could change things.
I mean, as we were saying, Turkey being really reactive. They haven't reacted off the back of that because you've got to look at Izzy's positioning so far. All the way up in A lobby, the B play's coming in now. Just how safely they can get that spike down.
Manages to get in behind the turret. Lime adding another to the kill tally. Izzy out in the window, but the shop is closed. Nothing to be cashed out here except a cold, hard kill. Lending them the advantage. It's one that they roll with. Turkey taking the lead for themselves. An early advantage after losing the pistol.
I feel as if this was a boxing match, Hazard, this would just be like a few jabs landed for either team, you know. Genuinely, when you think towards that round, good eco, got the spike down, you got 3, which is the maximum of the team, gone. Fair enough, there's plenty of eco to reinvest because it was an eco win in the second round. Still.
Yeah, slight majority, as you say, and UK making a dent for what they had. Right, Marshals, again, Lime, doing so much more with such less. 6 and 2. I mean, the fact that this guy has so much flexibility about him as well, really proving its worth. Turkey consistent across the board. 3 players already on 4 kills. Looking to stick it against them here in the start of the round. They're touching each other, and Link has managed to find Izzy.
That's a big first entry in. iPot's trying to equal out the count of players, but it's not going to work out. You've also got to be worried about moves. Good on their own as well.
Yeah.
Utility's been spot on all tournament.
Self-sufficient, and lots of clutch scenarios as well where you've really favoured him to tip the balance. Scarlet just holding this off angle up on the boost. needs to make sure she's wide enough to spot Muj if he's to fly out as he does. And that, well, is just about trying to claw them back into this round, because if you look, UK doubling up for picks, still hold the advantage.
Sponge towards the other side of the map. This could be as simple as destroying the turret and garage and going back towards A. Muj getting the information in terms of a guiding light through short and long.
Yeah, just look how passive Smurfette is being with this setup as well. Not allowing for any mid control to be taken, and if there is, the reaction should be there. It's slowly starting to come through. Muj in position, Smurfette continually holding the garage angle. Dog can push further back, and perhaps players funnel in behind this.
I really like the setup that Puffy's gone for. That defensive smoke just next to the spike plant. Link maybe going a bit too far there. There goes Smurfette. You've got to consider the flank in mid as well, and Lime has dealt with it. Up against 2. Has to be good for it, and isn't. 2 apiece between these 2 teams. And again, Hazard, when it comes to taking their advantage and converting it, UK, very good.
Yeah, very well seized opportunity by Lewis there on the timing for Muj. 3 kills from the opposite Sky player in the server. On for the ace in the clutch, but just not quite aware of the angle being held. We are into a slight technical pause, but hopefully this shall pass. I was actually, you know, when we were speaking with the players after the last game, the pause after round 3 when UK had won all the rounds, surprisingly, was actually a French pause. Would have been a little bit surprised if they'd called time on their own momentum. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. You can see the admins getting involved, and hopefully this one will be resolved sooner rather than later.
Well, that's what we're hoping for. I know I was actually speaking to Lewis about the game, and he was telling me, he's like, I was playing, and he said, do you remember that round that I just stopped? And I was like, yeah, what about it? He's like, mate, I accidentally put my keyboard in French. Like, how did you put your keyboard in French?
No, I don't know. I don't know as well. Those were the players sat on the other side of the stage. So,
Exactly.
not to say that any tampering had been done, of course.
No,
And a fun fact about Lewis as well, actually. I opened up this question to some of the players yesterday because I was really curious. How exactly do you pack your peripherals when you travel for an event? And Lewis told me that he puts his mouse and keyboard in a golf bag that he was given. I'm not talking like a full, you know, full-length club or anything, but yeah, interesting. To each their own, and for Muj, it's business as usual, carrying on, trying to collect information in a long, fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, but that's a guiding light and a trailblazer gone.
Yes.
Fair enough, there's one in pocket, but it's a lot of util to expend.
You've got to talk about the give and take, though. At the same time, Izzy posted up on the sewer angle. It's afforded a rotate. Players are going to be heading towards C, just as UK are trying to make that move themselves. And with the lockdown, hey, they'll be in position to probably deny this as well.
I don't know if that's the case, though, Hazard, with the fact that Glove's missed out.
Yeah, Glove actually hit a couple of bullets on the lockdown there, but didn't break it.
It's sad. Spike will go down for near enough free. I say near enough because you look at where Turkey are. They are in position, Hazard. They are ready to push off the back foot and get in towards site. Seekers and Paranoia used.
Yeah, I think Lewis is just trying to bait in the corner, crouching away. They've already spotted Scarlet, however, and the game is up. 2 birds, 1 stone. Turkey knocking them down in a 5 versus 1 situation. Link in the clutch again. The most successful player from these positions in the group stage, but the playoff is a different beast entirely, and one where Turkey take the lead back for themselves.
Again, these 2 teams, they're sparring with each other. They're going at it. And when we speak about that C site, Hazard, Turkey have already adapted how they want to retake.
Yeah, again, it was just far too telegraphed in my eyes. I don't think that UK, in terms of these extremities, it's a little bit lethargic.
Yeah.
I don't think that can be a massive criticism of them here. But again, when you're running the double controller comp, how many times have you seen the toxic screen go up, Puffy slot into sewer or something like that, just to keep your wits about you that Izzy can't have moved up on the operator?
But it's not only that, though, Hazard. You've got to look at that Viper wall, and with it being from the right side, usually you can kind of see it done from the left, and it's allowing Izzy a pocket to peek out.
Yeah, hey, on Puffy's terms and conditions, the Snakebite is down, double the damage of the Marshall, hits harder than the operator, and that's all they need to get the first pick.
Big pick as well. And look at this, there goes another. Scarlet off on the Vandal and running things. Smurfette's thinking about trying to sneak out through the smoke. He shouldn't. I don't know if this is a good idea. Team UK still haven't reacted to the shots.
Blinded up by the Seekers. Smurfet's still trying to fight. Puppey still winning duels. It's been an all game changers round so far. And they have really flipped the balance of this one, despite it only being in half investment. Hip-Hop 1 versus 3 has a little bit of utility to flush players from position. Link already low, will lose his life for the cause. Lime slowly making his way through, but entirely overlooked. And that oversight leans us into an even footing once again.
There's nothing to really... There's nothing in terms of gameplay, Hazza, in terms of the win percentages, that we can really take away from these two teams. They want to be going at each other, want to keep that pace going. Nice again, we're talking about adaptations. Another one off the back of that. That snake bite in Marshall Peak, excellent.
Yeah, I mean, look, you criticised the gap, but at the same time, the utility was there to support it. So it is that adaptation that you speak of, and I think it's so imperative that we saw it introduced. This round, again, looks to be that A posture that UK have done a couple times. 4-1 split, Lime away from the rest of the pack, Glove with the early spam. But this should signal to them that there is no operator behind it, or at least if they're baiting for one, we can clear this out with our numbers. Oh no!
Oh, this is dangerous territory, especially with the way that Link's found their way into heaven. You've got to be worried about Mooj and Long.
Such a big kill. Glove with a Humpty Dumpty peek, falls off the top step. Mooj looking to hold on to his own, flashing into a second headshot. And with the Rolling Thunder coming in, it's all initiators here for Turkey. Players trying to make their way out of hell. But it seems as if they're swamped under the heat and pressure of it all, melting under the occasion. Mooj steps up to the plate. A quad kill for Turkey's fourth.
I can't believe that Mooj from Long. It was known about Hazza. And again, you want to speak of lethargic plays. The fact that Lewis is facing and there's not a quick peek off the back of that contact.
Yeah.
I mean, it just allows Mooj to reset and anticipate the peak.
The flash was crazy as well, because you see Puffy had her utility out. It was another catch of the snake bite, but no capitalization, fully blinded, crazy quick flick in the air. I mean, and Mooj, despite his role, the only player with partnership experience in the last year in the server, proving exactly why.
I mean, you've got to be... I was saying it from a point of view of UK letting it slip, but you've got to be good enough to make the shots, Hazza.
Yeah.
Mooj certainly was that. Seems if Team UK just thinking about this B play.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I don't even know who it was that made that quote by now. Again, another famous interpretation over time. In terms of another one, that would be let them eat cake, and right now, UK are feasting on the site. When you've got your cake, you've got to be made to eat it though, because the retake's coming through and there's really no space. They need to find an advantage.
Need to find a way to scrap their way through. Link stunned up and it will be an easy collection. Now it's a player well acquainted with the Turkish region. It's your boy Lewis, and well, Hazza maybe too acquainted as they find themselves 5-3 down.
I mean, look, I know Lewis loves a kebab, but when you said well acquainted with the Turkish region, I wasn't sure exactly where you were going with that, but I know exactly what you mean. And yeah, Turkey now the first team to take an advantage of 2 rounds so far. And as soon as we hit that watershed, there's a timeout coming through. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is, in fact, the UK you know, just calling an end to things for now, a momentary pause just to look over what exactly is going on, and my suspicions are correct.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's 3 rounds in a row for Turkey so far, Hazza. Was, there's been rounds, there's been positions that UK have found themselves in, which I think to themselves, look, this is looking good. But then it's like I don't know, their foot just slips. They don't hit the mark that they should. And Turkey taking advantage of all the mistakes that UK keep making.
I mean, punishing those mistakes is, again, the hallmark of quality players and a quality team. And like you even saw it there as well. I mean, you've got to be thinking about it into those retakes, how exactly Turkey are combining their utility. It was a Rolling Thunder on the last as well. And into the timeout, while Pal isn't on the stage, his voice will be booming in the ears of the players on the left-hand side.
What's he
saying? Well, I don't know. You don't, surely not going to force me to do the impression.
Yeah, you got to.
Well, I think... All right, guys, just a little bit less trolling. That's what he said. Like the first map that they ever played against Germany, guys, stop trolling, and then they stopped trolling.
Yeah.
It's fundamental stuff, and it's always going to be at this level of competition. It's a very puggy style of play. You're picking up players to try and do your best. That's something that Turkey excel at, and one of the reasons why we see them here.
Yeah, I think. About to say something loose. We're seeing that Hal really likes to focus on the macro, but it's the micro right now that you need to focus on. Players exploded on the site. It's the octopus players, another IGL is called.
And that's what I'm always saying, right? You stick the feelers out and you've got someone to trade immediately off the back. Sure, the spear is blunted before you can even throw it out your hand. Scarlet gone. But you've got to try and make that play on the fly, and it's really well dealt with by UK, but Mooj is on a tear!
Check that PC. The paranoia's in. So are Turkey. Now it's all up to Lime. In the clutch! The Lime has to come through! But unfortunately for them, it's going to fall short.
Yeah, glove. The sweeper keeper shuts it down out of garage, the spot that you weren't expecting. And UK, again, taken off their feet. 6-3, twice the round for the Turks now. And that lead is continuing to grow. In terms of investments here, I'm interested to see economy because we've not really spoken about it too much. It figured itself out in the early stages. And yeah, it will just be another gun round. I think I saw a Sheriff in the mix there maybe for Puffy. Surprising, she's usually a fan of the shotguns.
Or the marshals, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, choice weaponry.
Choice weaponry indeed, and a player who's very good on choice weaponry, your boy Lewis. Not seen that Sheriff being introduced just yet.
Hasn't had to be fair. I think he's been given every opportunity to get on a rifle. Mooj starting to get a little silly with it. A couple shots. Lewis comes back through though, and it's crisp this time around. Wins out the Sky Jewel. Seeker's online, looking to invest it, but not before Report's had his imprint on the round. Two heads, nearly making it a third. Finally put to rest, but it's a 3 versus 3 from an early pick.
Look at this, the introduction of the lockdown. What does the post-plant situation look like for Team UK? Because they are now having to retreat pretty heavily, and Turkey will know about the little gaps and spots that they can go into.
Yeah, Lime, or Lewis, sorry, I should say, looking to the sky, waiting for Hellfire to come on through. No nano lineup, still one in pocket for Smurfette. Izzy already on the angle, punishes the peak when taken. Defuse only just tapped, but Lime already expected. Paranoia through, Link looking for the outplay, but not happening on the A site this time around. Turkey with a 7th, and that will be their advantage on the defender's half.
Yeah, moving on to the attack. It's, again, between these two comps, and especially these two sets of players, it's a movable object and an unstoppable force to go against one another on that second half.
Is it just like the GTA train versus the tree texture?
Yeah, I
can't remember which one of them is going to win. New game coming out in, well, actually, it's ages. I mean, we'll probably have about, it'll have already come home by then, a couple of times.
Yeah, I was going to say, my grey hairs will have taken over by then.
Yeah, no, they certainly will. There'll be you up there doing the Mixwell stuff. You'll be the Cairo co-stream in the Gamergy Arena.
The cozy Cairo co-stream?
Yeah, flexing the biceps and then nearly falling off your chair. I saw that the other day, mate. You don't get away with those for free.
There's no way on the VALORANT EMEA channel you're going to out me like that.
It's always one of those. But look, put in the work. Time to roll up the sleeves for Team UK and dig themselves into this one. Rooted out back site, Smurfette spotted. Rolling Thunder invested, and I'll tell you what, for only 40 seconds played, they'll probably take that.
Yeah, this default has been excellent in terms of the information gained and also what they've baited out.
The timing.
But every time, perfect, and picking a 1v1.
It's crazy. And even the util there to support as well. Epot firing back in, still moves on a bit of an island. Rotate cut out. Big kill from Lewis, and may just be calling for the rest of his team to come back into Izzy's op, which cracks the whip for a first kill. Now all of a sudden, Puffy hands tied, but breaks clean out. The shackles are off.
Yeah, but Hazza, this has been a complete fake out, in Turkey have bit down on the poisoned apple.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves in here, post-plant situation, and now the question is, in this 3 versus 3 retake, sure you have even numbers, but with how open Haven is, are you worried about a late flank?
Yeah, that's another thing to consider, but our biggest part here, Puffy on the operator that's been gifted by Izzy, and also on top of that, Link still up, can create
Again,
one ways.
so many duelist players in this team, a natural fit for the spot, but doesn't quite land the shot. Jumping through, Puffy doesn't connect both opportunities. The Vandals even won't go so far. Turkey have snatched it from under UK's nose, and they've totally bottled the round.
I mean, what more can you do against iPot and Mooj, Hazza? That's the biggest pot for me. I mean, those Vandals, they just hit harder than anything else.
It's not just that, though. It's like, as much as I was hyping up Puffy there to be hitting some zingers on the operator, and as I said before, you know, she's a Jet player. We've seen it before. But yeah, I don't know. The space bar and the strafe out onto the second one, sure.
No, I was like thinking in my head. I was like, oh no. I was like Linus Cup callbacks to that Lotus. I was like, surely not.
It's a confidence play, and the same can be said for how Izzy is running right now. High temperature. Looking to cast a couple of these blades back, but instead gives up the succinctness of that advantage. Smurfette still good on an op of her own on the Killjoy. It's guerrilla warfare. I don't really know what's going on right now, but the round is done, so we don't have to think about it, as is the half. 9-3, and to be fair, as much as we love PAL, they haven't won a single round since the timeout.
We have not. But the question that I have for you, Mr. JC,
yeah, go on,
is do UK have it in them in terms of the comp that they have to activate a 9-3 cuss?
If we're talking silver linings here, it's the defenders' side. You saw how much of a nuisance they made themselves of it before. Lime is still having a brilliant game. Not only that, a day in the office. The guy could probably clock out early and still he would have done more than what was required of him. It all starts with the pistol, though, for me. Again, 9-3. I think this is where you're really just about cutting it fine.
I really like this wall that the UK have set up, a retake wall, and you've also got to look at what Turkey want to do straight away in towards C, and I guess UK have set up for this C site perfectly.
Standard wall. A little bit of extra mid-control from it as well, but in terms of holding down the site, there's absolutely nothing. No. Spike will be planted on the opposite side, so when it does come to that retake, when push comes to shove, there is a screen from which the UK can operate behind. How will Turkey approach this?
Yeah, they're fighting on the site. That's a great post plan. As he's gone on solo, supported only by a single flash, and you've also got to consider the late flank coming in from Glove.
Yeah, the flash misses, doesn't catch Lime. Epot will, though, but still, Turkey trailing in this round, and the toxic screen continuing to be an issue. Dark cover allows an opportunity for Epot to get up close and personal, where he will take down 3. A swift termination for a 10th round on the board.
There was a lot of nice decision-making from both teams in that round, Hazza.
Yes.
In terms of just evacuating that site, knowing that you have that wall to play for, and then on top of that, you're setting up Izzy to go and take that duel. Unlucky in Garage, but they realised, look, we need to stay on this site. We know what's coming. We know that this wall's here. We know what the plan is. And again, I mean, so emphatic in these gunfights.
Very, very efficient from Turkey so far. And yeah, you know, even though that flash misses and Izzy isn't able to collect the kill, there's always a follow-up. Of course, whether that comes in the next round or not, the Phantom in play. And to be honest, I rate the Phantom pick on a Jet player. You can get in, you can be a little bit more loose with it, a bit more dynamic. It speaks to her movement abilities as well. In terms of raw spamming power, that's also a valuable asset and one which Izzy has delivered upon here.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're going up against a wall. Scarlet now needs to deliver themselves. Not quite a tagging. Well, they're going to get tagged up themselves. Link's trying to play a little bit loose, a little bit dangerous, and will feel that danger biting down on them. 2 versus 5 on the eco. And well, it's Lime and Puffy to show up for it.
No second edge to this, and see Turkey, so much comfortability about it. We may be in the living room of the UK on Haven. However, you can even see there the spike getting tossed over for Epot to build closer towards the Rolling Thunder. Wing conditions being laid out, an end game rolled, a red carpet to a trophy lift. Lime 1 versus 4, and he won't even get a chance to swing at it. 11-3 and Turkey 2 away.
Red carpet, red team, red flag. It just seems to be all red right now, Hazard. And
the UK are getting read like a book.
Yeah, they are getting read like a book, mate. You're right.
Yeah.
And even this buy here, you've got your boy Lewis on towards a Guardian. Fair enough, good on it. But you've also got to consider the buy that Turkey have. This bonus is a dangerous one, and one that the UK need to deal with them as much respect as possible.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you're reading cover to cover, you would like to say 3 maps if it favours UK, but could be done very, very quickly. Ipop begins proceedings. Izzy in the site, taken down by Lime. A smoke in support, a little bit of room for Wits to work, and he'll seize the opportunity with both hands. UK have the numbers coming into their retake.
They do, Hazard, and they need to make good of it. Where do they go from this one way, just delaying things a little bit too much? A guiding light, a trailblazer. Paranoia's been sent their way. Glove managing to escape the grasp of the UK side. Can they send Glove home in this round? They can. Keeping that lifeline alive, converting what is their rifle round, but at the same time, it's still a costly one.
Yeah, handed a long receipt there, one which rolls out to the red carpet, right all the way down to the floor. Still a couple rifles kept, and UK can keep mulling over from this position. But like you say, Turkey not quite sent packing yet. They'll make them pay for it.
Yeah.
In terms of ultimates online, you see that prioritization. The Rolling Thunder is available coming into the 4th round of the half. You've got the From the Shadows as well. Maybe a combination to be said of the two if you can find value off the stun.
Yeah, well, you've also got to consider on the other side, Lime is 2 away from the lockdown, which is probably the most expensive in the ultimate pool right now.
I can tell you for a fact it is. 9 ult points back in my day was only 7. Inflation in current year. Can't believe it, man.
Cost of living crisis.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to know how much a Freddo would cost in Valorant. I tell you what, it's more than 20p. Here we go. Turkey taking a little bit of garage control, at least making UK work for it, but I can see what you're talking about here. Lime making the walk down.
Yeah, the response is fantastic. Now you're starting to take away map space, and you've also got Scarlet on the other end.
Both extremities under wraps. Turkey in the belly of the beast, and they have no idea. Link first contact, Flash just about catching him. Narrow, Paranoia stun through as well. Does the capitalization come? It does, it's late. Still, Link gets away with 1. His life isn't in vain.
But Lewis is the advantage taken, and Scarlet activated, trying to play in combination with Lime, but the response for Turkey in towards the Link position on A.
Look at this reposition from Glove as well. It's gone all the way to C long, and it's going to be a late stab in the back. Rolling Thunder available, such deep positioning. Nanos to tee things off, and the tap beginning to come through. Already halved, carries it on. Puffy, an extra 3.5 seconds in the time bank, but time may be running short here for UK on their own map pick. Turkey swarming them, encapsulating everything. A difference of 8 rounds, and it's just impossible, it feels.
It looks impossible, and I'll tell you why, Hazza. It's like watching the most beautiful Valorant symphony possible. At every moment in time, Turkey just seem to make the right decisions, you know? Like, for instance, they feel that they see the turret gone, so they say, let's reposture to A-Link. You've even got that little ace up the sleeve and Glove going up towards C. Everything is just done perfectly. And also, like, you've got to look at UK. They also played a pretty good round.
Yeah, I mean, you think of that Galacticos core of Glove and Ipot, and again, the value of the calls that they can provide, a little twist, something in the mid-round, something to add additional flavor to this Turkish side. A lot of utility expended. Paranoia and the Dash both burned through to take control of the site. Still, quite a bit left in pocket. Ipot with some of his own as the lockdown comes in and flushes them away.
Spike as well. And there's someone on stage left ready to go. It's Lewis with a Sheriff.
The own team smokers locked Ipot out. He was out in the open, fully detained, flank coming through. They're on spot, but may not have the guns to deal with the threat.
Well, there's the Vandal collected. There's the Sheriffs introduced. Who's going to be the Sheriff for this round? The policeman, the holder. It's now Glove coming in. They jump out of the window. And Hazard, they fall flat in their face. 12-5, UK keeping themselves alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that felt like such a weird round, honestly.
Yeah,
man.
okay,
It's like, you know, Glove is always there, a shark in the water, you know, running away. It's like, you know, when the train is leaving the platform and they're sprinting down and the long lost love. Please give me 13 rounds.
No, do you know what I thought? That it was like watching the round previous to that one. It was like a tango dance. You know, they're both salsa with each other. Then you go to the next round and it's just like me and you didn't up on a Saturday night.
Oh man, too many Saturday nights for us. Well, probably not enough actually. It is a Saturday night right now, of course, though, and we are digging into what may be the final round for UK. It's got to be 7 of the best, a magnificent set, in fact, if there is any chance. Glove! The second shot is silly. Lewis gone, Puffy facing, Puffy punished, and it could just be map over from this position.
Not if Scarlet and Lime have anything to say about it. It's a goofy round. But is there going to be any goofy plays? Lime.
Oh, Lime!
He's found an opportunity! Team UK fighting their way back in, looking to at least reach halfway to their opponents, and will do so. Fantastic from Lime, fantastic from the UK. At least the second half of the round.
That's crazy, man. You can tell it's your last cast of the year, man. You're probably going for it, but I know what you mean. Lime there, the silent sleuth. Ever so slight gap in the valence of the smoke allows him to just sneak past the first fight, peeks out in towards Graffiti, finds the first pick. The second is ridiculous, and then they wrap up the round for a 6th. Still, uphill battle, but you can't knock a trier.
Hey, it's still on. You might be on it seems as if it's like, you know, when the face, the cauliflower ears, everything's all puffed up. UK now need to find a way to keep themselves going, keep themselves in this fight on Haven. They don't know where the Jet's gone. Yeah, they've seen the smoke, but it could easily have been hiding in a corner.
Lime and Moosh was a walk in on each other. Little bit awkward. Unfinished business between the two. Finally, things come to fruition on the sight hold. It is the anchors, Lime and Puffy again, which have their way with things. In terms of the spike, smack bang, front and center, irretrievable unless you're Mr. Tickle. But again, that is just a kid's story, a fantasy tale, not one of reality.
Yeah. Or you could be a Mr. Gadget, you know?
I was going to say, I don't know, how many orange fellas do you know with arms that stretch that long?
Not a lot, actually.
Tell you what, when we were in the VIP booth with that, you know, 0.5 lens on Henry, his arm did look incredibly long.
I mean, let's not talk about that fella because it... Bit of a pattern merchant. Oh my god, pattern merchant?
A bit of a pattern merchant?
A bit of a pattern merchant.
I thought you were on the other side of the sea there. Yeah. But yeah, there we go. And look, the trophy has arrived. Yeah. The Spike Nations trophy is in the middle of the stage. There was always something to play for, and I spoke of visualization mentally coming into it. They can see it in front of them. It is touching distance away, and if Turkey find 13, then yeah, they might as well have one hand on it already.
The question I have is who keeps the trophy? Does it go to Aker?
True. My question is, does the trophy make it through customs? I know Fnatic know that feeling all too well.
So let's not talk about it.
Something to polish at least, though.
Oh, now there's something else that will need to be polished off. Smurfette, after getting shot with the operator, now with that being introduced, they've baited someone close. Mooj needs to clear this.
The question is, when does the clearance come through? Because as things stand, it's Lewis that has to get a little bit more proactive after losing the C player. The you know, impetus is on them to try and make the difference on the round. That they do. Yeah. Advantage restored, yet still a lot of ground to be covered for this retake to come through, and still the blades in the hands of Izzy.
Finding Glove's going to be a massive relief in terms of this retake. You've only got 2 flashes now from iPod to set up Izzy. The blades have gone, and now the UK come knocking. 12-8. This gap now beginning to slowly reduce and reduce.
The biggest issue there is the fact that Izzy can't get the reset on the blades, because by not finding the kill, they're discarded. You've not got weapons to be taking those fights, and it's all but too late by the time we see that happen. UK trying to keep this one going. I think someone, the stagehands walked up, plopped the trophy in the middle of the stage, and all of a sudden the UK players have looked at them, one another, and said, you know what? Let's actually give this a go.
Yeah.
And they are, because again, to be perfectly candid with what we've seen, I don't think there's been anything fundamentally flawed with how these rounds are being played. It is those individual moments which really shift the balance.
Yeah, exactly. A region known for their individual plays, Turkey.
Yeah.
Scarlet getting caught with the AWP, trying to take an early peek. It is combined with Puffy, though that's another thing you need to consider. The AWP now has taken account. There goes Izzy, the opposite number to Scarlet, and has one-upped a fair few times in this half.
Yeah, Scarlet, worth her weight in gold in the duelist department.
insane.
And again, she's just been playing the duelist the whole day. Like, out of everyone here, and a big talking point that we had earlier as well is just the faith that this Team UK side have put in her for, having the intelligence, taking the right fights, and delivering impact. Lewis, little bit of information. Minute left on the clock. Rotate coming in, Lime in support. His util watching over mid as things stand. Lockdown pre-prepared and used perhaps prematurely.
Perhaps, maybe not. The delay might be there, and I think it is. Time's getting low, and if players start to head towards C, you're heading in towards the AWP. They should, the Team UK should know this.
Look, I know we're heading into the winter months, but it's a little bit warmer in Madrid. Players in the corner. Link on the boost. Up the top from the Rolling Thunder. Gets nothing of it. Lewis still from short. Could be the haymaker on the round, and 2 kills is more than enough. UK now on 9.
Do you know what? It's crazy because the stakes for map 1 are so high. Just to give, again, more context, Hazza, the UK have equaled Italy's, I guess, high score against Turkey, which is 9 rounds.
Yeah, no team has taken double digits yet, the same way that we hadn't seen a single overtime coming out of the group stages. And yeah, another pause called. The question is, who by? I think, it has to be Turkey, right?
Yeah,
because,
it has to be.
Because even as the UK in this position, there will be a point in time where you say, okay, I actually don't want to say anything else more from the coach slot here. Let them just take it as it is, because we're so many rounds down. Everything that they call from here on out, it's on them to do. Now it's just got to be the mental aspect, as Turkey have taken their 60 seconds.
Yeah, and sometimes this is what you need to, as a roster, to reset. But the question then stands that if Turkey can't manage to convert a round, or like following this one, you're in towards the danger territory, the crunch time, where Team UK start to overcome the mental aspect, because you're now starting to think, we've timed out, we still haven't won a round. What can we do to stop a team like this?
Yeah, Turkey very much with the cool head, I think it's fair to say. If you look at them sort of throughout the day and even the semi-final against Italy, it's the first versus 4th place matchup. That's the advantage they took from winning groups.
Oh, that's
still no sweat off the brow. Double setup. Lewis and Link together. It is Link that peaks. Finds the kill. Izzy is down again.
Yeah, in terms of first bloods though, still got it. And the trade, good. In terms of initiation though, it's completely gone, and Link has overstepped the mark. Scarlet's tried to play for an extra something, but that something is going to have to be a dipping out.
It's looking like a nothing right now. Scarlet with a dash.
Spike planted.
Chance for her to make this interesting. Viper's Pit available as well, but they need to be given the space to implement it. Puffy there already, flash coming out, spotted well ahead of the curve, but Scarlet is the exact same as well. Lime popping out, somehow finding a kill. Stun is big, Lime still alive. But now a 1 versus 3, and while he finds the first, it's nothing more. 9 is as many as UK will get. Turkey haven't conceded double digits all tournament long, and it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon.
It will not change anytime soon, Hazza, but there is a second map to try and do it. Coming out of Haven, heading in towards Split. I mean, there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, Haven, Split, Lotus. If you look at the maps that we have here, and we're speaking about fundamental sort of macro play, being a bit more thematic about things, yeah, like these are the maps that you would pick. Fracture's out the pool, but like, you know, that's in the conversation there as well, right? It's this kind of thing where you've got to be looking at it with a bit wider scope. We saw that on the attack side from UK. Turkey a bit straightforward, but again, with the half that they had, 9-3 plus a pistol win, very, very important. And even just to spin that back to the first pistol round that we saw, the fact that it went 1-1 so early and that Turkey were really keeping up with things on their defender's side was so favourable by the time they got over onto that attack.
Yeah, it was almost like the omen coming, you know. You had that that kind of general idea, a hope for the UK turning over, but as soon as they hit the attack, it really was an unstoppable force, and unfortunately, that unmovable object has been decimated. Moving on towards split, what can you give us?
What can you give us? That is the question. I believe that we have a sort of few more things to go through here before we wrap up this first one, because again, second set of casters coming into what could be the final game of the tournament. There is the real possibility here that Turkey take this in two and that they finish the tournament, what, 9-0, 9 maps played, 9 maps won, no fault on the record. And again, like, the fact that nobody's even taken 10 rounds off them as a maximum is crazy. We thought that France might be that team. They're already gone. UK are here on merit, and you can see that in the second half performance as well.
Yeah, they really have come together, and again, shown us something different. I think it's fair to say that when we think back to the group games and what was shown to us, I think they looked disjointed. The game plan that they tried to implement wasn't hitting the mark, but now that they're all together, and now that they can look at each other and they can say, look, this is what I want to do, this is blah, 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 it's easier to communicate, it's easier to be in this environment as a team, and I think they have well and truly implemented to a T everything that they want to do as a team.
Yeah, it's a good look for the Turkish team right now. And again, I think a lot of people would have had them as favourites. I've seen many messages in chat over the sort of weeks that we've been covering this. Where's CNED? Where's CNED? Don't need CNED. You've got Smurfette. Smurfette, you know,
is he?
Is CNED basically, you know? So yeah, I mean, it's brilliant stuff from them. But I believe we will now be heading to a break. When we return, we have the second map of the Spike Nations Grand Final up and ready for you. That is going to be split. Can Turkey take it in two, or have UK got anything else left in the tank for us?
Just call you when the moon is rising. I'm craving every moment with you. I can't just need you when the tides are turning. I cherish every second with you. I've got to hold on to your heart every day of the week, every week of the year. I've got to rewind and restart so you get what you need, so you get all of me. Yeah, you get all
just as you saw, went to the beautiful Turkey against UK. I'm Morgan, I'm right here with Moon. And Moon, we just witnessed a beautiful game between both nations. It wasn't one-sided at all. We went to more than 20 rounds. 13-9 was the score in the end. And we're seeing Turkey improve their points. Against UK, the grand final is not going to be easy. They take it off with a 1-0.
Exactly. So you've called this game beautiful, described it as beautiful. What I would call beautiful is the tale of this game, the relentlessness and the resilience coming from Team UK overall. I mean, it's really beautiful to see after you get dominated on the first half to be able to bounce back and try your best in order to pick up on the shambles that you left behind you and build towards victory, which is something that I've been time and time again been called by, of course, our previous caster. We were talking, of course, about Haza and Cairo. But again, if we deep dive into how the game was played, if we deep dive into what actually happened in that game, it's far from being beautiful. So, beginning of the game, it was an extremely intense game where Team Turkey just became an impassable wall for the attempts of attack coming from Team UK. Even if Team UK was able to get themselves a plant, it would be practically impossible to actually defend that plant. Like, there was no possibility to play the after plant position. Comes the second half where things seemed to be a little bit more balanced. Team Turkey took the advantage again and kept on striding towards victory. Come the point where we're already looking at the score of 11-5, Team Turkey started, I'm not certain if the term is correct or not, but bottling the game. They were unable to end those rounds. They were unable to work around the more aggressive, almost desperate measures being taken by Team UK, which defied, of course, any sense of logic. They were trying to accelerate processes with which they could have been a little bit more patient instead of peeking, looking for those fights, playing time until the spike would detonate, granting them that last point they cherished so much, right? Go back to the example of running after the train, right? And being like, please, just one round. Just as like what Haza mentioned earlier, right? So Team Turkey got a little bit, I wouldn't say overconfident in here, but let's say that they underestimated the defensive capabilities of Team UK, which costed them a lot and could have costed the game overall. And Team UK can only blame the underperformance they showed and, let's say, the lack of success they found on the first half. I mean, on a different scenario, on a different score on the first half, they could have probably won that map Haven. Again, a map for which they pushed every possible time when they were playing on the qualifying stage. But then again, that's the past. Now we gotta look up at what's coming next. We're talking about a game that's promising to be extremely spicy. We're talking about Bind, a map that, again, Team UK hasn't been extremely successful in. We have the prime example of how they conducted their game on Bind versus Team France.
Bind, it's going to be split.
Sorry, did I say Bind? Sorry,
Yeah.
I meant split. All right.
Split.
So going back to that example, if we reel back, I don't know why my brain just told me Bind.
Because we just saw you can bind like a series ago. Yeah, it's
most
fine,
likely. Sorry for the blunder in here, but then again, even if we're gonna reel back and talk about Split, Team UK showed a very, very good game on Split at least once on the qualifying stage. We didn't get to see too much of Turkey playing that side. But then again, looking at the defense of Team Turkey, you clearly know, you can clearly predict that they're going to be extremely difficult to handle. And there we go, an interview coming up right away, as our host will take it away from the arena in Madrid.
What do you think right now about the map? What do you think you have to improve a little more? Just making the Turkish early less powerful? Or what do you think about that split?
I think it's a map that can go one way or the other very, very quickly. Everybody knows that from ranked.
Yeah.
We're starting attack on split. No one likes it when they load into their ranked game, and that's what they get. But we know we have a very strong understanding of how to play the map. We will try and use that the best that we can, albeit again, we've not had practice time, we've not been able to discuss that. It's just about getting the small things right. Like I said before, if we can use the general ideas that we have, we know if we execute them well, we'll win with. We should be absolutely fine. If we start strong, get a good pistol, maybe get our economy right, and we win the bonus round as well. We just need to get ourselves off to a strong start, and we won't have a problem at all.
Básicamente decía que si están en sus ideas generales, básicamente no deberían tener problemas, sobre todo con...
And we're taking it away from the interview, Morgan. So, what do you make of all of this?
You heard it. If we're able to get a good pistol round, if we're able to use some of the economy boost that we get, maybe we can actually win that game. Again, we're going to be hitting to split, which is, of course, after all the beautiful analysis that you made it extremely clear on how or what plan should UK go for in order to be able to win split. Now, I was as surprised as you when we heard that Haven was actually Turkey's pick. It was not UK's pick because UK, just as we've all seen, their best map is Haven. So picking it against them was quite the suicide from Turkey. It's like as if they're shooting themselves in the foot, but surprisingly, they did win it. And in fact, the first half was really, or let's say a little bit one-sided for Team Turkey. Now, going in the split, it is UK's map. If there's a map that they should be performing really well in, it should be Haven. So from my anticipation and from what I know and from your predictions and what we spoke about before we went on the live, is that if UK doesn't win Haven, it is going to be a 2-0.
Okay, I could agree with you to a certain extent. So, for example, if the next map would have been Ascent, for example, I could have clearly predicted a 2-0 for Team Turkey. But reality is different because the map that we're anticipating right now is Split, and Split fundamentally is very different as a map. And for me, I'm led to believe that the way Team UK plays is more adjusted to playing this map, right? What I would, as maybe a UK team player or a UK team fan, be afraid of is the defensive side that Team Turkey is showing. I mean, look, it's pretty much clear. It doesn't take a PhD or a savant syndrome for you to realize that Team Turkey communicates at a level that is extremely different and, literally eclipses anything that we've seen so far. And coming to play against such a defense that's extremely solid, with very quick rotations, with a very good game sense, with very good read as well at the movement of their opponents, of course you would be worried as Team UK in here. But again, experience coming in hand, Link with all his experience playing this map, adding the experience that came from Soulcast, although he's not present right now, would probably have been inherited by the time Team UK prepared this tournament and specifically prepared this final to be able to engage the map that's called Split. So it's old enough as a map. Everybody's used to this map. We know the basics in here. We know how it's supposed to be played. Every team prepared Split at a certain point, especially after, with the coming of Icebox later on when we had Fracture. Everybody started avoiding those maps, maybe reeling back and leaning back towards Split. But then again, what I would be wondering about is how Team Turkey and Team UK would be cherry-picking their agents in order to suit an agenda in here to win the second map, which is going to be extremely important in the life cycle in the finals of the Spike Nations.
Beautiful, beautiful. I kind of want to see what the agent selection is going to be after all that, but following up on all the points that you mentioned, when we look at the team identities, UK are like extremely heavily reliant on Lime when it comes to them, to him being their star player, of course. And the way Split goes, it's a defender-sided map, or it's a map that really relies on defending a little bit more than attacking. Now, we could expect that Smurfette could be going out for this game, and we're going to be seeing Chanel back again. Perhaps Team Turkey could go again with the double duelist composition. Raze is really effective in Split. We've seen how good Izzy was with that agent alongside Reyna and alongside Jet. So, do you think we're going to be seeing something crazy from Team Turkey? If they're beginning an attacking side, will they be going in a double duelist composition? Because keep in mind that Split for UK, it's their choice. If they're beginning in defense with a double controller, again, if they're going to be taking that Viper, if they're going to be taking that Omen, they will be extremely hard to take out. And in fact, Killjoy, while she is strong in this map, I think that Lime might be leaning a little bit towards Cypher again. After the recent buffs, we've been seeing Cypher way more effective in Split. So what do you think? Is it going to be Cypher over Killjoy? Is it going to be a double duelist from Team Turkey? Team identities are really hard to anticipate in this map. So as you would love to call yourself, and we all call you Moon, Master of Predictions, how is the Asian selection going to look like in this game?
Okay, so first of all, I would like to throw a very huge merci for Team France, because thanks to them, we were able to see the trend of this map Split being picked on the qualifier, so it could prepare us mentally to what's to come in this map. Yes. Very good accent as well. Well done. Now, the idea here is that, yes, it was really good. I would give it a 9 on 10. Je vous en prie. What's remaining? I almost continued speaking.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, okay. Go ahead.
So, flexing my French, right? I don't get to do that a lot. Now, in any case, what's important to note is that you already mentioned Cypher probably being picked because of the recent buffs. So, predominantly, Cypher has been present on those Split maps, and for more than just one good reason, right? We've seen how terrible, but in the positive sense, Lime was on that Cypher, right? He was a pain to handle. He's been there, okay? He's been a big problem, and not just because of his ability of to frag right and left without counting, but it's essentially because of the kit and the utility that Cypher will be bringing to this team. That comfort, that peace of mind of thinking, yeah, we got the camera, paparazzis, right? We're gonna know what's gonna happen. We'll always have one step ahead compared to our opponents and so on. So yeah, Cypher is a staple people to pick again on Split. There's no question when it comes to that. Now, what would be interesting, I think, is that classically, this map is played with a Sage. Sage used to be a cornerstone of this map. We've seen Sage make some appearances, although, relatively speaking, the meta right now kind of steers away a little bit from Sage, so will we be seeing a Sage or not really depends on how the teams will be oriented. Definitely not on the case of Team Türkiye, because Team Türkiye being an explosive team, going for the offense, going for that, dynamic movements all over the map, I am led to believe, and almost to the point where I would be ready to bet that Team Türkiye will play a double duelist setup. And that's due to the fact that, they got the players to do that. They can put in a Raze and a Jet. They could play maybe a Raze, and again, we would be seeing a Reyna coming up, and we've seen quite the horror. Exactly. That's what I've been thinking about. So, it would be another horror story in here for Team UK if we see that Reyna, and if Reyna gets the setup that she needs. Potentially a Noman in here coming in as a controller as well, probably on both sides. I do know that Link would rather go for the Omen in here more than a Brimstone, and it stands as clear as it gets, right, that the Omen would be present in here. But then would we be seeing a Killjoy? Big question coming up in here. Will there be a breach? We do know that Lewis loves playing that breach, and we know how dangerous he could get in retaking areas or even defending areas and stalling for time, right? So mixed feelings. We could even be seeing a KO, probably not the best pick to have in here, but a KO would actually help dissipate a lot of pressure, especially on the initiation phase of an attacking team. So, a lot is going on in here. Now, if I were to go and pick a 5 for Team UK, according to my prediction, and I could be wrong, there's no money involved in here, no gambling happening between
just
me
a
and
prediction,
Morgan.
a prediction.
Just for the fun of it, right? I'm seeing Link on the Omen right away. I'm seeing Raze being picked as a duelist. Now, the problem is that I'm unsure if Scarlet would be playing that Raze, or if you would see Raze going in the hand of another agent, potentially a Sky coming up as an initiator, or a breach on the hands of Boy Lewis, a Cypher as a Sentinel, but then the question remains, will we be seeing another pick of Sage coming into this map, or will it be potentially a KO? Let me think. We already went for the Omen. Maybe a Chamber even.
Yeah, if you're going to be going with Breach, and you're not going to be picking Sky, you have to pair it up with a double initiator come to put in the KO. Because we know that you have to have one of the main info gathering utility tools in your kit, whether it be a 0.9 knife coming in from KO, a Rick and Bolt coming in from Sova, and we know how ineffective Sova is in Split. So essentially, he's out of the consideration. So your main initiator has to be Sky.
Okay, wait.
And if you take Breach, it has to be paired with KO.
I'm sorry, Morgan, for interrupting you. I saw something on the screen. I was cheating, right? I saw Sky, I saw an Omen, and I saw a Raze already. I'm unsure if it was Team UK, but it's most likely Team Türkiye. Yeah, most likely not on Team Türkiye, because Mush would prefer to play the Sky rather than a Breach. We've seen how dangerous and lethal he is, right? I mean, it's as clear as your resemblance to Sobrosa, right? A point that has been, I think, you raised way too many times on the chat. And well, that's not his first time, by the way. That's not his first time.
That's not my 100th
even related
time.
to him. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, we kind of share a nose, genetic code. Both of us. We both have that kind of a big old nose, but that means that I can smell some stuff cooking coming in from Turkey and UK before we even get to the game.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I'm used to all these nose Sabrosa jokes, blah blah blah. This is like the 100th time that I've heard this. You pay too much attention to the chat, and then you're gonna be sleeping saying, "Enough talk. We want to see the games." I know. We all want to see the games. Trust me, we're more hyped than you to see this final game or the game that could be the final game. Do not say that I just leaked the script. And now, we're finally going in with the agent selection. It's going to be identical from both sides, except for one very small reassemblance and one difference. Puffy, keeping it up for that Viper. And now, we're going to be seeing, on the other hand, a Killjoy instead of the Cypher for UK. Oh, no, wait. There's a bug in the lower third. It was a Cypher.
It was Cypher, I think.
Okay, we're being trolled here. Production!
No, it's not being trolled. It's an issue. It's an issue with the overlay that's going to be fixed later on. But then again, good news is that the server is ready and about to engage the game. You probably noticed that the HUD is the HUD of the final moments of the previous game.
We can look at the minimap. You can see the agents there as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm cheating, right?
No Killjoys. No Killjoys. Cyphers on both sides. False alarm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to feel about the absence of a killjoy in here, but I really appreciate the losing a good Viper on split, right? So Puffy going for a comfort pick. We've seen Puffy on multiple occasions playing the Viper. Would be able to bring in so much in terms of toolkit, in terms of utility towards the team, right? With the smokes and so on. Whether we're talking defensively or offensively on the level of retake. Lime again faithful to his role, faithful to his favorite agent in here. Link will be playing the Omen. That's another predicted point. Scarlet would be playing on the Raze. So my concern of maybe playing the Raze on a different player comes to naught. There was no need for me to worry. And Lewis will be playing the Sky. So I'm not that far off the mark, I believe. My only mistaken here is probably the Sky and the Viper. But then again, talking about the double duelist, there we go. Absolutely correct. We've got iPod here playing the Cypher. We've got Merge on the Sky. We've got Raze on Schnelle. We've got Omen on Glove. And of course, the Jet on Izzy, which means that I was 100% correct on the Turkish side, and I hope that you are satisfied with my services, Mr. Morgan. Now, putting all of that aside, Team Türkiye will be playing with a comfort pick. We're not seeing them getting away or going away from what they kept on showing us in the qualifying stages. Maybe a little change in here with the fact that Schnell would be playing a Raze, but that's all of it. It's completely minor as a change, right? And we've seen them subbing Schnell for Smurfette, Smurfette for Schnell, and so on and so on. If we had Smurfette in this game, we'd probably have seen a Chamber even make his appearance in this map, but okay, it is what it is. So, Team UK looks comfortable on their pick, they look extremely strong, very good synergy in between the agents, they could be ready to be cooking for us the dish of 2023. Now, again, Team Türkiye is still playing in the comfort zone in terms of agents and in terms of the map. So everything is on the line here, an important point, and Team UK need to prevail if they want to continue their trip in the finals of the Spike Nations.
Yeah, one thing that is missing from this cook, by the way, a very strong ingredient, something that we mentioned a lot, the Sage in Split. One of the strongest agents when it comes to mid control and the Wolf, because it's extremely easy to control mid and Split with just a simple utility tool like the Sage, but it's something that has gotten nerfed to the ground at this point. So we've seen a lot of teams kind of give up on the Sage. It was a little bit expected. Yes, we could have seen her, but it's been quite frequent now that we see people really giving up the Sage for a double controller setup like the Viper, for instance, the double duelist composition if you're playing like Team Türkiye right now with Chanel being swapped back and going into the game as a double duelist composition with the Raze and Jet. So you really love to see it. That there is a diversity in the agent selection, not that much. Like there's only a single agent different, a double duelist over the secondary controller. That's all about it. Otherwise, there are no Sages, no Killjoys. Cypher buffs have really been doing him so well.
Yeah, and you know, looking at this game and talking about the pick of Sage, we get to gain a lot from the absence of Sage, right? You'd get the peace of mind that your boy Lewis was having while swinging on his chair, right? We're promised to see a lot more action. I mean, you know, what I hate about Sage is how much she just delays rounds, right? I mean, she has this ability to just, you know, put your push on a complete stop, right? And unless you have a double duelist comp with a Jet and a Raze being able to jump over the slow orb, right? Which is then again a worse gamble than a 50-50. I'm not completely sure, but then again, I'm being closer to my screen. I'm not wearing my glasses because of reflection again, right? No, you'd hate to see the green appearing in here, but then again, you'd probably hate to see Team UK drop the ball on Split, right? Drop their game on Split.
Yeah, it's a best of 3 in the end. They do need to win this map in order to go to the Lotus, which is going to be our decider. And we've seen how UK performed really well in this map, if I wasn't mistaken. At the start of the day, they were really good on Lotus. They did end up winning that series against Italy in a 2-0. Oh wait, that was Turkey actually went against Italy. It was UK versus France, in fact. And I think we did see Lotus being picked up early in the qualifiers, and UK have been doing really well on that map. So if it does go to deciders, we will be seeing Lotus being quite favored towards, I would say, no wait, let me think about this a little bit. Is it Turkey or UK if we go
Honestly,
Lotus?
Okay, I'll give you my prediction. May God save us all if we make it to Lotus. May God save us all if you make it to Lotus. No, I mean, you definitely do not want to. I mean, you definitely want to watch Turkey and UK playing Lotus. That's going to be such a chaotic map, such a difficult map to predict, right? It could go both ways. If you take a look at how Team UK plays, if you take a look at how Team
I'll tell you
plays,
how good Lotus is gonna be fun to watch. Turkey are gonna put Smurfette back. They're still gonna go with the double duelist composition.
They'll have a
And
chamber, most
They're gonna
likely.
have a chamber. So a double duelist composition with chamber in Lotus. You can maybe see something crazy like Gecko, which favors really all these entries in Lotus and one of the best agents in that map. That little Ming Man going in, planting the spike for you in the site while you were able to actually get in some of that info gathered over the Dizzy. So if we go to Lotus, I think that we're gonna have a huge Asian diversity. We might be seeing Astra see the light again, double controller or triple controller setup with Astra, Omen, and Viper. We've seen this happen so many times in VCT last times. So Lotus is gonna put in a lot of crazy things. Now that's only if we go to map 3. But again, Split is a map that is picked by UK. They're supposed to be performing really well in this map. And judging by the way the first game ended, in a map that was picked by Türkiye themselves, Haven, and it was actually really close, ended up at 13-9. I do think we might be going to game 3 actually. I am vouching for a game 3. It's a grand finals.
Likely.
Nobody wants to see a grand final end in a 2-0.
I mean, I've been grinding my gears to try to come up with a way to support your supposition that we could be going for map 3. And I would hate
already
to make
decided.
this analogy, but there's an analogy for this. So, you know, what you would fear the most as someone who's engaging Split as a map on a competitive level, at this level, would be coming up with an attacking side that's not enough to break through the defenses of your opponent, right? Which literally justifies the pick of double duelists from the side of Team Türkiye. They want to be able to penetrate the defensive lines and just get there, plant the spike, and then duke it out, fight it out, however the fight comes, right? But if we go into a retrospective mode and take a look at how the attacking side of Team Türkiye was negotiated against Team UK, you realize that Turkey suffered on the attack side. It took them so many tries to execute sometimes simple instructions to get into a site and protect the afterplant, right? Which allowed Team UK to actually claim back the points, right? And almost equalize the score. Because, again, reminder, they were down 11-5, and then they were able to claim back all the way to 13-9, which in and on itself is not that bad. So, thinking about Split, with the layout of the map, with that what that map gives you, and if Team UK has the necessary preparation to engage that map, I do not think they would be giving any chance for Team Türkiye to, you know, I don't know, weasel their way around towards, those sites. So my guess in here is that if Team Turkey does not fix this offensive issue there, and the issues that they have on the attack side, which is the offense, I don't see them running away with this map. Not at all.
Yeah, to be honest, UK are a little bit struggling when it comes to the overall team synergy because they've been quite reliant, again, just as we said, on a single star player. That is Lime. Of course, your boy Lewis has had a few games where he was absolutely popping off. But the only issue is that Lewis sometimes, like the last map, for instance, doesn't really get the best performance. Lime, on the other hand, has been extremely consistent. So you're looking at a team that heavily relies on maybe if Lime actually does end up performing really well, we're going to be taking a few of these rounds. Link has also had a few amazing clutches when it came to Bind in the series against France. Otherwise, this team has heavily relied on a single player to do all the dirty work for them. And that is Lime. He's been extremely consistent no matter whatever agent he has. Double duelist composition against that double controller setup should be hard, and they should make it really impossible for Team Türkiye to get as many rounds as they can on attacking side, because as soon as the switch happens with a double controller setup, you're still effective on attacking side because you have an immense amount of utility to waste on the post plant. So I think that what dictates how this game goes is the first half. Whoever takes more rounds first is going to be winning the second half way easily.
I mean, I think I completely see what you're coming at, and I acknowledge that it's absolutely normal to be looking at things this way, but I still think that it's a long shot because there's just so much to be taken into consideration here, right? So, for example, Lewis, for me, as I've witnessed him play since the qualifier, is an extremely reliable player, right? You always need to think of the limitations of the role that player is playing. You have to think of the limitations that the agent would be given. So, for example, if you're putting Lewis in a situation where most of the time he's the last player alive, given the fact that his opening sites, giving the initiation possibility for his teammates, it's kind of difficult for him to come up in a 1v2, 1v3 and just frag around, guns blazing, right? And well, in the meantime, we're just expecting whatever technical issue Team Türkiye are facing to be resolved so we can kickstart this game, which might be, ladies and gentlemen, might be the last game of tonight, the last game of the Spike Nation 2023. So, going back to the analysis of this map, so Lewis is reliable, Poppy had been there, Scarlet showed up when she was needed the most, so, at this stage we cannot like look at Team UK, look at Team Turkey, and be like, okay, that guy was underperforming. Okay, that player was underperforming. Okay, they need to be doing better. Because in the end of the day, if you die for me and give me the opportunity to pick up 2 or 3 kills, that's enough for me. You brought me the impact. That's exactly what I needed. So, you know, there's just so much going on, so much to keep in mind that, again, we cannot just go ahead and say, okay, player unreliable and so on. Their performance was stellar so far. And we're talking about the 10 players on the server. Or almost 10 because of the technical issues, but there used to be 10 on the previous game at least. But you know, there's so much going on. You need to take into account the substitutions that were happening on the side of the Turkish team and so on and so on. So it's not really evident at all. What matters right now is once players put their feet on this map, once they are in as 10, once round 1 starts, they need to deliver. And oh boy, aren't our viewers waiting for the delivery of Team UK and Team Turkey.
And of course, so we are waiting. Again, it's the grand finale for this charity event of Spike Nations, which is currently being done in Madrid, Spain under Temas GY. Again, these 2 teams are competing mainly to raise awareness for charity. So in the end, despite the fact that, of course, it's a competition, nobody wants to lose, nobody wants to come up 2nd or 3rd. If you're gaming, you're gaming. You still want to take that 1st place and lift that trophy no matter what. A trophy is a trophy and a win is a win. In the end, they're all playing and doing this for a very, very noble reason. Now, let us go a little bit off topic here. We saw in that interview, and Team UK did have a specific goal in that interview from what we understood, is that we need to get these early rounds. How are you able to achieve that with your current composition? You're beginning in a defense side with a double controller setup. I'm not sure if they're gonna be going in the defense side on the start or not, but essentially it is their map pick, and Team UK again, they did.
Wasn't that Haza?
That was Haza, by the way.
We got Haza on the camera.
We got Haza on the camera. He's chilling. He's watching the stream from the lands. I totally do not envy them. Him and Cairo are sitting, chilling over there. And of course, we just saw Mixwell and all the other guys from the main broadcast. I met Mixwell, by the way, in Istanbul, Turkey, around a year and a half ago in the VCT Istanbul finals last year. Absolutely funny guy. One of the most humble people that you could deal with. And by the way, I would have loved to go to Spain because every single person that I've met from Spain or Latam in general, they're just so energetic. Each and every one from Spain and the community there, their passion for the games, it's massive. So I would have loved to be there. So, you know, I don't envy you at all, Haza. Neither you nor Cairo. I do not envy you at all that I'm commentating this from my home. I'm not crying. I'm not.
Prayers for Morgan to just put a foot in there. There will be opportunities in the future, hopefully with the next Spike Nations. But then again, you were wondering about how Team UK conducted that interview, right? Talking about how would we need to get those early rounds and manage our economy better. And your question was, Mo, how would you go about winning those early rounds, right? That pistol round, the bonus, and so on and so on. Well, in Split, if you're starting as a defender, it doesn't take that much, right? Because thinking about how the angles are played, you know, a couple of buckets or a judge and you're good to go, even for the bonus round, right? Because you're playing on that proximity, right? You got the abilities to be handling those situations. And we've seen that Team UK overall with its 5 players are really crisp when it comes to their accuracy. So you wouldn't expect them, you could actually expect them to, you know, win cleanly 3 rounds in a row. They did this before, they could do it again. But what you need to take into consideration is that Izzy is just, you know, as slimy and dynamic and mobile, and I don't know, you see that guy, you actually think that you're seeing it, but it's just the after image, and you need to check him PC, right? Just the way he moves, he doesn't give you any chance, right? He would just like, I don't know, just, I don't know, the flash pick you or something. You wouldn't even get enough time to react. You almost always need 2 people to be handling him because there's no way you would take him down without a trade, right? So that's about it. Now, talking about suppositions, if Team UK start as defenders and have the possibility to impress and just cement their advantage from the early stages, if they're able to snatch in between 7 to 8 rounds right away as defenders, you could clearly see that they have what it takes to run away with this map. But then again, they're against Turkey, the undefeated Team Turkey, who so far didn't drop any map, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't drop even 1 map since the qualification stage, since the beginning of the month of November. And that speaks volumes. They were them and Team Turkey and Team France were compared as the Goliaths of this tournament so far. They were the bigger teams, but when it came down to Team Turkey versus Team France, we could clearly see a set difference in between, you know, performance delivery from both teams. Now, it's clear to us that Team Turkey stands atop, and it's down to Team UK to show us if Team Turkey can really bleed or not. Team Italy were close to that. Not close enough, though. So now might be the day of reckoning for Team Turkey. Now might be the moment of reckoning. Now might be the map where we can finally see Team Turkey bleed, unless there are other surprises for us in store.
If it can bleed, it can die. If you can take at least one map from Team Turkey, UK, you can definitely win that series, but you just need that, let's say, ego boost or that momentum or that raise morale, whatever you want to call it, in order for you to be sure that, no, we actually took a map from them. And then it goes to the decider. It's a map that they have not picked. Yes, they have left it open, Lotus, and they're really good in that map, but still, you took at least one map from them. You dethroned them from being unkillable or undefeatable. So this map is really important for UK if they want to win this series. I mean, it's already a 1-0, so I know I'm being a little bit of a Captain Obvious right here. If they lose the entire game. But split is really essential for them to be able to know if Turkey can bleed or not. Because if it ends in a 2-0, then that's it. Turkey are undefeated. They have not lost a single map, just as you said, since the qualifications. They're a team that has not lost a single round. And by the way, this is something in Turkey in particular. It is one of the most uprising regions when it comes to talents and new players, and the community over there in general. Valorant is extremely huge in Turkey. If you went to Istanbul, if you've seen the lands, if you want to sign a team, and this is something that Tom Biz, I remember, said, quoting one of our friends about 6 months ago in Game Changers, if you want to make a team that you want to nurture talents in, you go and pick up talents from Turkey. This region has always been huge in Valorant. It's always been huge in shooter games in general. And it's the power of Turkish aim. So seeing them perform like this is definitely nothing new for us. Yes, so many times we've seen Turkey perform individually as players, as talents. You have so many famous players in Fnatic, Alfayer, and so many other different examples. And essentially, Turkey is, let's say, a home ground, is like a decent soil for all these uprising talents. So you get a team from 5 of these against any other nation, they will perform, and this is something that they have been doing so far. So if UK are able to take split, it can definitely go to 1. And despite the score, if it goes overtime, if it's one-sided, it doesn't really happen. At least you get to shake the mental of Turkey. So it's going to be a mental game between them and UK.
I don't know about the mental game because, well, at least when talking about the Turkish community, they're definitely known for their passion, their stoicity when it comes to, handling the mental games with their opponents. But then again, yes, an amazing hub of talent, an amazing pool of talents, and we're getting a degustation, of course, of what they have to offer to us. I'm not sure if the term exists in English, but fine, I would have tried anyways. So, of course, everybody's wondering in here, yeah, where's the game? Where's the game? And we're expecting the game to start as well any moment now, as we're still enduring some technical issues. That's part of the beauty and the curse of lands, right? That's what it comes with. And of course, once the technical issues have been resolved, the game will be started right away. So, let me take you on this. Oh,
finally.
I should have prayed for, I don't know, 15k,
finally.
15 million, something, right?
It begins. The game that could be maybe the final game between Team Turkey and Team UK. We've been hyping up this game and we spoke about everything that could be spoken about. But now, soon as we go into the game, let us put all predictions aside, because now it is only up to Turkey and UK to decide who's going to be the winner of the grand finale of Spike Nations. Scarlet begins it with the first blood ever, takes down Schnelle, and Mudge now against Scarlet, traded 1 for 1.
Yeah, excellent trade to start this game that has been long awaited for one too many reasons, most of them being out of our control, of course. And Team UK starting on this attack side would be dropping 2 players right away, especially after that sweep coming from Merge, disposing of Link. And, well, just look at them being spread over here, Team UK, losing a 4th one, and it's only up to Lime. Right away, Spectre in hand, running all the way back towards spawn. No plan in hand, but sitting on this hot seat, you can already smell the burns coming up from him. The responsibility of clutching right away against 3 of Team Turkey's best. Mush, Glovey, and iPod being detected near Lime. Will still try to wiggle his way around towards the spike. Clearly know that there's a crossfire being applied and a miscommunication coming from Team Turkey, but that's iPod to correct the mistake. Snatching that last skill and offering Turkey.
He takes a selfie as well.
Selfie. Exactly.
Yeah, we just saw the round, but first, let me take a selfie. An impressive round coming in from Team Turkey here, all thanks to iPod saving the day. Mudge and Izzy did have some sort of a tremble between the final shots coming in from Lime, who we've been hyping and we spoke about for a little bit too long before we got into this game. And he does prove worthy. It was a 1v3. He's a Cypher. He has not used a single bit of utility. He went all in, bam, bam, one tapping 2 players. Had he known where iPod is, that round was absolutely clutchable. He was not touched, by the way, by neither of
He
them.
had it. Yeah.
It was doable, but he was challenged by time. And there goes the Phantom Force from Izzy. However, doesn't prove worthy. Falls to the Sheriff of Scarlet.
Okay, definitely not what we're used to see from Izzy, missing a lot of crucial bullets, but there's a possibility for the upgrade from the Marshal to Vandal on the hands of Murj, who's taken his time, trying to be as careful as possible since the spike has been planted, awaiting a long rotation from the rest of Team Türkiye. How will they be able to dismantle this defensive setup? I clearly do not know, but maybe forcing it would be a way to be handling this situation, and Lynx gets surprised with Glowey to his face. An excellent kill in here, opening doors towards maybe achieving a second point in this game. Definitely not a point that Team Türkiye want to lose. Glowey with the second one, the paranoia being applied, misses the target, but Buffy with the classic buys enough time. But it's Smudge ending things on this round. Türkiye with a second point, and a victory with a taste of defeat, I dare say.
8 casualties,
players.
3 on the side of Türkiye. Yes, had they lost that Phantom Force from Izzy, has been quite unlucky to get a kill against Scarlet at the start of the round. It would have been such a massacre for Team Türkiye regarding their economy, because haven't you just forced that Phantom? No, you've also donated it to Team UK for no reason. They also got to plant the spike. So
No,
yes,
the Phantom wasn't picked up, actually. Team UK kept on playing with pistols.
yeah, because they protected it. All thanks to iPod moving in quickly to ramps and making sure that nobody gets to lay that hand to that Phantom. Now, my point was, if UK won that round and they got that Phantom, Türkiye would have paid the price extremely heavy, because they would have been in debt of a freely donated Phantom. They lost the round, the spike was planted, they don't even get to get the buy round, and the bonus is already immediately donated to UK. So thank God Mudge was on top of his screen that game, and iPod, they get to save the day.
And speaking about saving the day, Team UK have a chance for salvation. They got themselves a full buy, as you can clearly see, in between Vandals and Phantoms. While Team Türkiye, I mean, look, a Sheriff on Glowey, I would trust that more than a Vandal in my hands, that's for certain, okay? But one keeps on wondering in here how Team Türkiye will be negotiating the attempts of entry from Team UK right now, with only iPod in here holding an angle with a Spectre. Izzy, very interesting position. Could be easily dismantling the attacking side, and, well, that's a kill at least. Gets revenge for his teammate. iPod falling on the ground. A heal being applied by our boy Lewis, the mobile hospital Sky in here. With the possibility for Team UK to stay afloat in terms of HP. That's a plant of the spike and a 4v4, and Glowey, relentless in here, running away with Link's head. He didn't even have time to react to that. And forget what I said, it's a 4v3 retake.
Yeah, Sheriff Demons, baby, on the side of Türkiye. And that's Turkish aim, baby. There goes Mudge against Lime, able to get that shot. Your boy Lewis tapping one after another as Mudge and Lazy fall down. And now it is left to Glowey again. That Sheriff. And Scarlet and Lewis. He knows the angle where he's waiting for him, but Scarlet is gonna be better at this one peak. Particularly, again, there were 8 casualties this time. It's in the reverse. 2 people alive, but on UK side, they get to save their weapons. It was just a thrifty round. Actually, a bonus round coming in from Team Türkiye. So the fact that they were able to get 3 kills kind of hurt the economy of UK a little bit is, let's say, it wasn't a massive L.
Yeah, clearly, and Buffy will most likely be looking to maybe get a drop. We can see here the numbers, the economy being played at by Team UK, able to afford 5 main weapons for the UK squad. You have been talking about the Turkish aim. That was a Wales aim, by the way, from Yaboys Lewis with that double. Presenting, of course, his nation to the best of his ability, and that's Scarlet popping off with a headshot on Glowey to kickstart this 4th round. And Team Türkiye seems to be a little bit in trouble on that defensive side.
Yeah, UK are really excited. Lewis immediately cast the Seeker as soon as he had it. Now goes in for the plant, trying to get the Seekers again. By the way, Lime has a neural theft that he could use immediately in order to decide where are the places of the remaining Türkiye players. They lost Glowey, they lost the only smoker on that team, and that is the issue with the double duels composition when you're on defense side. What utility tool is going to help you retake if you don't have your alternates? That second controller would have been really helpful now. That second initiator would have been really helpful now. That Sage would have made a major difference. But now, again, they know that the hardest side is going to be these first few rounds. They have little to no info on who's where, so they have to rely on nothing but their pure aim. Chanel, however, is able to take care of Lewis. The initiator takes another kill, but there goes Link, and the trade is going to be in the side of UK. Again, it's a 3v1. Mudge has nothing to do but to try to hit the economy, but Scarlet says no, and she's on fire this game. With a 3rd kill in a row, gives UK a 2nd win
Anyone have any splints?
In that
I may
game.
have jammed my fingers.
Excellent showing in here from Team UK. A lot of resilience coming from them holding their grounds. I mean, it was very interesting to see how the after plant was played. If you noticed, Lime decided to take mid right away. The moment the plant was done, waited for the rotation to happen, decided to be a pain in the back of any player headed towards heaven. So Team Turkey could not simply, with enough peace of mind, to storm into site B. There was no possibility to play the after plant for them. They knew someone was behind them, and none other than the scary Line. So there you go, you're liking the smokes, no efficient flash being deployed. There's no way for you to just run away with that round, and that's Izzy just parting ways with his teammates at the beginning of this round under, you know, a Nico with a couple of sheriffs being thrown right and left, and that's Team Turkey really close from dropping the third point to Team UK.
Yeah, already Glovey has a very good angle, but with the Sheriff and the Dream against anyone from Team UK to peek him. However, they're being absolutely patient right now. Look at him. Glovey, despite the fact that I was saying they're being patient, Buffy lost their patience a little bit too quickly. Peeks only to meet the hands of Glovey, the Reaper, and I would love to call him with that Sheriff. Absolutely a menace to deal with so far with just one hit that goes about 800 credits. The paranoia goes in. That's a 4-man blind. The flash doesn't hit. Not able to kill Lime, however. But doesn't even manage to hurt him. Not a single body shot on that Cypher. And guess what? The rotation has already begun. I think Mudge is able to get an upgrade on his weapon. And there you go. It's a Vandal and a Sheriff. And it's a 2v4.
Yep, and Cage being deployed in here. Team UK would, of course, clear out side B. That's a free plant. Local session coming from Team Turkey, reliant on 2 players. That's a Vandal in the hands of Mudge. Could definitely use it this round. I mean, it's fine if he was to lose it. The objective in here is to deal as much damage as possible to the economy of Team UK. Damage done is equal to 2 kills to be accurate. Not too much, probably hoped for a little bit more. But Team Turkey are struggling so far. I mean, they're looking like a shadow of their former selves if we're to compare the way they played on Haven.
Yeah, judging by the amount of utility that they've been using as a waste and not in position. For example, you can see how UK got Scarlet into the side in the round just before this one. Link used the Paranoia perfectly on the backside. Lewis has used the Guiding Light on the CT side, on screens. So initially, 2 utility tools being thrown at the same exact moment, making sure that the entire side is flash for Scarlet as she goes in. Double satchel, she goes into the backside, sees no one else but iPod, blows his head off, and gets the side completely free and empty for UK to go in. So the utility sync coming in from UK and attacking side so far, surprisingly, is way better than I expected, to be fair. Scarlet also seems to be way more comfortable on that race pick. Instead of the Jet, these double satchels have been on point, able to get the showstopper in just the 5th round, and actually it was ready last round as well, but it was just not worth it to use it. So expect the same exact strategy to be done again, but watch out, Izzy has an open. I told you! I warned you!
Izzy just doesn't disappoint with that op, and that's iPod being able to just get enough bullets towards Buffy. That's an excellent kill. Izzy disposing of Lime. Well, nice try in here from Schnell, who committed with the showstopper, but far from dealing any damage. And that's Team Turkey collecting kills to get themselves the 3rd point and showing us what they're made of. So 3-3, contested games so far. Looking at the scores, of course, nothing to be said about Scarlet and boy Lewis in here, while Maj is taking the helm of kills so far for his team. 3-3, and you just couldn't ask for more from a game at this stage, right?
Yep, absolutely. And judging by how much performance gain did IZ get by just swapping to the Operator instead of the Vandal, these 2 kills and that hunt that came in, but let's not speak of hunt, let's speak of parties. Because Scarlet just kicked off a party. Apparently no one is in the invitation list. It completely misses. Quite lonely. One came for that one. Mudge is able to take her down as well. And just as Buffy passes by, she will stay and live for another day. Because Mudge is going to miss her this time. However, they still have Lewis. He has the Seekers. They did lose their only duelist, so making an entry for any of the sites is going to be extremely hard. And now you have to rely on rotating into B sites. For mid again, which is left completely neglected by Team Turkey. They kill Mudge.
Not so much.
The Seekers.
Mudge could be ready to deal some damage in here. Just don't forget. Don't forget, this is the moment for you. Oh, excellent Seekers in here. But by a couple of seconds for Team UK. Oh, and the peek from Buffy. grabbing that kill on Marge will be so amazing for Team UK to take advantage of. But then again, blocked thanks to Izzy. He's getting smoke in here, trying to buy as many seconds as possible for his team. But Team UK are going back again towards side B. They're doing this dance, but look, only Glovey left to defend from a very far away position, a very remote position. And this one way will allow him to maybe change his position. A neural theft would foil his plans, and he will only be able to retract towards attacker spawn as Team Turkey are preparing to play the retake.
Then neural theft from Lime is way more useful than anyone would think it'd be. Glovey, they had no idea that he was there. It was gonna be a perfect trigger discipline, maybe get 2 kills at the very least. But thanks to that, they were only away 15 seconds from missing the plant. Izzy's knives just missed Lime's head by an inch. And they now know that there's a Cypher left out there in mid. Buffy also takes care of Glovey, all thanks to the Lime ultimate. Again, Link is able to trade iPod, and now Izzy. I don't think that with one knife you're able to clutch that round, buddy. Okay, why don't we save it? Why don't you go back, save that operator, and maybe look in order to try and make your investment a little bit worth it. We've seen how effective it was in the last round and how it got them 2 kills that were very, very effective. So, yeah, he's gone back.
Yeah, clearly. The good old reliable from Izzy. And we've seen him save the operator, I think, 3 times in a row in Lotus earlier today against Team Italy, if I'm not mistaken. And, well, he's been a threat on that weapon. And there's way more than, 10 good reasons for him to save that weapon. I completely understand from the perspective of Team Turkey. But then again, Team Turkey looked extremely strong in that position. They conquered the map. They had the advantage. They took an early advantage of the kill that happened on Scarlet. UK were devoid from any initiator, any duelist, sorry. And they were reliant on their smokes. And they were just able to confuse Team Turkey to the craziest levels of confusion, right? They're left with only one player to fend for himself on side B, and the times were just amazing on them. They just took their chances and all deserved point. Now what's left to see is, will they be able to reciprocate the same scenario? That's what we're gonna discover. Excellent paranoia while Schnell would get a kill on Lewis on the other side of the map, and Glovey patiently waits and gets reward! And that's a triple! Insane from Glovey. And now it's only Scarlet left to fend for herself. The first headshot here happening on Schnell. Position, of course, discovered, but that the spike on her back. Attempts in here to just apply as much pressure as possible on this player. Will she still...
Okay, allow me to say that this round is sponsored by no one else but Glovey. That paranoia and the shadow step coming in for the timing were just absolutely ludicrous to play against if you were UK. Lime thought that there was no one inside. He was in the cage. It's all good. I did get blinded, but I'm safe. He did not hear that shadow step, all thanks to the paranoia making sound muffled in his ears. Now, he went into sight. Link thought that this corner was clear because Cypher just literally walked in out here. So the timing coming in from Glovey for that round, it was massive. He did not whiff that trigger discipline. 3 kills in a row, goes into mid, picks up Scarlet, the last person still alive from Team UK. Solo-handedly able to get 4 kills. Turkey, all that round and the snowball effect that might come from it all to him.
Okay, key move coming from it. He would get a little bit greedy, but cover coming from his teammate. Able to capitalize on that risk, so 1 kill to 0, not even damage. Maybe a little slap on the wrist on Izzy, missing 5 hit points and a couple of points of armor, but I think it's worth it, right? As long as worth is involved, and Team UK lacking 1 player, Scarlet being down again, and that's Izzy, kickstarting his horror scenario yet again. A fake TP, of course, putting even more pressure on Team UK, who will need to cancel any attempt to take side B. And I think that the roadmap in here is showing us clearly that they want to go for A, but iPod on the back of the side, disposing of Lime. And that's only 2 players remaining. And we're wondering, will Buffy and Lewis create the miracle the UK needs so much in this half?
Yeah, treading carefully, Lime. He was not treading carefully enough to not hear that slam alik when he goes into the tripwire. Falls by the only person that he anticipated, the Cypher. He made 1 step, 1 long step, and there goes the entire flank. However, Buffy able to take his revenge alongside your boy Lewis, and now both of them are staying inside. Lewis takes another one with him before he goes down. He's gonna be taking down Chanel, and now he's down to a 3v1, but it's Viper's ward and we're living in it. Buffy alone with the Seekers and Paranoia again, an ultimate for a single person. It's kind of hard to deal with again, randomly spraying through this ultimate Glovey. It's able to get enough hassle for Izzy to go in, pick up that third kill with the shorty. Viper's bit wasted, but finally, we get to see a Seekers used on one person actually being effective, because each and every time it happened in Sunset, whoever was alone actually ended up clutching it. I'm looking at you, Lime.
Think about it, right? Is there any other ability, maybe aside from neural thefts, or maybe a wrecking ball that would allow you to actually detect where the Viper is inside of the Viper's bite? So they didn't have too many tools in their sheds, right? So Seekers ready? Let's go. It doesn't matter. What's important is that you get that point. Remember, a point in here is not that regular point you'd be getting in a game. We're talking about the finals of Spike Nations in here. And Team Türkiye are definitely dead set on clutching as many points, on grabbing as many points as possible, distanciate themselves from UK until they reach the 13th point. Because, again, the crown is at play in here. The crown of the champions of the Spike Nation 2023. So, okay, make no excuses in here. Even if you're committing an ultimate for one play, it doesn't even matter. Even if it's for the shadow of a dot, it doesn't even matter. Better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry. Team UK, they did hear that tape coming in from Moon. And they take that time out before things started getting out of hand a little bit. Again, you're going to be going into defense side with a double controller setup. So essentially, defense should be easier in a defense-sided map with these double controllers, yada yada.
Yeah, retakes will be a little bit complicated though.
Yeah, we did repeat that so many times. What's new here, and what's worth mentioning, is that Team Türkiye are getting very close to their ultimate points, buddy. 3 points away from the neural theft iPod. Chanel, also very close to her showstopper. And Izzy is still waiting eagerly for anyone to go against that operator. Now, you know you're against an operator that is not easy to kill. You know against an operator that doesn't miss any shot. So making dry peeks in any other sides before gathering info will be a mistake, UK.
And
I don't even get to finish the sentence.
You don't have to, as Lewis in here would just dispose of Schnell with a very clean shot from his trusty Sheriff. Now, I think that the plan has been foiled thanks to the tungsten screen that has been applied from Buffy. They do know that some pressure will be coming up towards ramp, but look at Marsh. Knows that something is going on in here. Will dispose of Lewis, as he had prior information on the location of his opponent and preparing to dash. I don't know, if you're trying to wrap your head around how Team UK have been playing so far in the last couple of rounds, it's like they're trying to spread all over the map, try to get those entries, those single kills, isolated kills, in order to, facilitate things for themselves, but it's actually backfiring on them. They're losing players more than they're being able to get those kills. And speaking of which, that Izzy with 2 kills to add to his tally, a triple to end the round, maybe a quad, as Marsh is dropped on the ground, and it's only Link left to save his team, but nope. iPod makes a stand, and a 6-4 to Team Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey have been doing absolutely massive, all thanks to the operator of Izzy. Holding an entire side alone, 3 kills like dominoes, one after another. They fall against his operator. Team UK have not been able to find a solution to that operator. They just keep dry peeking each and every round, despite the fact that a timeout was taken. You would think that they would be fixing that same mistake that has been taking them down each and every time they peeked against Izzy. But no, just keep coming. And Izzy just keeps shooting. And the shots just keep landing. And the rounds just keep going for Team Turkey at this point. You look at Chanel now, she's 1 point away from her ultimate, the showstopper, which is going to be a massive help.
I've got your track.
Again, Izzy changes position this time. Look at it from mid.
And it's insane that Izzy is just able to change his position wherever there is pressure. Each and every single time, it's like he's clearly reading the minds of Team UK, or the in-game leader of Team UK. And speaking of heads, that's Bullet rushing to the heads of the players of Team Turkey, as Puffy will get a 3rd kill or a 4th kill to Team UK with a plan being ensured. That's iPod left to fend for himself. And I mean, overall, I think that Team Turkey could have been a little bit more patient. No, if iPod says enough, then it's really enough. I do not believe that he did so, as Link will dispose of him. And that's a big point for Team UK. And again, my point is that
last round before the
getting way too aggressive, and I'm talking about Izzy specifically, getting out of garage, trying to play right behind the box, Seekers being committed right away, taking you out of position, you'll be losing that advantage you have been trying to get right while playing the op. So, I don't know. This could have been handled a lot more differently, and time for a tactical timeout.
Another tactical timeout. I guess at this time it could be coming out from Turkey, yes. Makes total sense. but taking a timeout for one round, just one round before the side swap, shows you how big the stakes are between these two teams. They both know that after the side swap, everything is going to change. They both know that after the side swap, again, you need to have as many rounds as you can, because you going into a 7-5 instead of a 6-6 plays a major role. You're taking pistols, you're building more and more gap between you and your enemy. You're making a bigger difference mentally. You're making it easy on yourself to win these pistol rounds and be 3 rounds ahead instead of being 2 rounds ahead. Because judging by the way UK and Turkey have been playing, they do not care about economy. These two teams are really good with their thrifty rounds. They're really good with these sheriffs. So taking a timeout for a single round, it might be something that a lot of players or a lot of spectators or anyone watching find weird. Like, why are you wasting one of your 2 timeouts in the entire game for a single round? Bro, you have 3 ultimates ready. They need to do that.
If you sit down and think about it, I do not think that it's a wasted, timeout for just one round. And it's not just that. Team Türkiye could have played a lot better than they're doing right now. You can clearly see that they're being dysfunctional at times, at certain, times. And there's a lot to be discussed, especially the way they dropped the previous round, right? And Team UK are just feasting on these mistakes and making, these rounds matter the most. I mean, remember, we're talking about split and the scoreline is 6-5, so it's just 1 point of a difference. Schnell in here, a little bit too quick on the trigger, would lose the possibility of dealing any given damage with the showstopper. Know that Lewis is somewhere behind that smoke. Being detected again will not find any successful way to trade off Schnell as he falls on the ground. That's Izzy missing his shot. A lot of pressure applied on Glovey. Will play the card of patience as a Veil is being deployed right in front of him. A paranoia maybe to ease things for him, but waiting on Heaven while the smokes dissipate and his teammates arrive would be the wisest decision, as a spike is planted in a 4v3 situation.
Yeah, had to be a little bit faster than that Glovey. Give time to Lime to go away. Now Buffy, still alive, gets a massive shot on Mudge, killing the only initiator left alive at Team Türkiye. Double satchel going in right here from Chanel, but again, Team UK have a massive number advantage all thanks to Buffy. Not missing a single shot here. Vandal just doesn't miss against Team Türkiye, getting into a 6-6. Apparently that timeout will not be giving any value to Team Türkiye. In fact, 3 out of 3 ultimates ready. None of them were used this round. It was the last round. He should have used it a little bit earlier than that, I think. I'm not sure if the showstopper was used or not, but I think Chanel was actually the first to fall out of them all. So everything would have shifted into the favor of Türkiye if they used these ultimates a little bit early. If iPod has gotten traded by Glovey being a little bit faster on Lime, they would have been a 4v2, essentially not giving Buffy that much confidence in her peaks in Garage, because she would have to look at another angle to check. But it all went down to Lime taking a kill, getting all that info with neural theft, and staying safe.
And now it's all about figuring out if Team Türkiye with their double duelist meta will be able to prick the defenses of Team UK based off 2 controllers who happen to be playing it between mid and B. But given that it's a pistol round, it's going to be extremely quick as Lewis has a lot to be dealing with, a lot to be thinking about. A bit of damage in here popping on the players of Team Türkiye. Lewis doesn't even need to move as he's already detected. They know where he is. A bit of healing from Mosh as Team Turkey slowly but surely presses towards Heaven. They're still unclear on where to go, still unclear on what to do. But side A seems to be the target, and Lime on the back of Team Turkey, able to get a couple of shots, and that's a kill on iPod, creating confusion, pushing this team to be a little bit too impulsive, but Maj will get the kill on Scarlet, and that side A slowly but surely opening up as Schnell gets rid of Buffy. Only Lime and Link left to save this team, and that's Link stepping up when it matters the most.
Timing is such the master of this round so far. Each and every single kill in this game, except Lewis maybe, has been quite unlucky for whoever saw someone ahead of him but couldn't really detect that there was another one behind him. Link coming in from ropes. Last thing that Chanel could expect. Now they know that Link did jump down. He knows he's in a 1v2 situation. He knows that he doesn't have a paranoia nor a smoke ready, and Glovey peeks in with that final classic headshot. All thanks to him and Izzy. That round is going to be going in the favor of Türkiye, and that's such a way to start the second half. You want to win the pistol rounds. You want to make as much momentum boost as you can, but I don't want to be too optimistic, but Izzy, actually pessimistic, but forcing that Phantom, dashing in, donating into Team UK might be a little bit too risky.
Yeah, clearly.
I would rather not.
And, grabbing that pistol round will be giving a sigh of relief to Team Türkiye. They'd be able to, potentially, you never know. Because right now I'm seeing a Sheriff on Lewis, so I'm already shaking.
but then another one on Link, and I'm shaking double what I was shaking earlier. So you'll never know. If it was on Lime as well, I would have probably, discarded any potential prediction on what's going to happen on this round. But, Team Turkey are looking very confident on two Bulldogs, Phantom and Izzy. They just love to play this way, right? They'd always love to have this hero Phantom on their duelist, as Izzy could be doing a lot of damage. Wasn't really the case on the second round of the first half, but fine. Mistakes do happen as Team Turkey are closing in towards site A, which already includes a stack of 4 players. And this might be spelling a bad beginning of the second half for Team Turkey. Skill coming in. Ooh, Scarlet with the revenge! Make it 2! Chloe finally shuts her down. And it's 3v3 with 2 players remaining. They don't know. They probably suspect a stack in here, but a little bit too late as damage is done. And Lewis make it as only 2 players are remaining, with Link trying to salvage whatever is left to be saved in this round. But nope, iPod waiting with the Marshall will dispose of him. 8-6, Team Turkey still leading.
Oh, Scarlet and Lewis are a little bit scary with the sheriffs, aren't they? You try to pick against...
that my shaking was justified, right? You saw that, right?
Yeah, I don't understand why you said you were shaking now, but guess who didn't shake? Scarlet. Neither did she, neither did Lewis. With the Sheriff able to get and land 3 kills with 0 utility, they just knew that Glove used that paranoia. Weak, kill. Scarlet left alone. She knows that Izzy just took care of, I think it was Puffy, if I'm not mistaken. Peeks up immediately, revenges for the Viper. And now you're looking at Team Turkey with their economy heavily hurt. And Scarlet again, these peaks have been massive for her. She just doesn't miss.
That's the nastiest thing that I've seen tonight, I think. In terms of a 1 kill, right? Maybe after the triple transfer from Izzy as well. But that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt Team Turkey. Izzy on the ground, 4-5. You don't have enough information to work with, and relied on only 1 duelist with a lack of control, with a lack of initiation, of course. And Team Turkey need to make this right. As 1 minute is left on the clock, the direction seems to be settling towards site A.
Let's see how this one is going. iPod takes down Lewis. A beautiful Guardian shot. Goes in, check your corners, buddy. Scarlet is still waiting again. The same exact player that you don't want to have ahead of you. She's been absolutely massive with her all-ins so far. 3 assault rifles waiting on him, but gets a 3rd and a 4th kill, maybe Link. Now Chanel is left alone in a 1v4 with raised a full utility open, but Lime says no, and Team UK will be taking another round in their pocket. It was a bonus. It was a bonus, so Turkey can't afford to lose this one, but I'm a little bit scared because I think that's the moment Scarlet can afford an operator, she will be taking that, and it's either her or Link, really.
You could be seeing the operator on Lime. We've seen Lime playing the operator on multiple occasions, although he's on the Cypher. Yeah, he does. We've seen this on multiple occasions today. Now, pointed that, honestly, you'd love to see this. Scarlet is just dyeing the map red with all those occasions she's taken. Like, on the first half, alright, agreed, acknowledged. She tried her best on an attacking side that wasn't really working out. She was dying whenever she was trying to enter any site, which is the purpose of a duelist, more or less. But successfully, given how much control was applied by Team Turkey and how aggressive they were playing. But it's good to see her delivering this level of skill at the stage of the second half. It's a complete contrast with what we've seen in the first half. But there's more to come, as Team Turkey are expected to try to breach towards Heaven. Good jump with a pad, a lot of mobility. Schnell losing her life, but Izzy capitalizing. They know there's more to come from this position, and too many smokes deployed and applied in here as Buffy could hurt. Buffy could bite from this position.
Yeah, look at how fast she moved. The guiding light comes in, but she knows that she has to go, and now probably doesn't expect Mudge still in that corner because of the guiding light coming in from outside. That's going to be a free weapon upgrade for Mudge. But Lewis still on fire, not missing any shots against iPod, who's been trying his best to lurk here. Link is still alone on B side. No one knows about his position. Tread carefully, Glovey. That side is still not clear. I think he also heard that Mudge drop down, trying to waste time for his team to come back. Goes back on the rope. Pretty smart rotation coming in from Mudge, and Desperate coming in from the rope. Mudge is still alive, has the Seekers. Knows that there's someone else that could maybe be coming in from Rose behind you. Both of them, Mudge is able to drop down again against Lime, but Link drops him down here, and it's very close for a 1v4 situation coming in for that Sky. What a massive round. If Mujbet actually won that round, I bet you that UK would have taken another timeout.
Oh my god, if Maj did it, he was so close, a couple of pixels, but again, Team Türkiye were given a gift and they managed to squander it again. Taking control of Heaven after trading 2 for 2 should have been an obvious plan for them. But they dropped players in a manner that probably wasn't foreseeable by then, and that's a Nate Wait, and Team UK so far just playing in a much more convincing manner than we've seen them at the beginning of the day. And the curving is getting higher and higher for Team UK, and they're rising up to the challenge as the unbeaten Turkish team is suffering. And just look at Lime, the dance of death, the Ferrari peak coming from here, not giving them any chance, any possibility to breathe. And, well, Turkey reliant on this 50 buy will try to make things even, but would they?
Hey, whoa. Check it out. Scarlet has an operator, by the way. And we did predict that last round.
The smoke?
Slow but steady. Buffy goes in, trading 2 for 1. Mudge's death will not go unchased. And again, Easy with the Blaze Storm updrafting above Scarlet. There is not going to be anyone invited to that party. Not just had they lost the operator, but also the showstopper on top of it. And one shot coming in from Izzy. She knows now that he's going to be going against Lime. And then there's going to be a final shot coming from Izzy. He's on fire. Look at that smile on that face.
Just get him out
Untouched,
of
by the
here.
way. Untouched.
Get him out of here. I mean, it all started with madness, right? Marsh pushing that smoke. How do you do it? Why do you do it? Who told you to do it, right? He still goes in, catches Lewis with a guiding light in hand, gets that kill, opens up hell on earth on that position, and it's easy capitalizing on 2 kills in Heaven, pushing in towards side, gets the 2 last kills, and that's a 9th port for Turkey. And it's extremely insane to be looking at a team like Turkey, who's usually playing in a more organized way, just snatching grounds in this fashion.
Yeah, at this point, Turkey are really massive when it comes to the terms of economic advantage they have on UK. Even if they lose this round, they can still afford buying Assault Travis again in the next one. Scarlet, however,
Down A.
she just fears no one. Peeks up against iBot, takes a beautiful shot. Lewis, on the other hand, tags them up one after another like dominoes they fall. Gloves and Chanel both say goodbye to life. Scarlet still alive, thrown and been chill, trying to give more time again for Lewis to get maybe his 3rd kill, but Mush says that's where you stop, buddy. Izzy still alive with Mush, maybe if they're able to catch up with the renewal. He's able to get him back to full HP, but still far away from the Seekers. They don't know that there's someone behind him. In fact, 2 behind them. They're now surrounded, and it's the sandwich strike coming in from UK Moon.
How high can Turkey raise, and how quick are UK to bring them down with just a modest Sheriff? 2 players to put them in a painful position. 9-8 with 2 players left alive on the Turkish side. Good spray in here. Izzy and Maj able to grab those 2 kills. Eases the pain even for a little bit, while Buffy will get the kill for herself. And that's Buffy again from behind the smoke, disposing of Izzy. And Turkey, Team Turkey must be eating its nails. The players must be eating their nails after such a blunder. You cannot do this. You cannot do this to your fans, Team Turkey. And Team UK again and again just do not fail to impress.
To be honest, none of them failed to impress. Not a single person in this game is underperforming. In fact, each and every one of them from 10 star players has had his moment, or her moment, or their moment. Each and every one has been shining so far. And now we're down to one of our closest games, and you wouldn't expect less from a grand final again from Spike Nations. Turkey and UK, they know that the prize is just ahead of them. 4 rounds. Distinguished us from a star Team Scarlet. Begins the round with the first blood taken on Glovey, with the operator again falling down to her hands, all thanks to the 50 round. Check your corners.
No.
Chanel saves the day, taking Buffy down from what could have been a very close trigger discipline against Turkey.
Clearly not like this, Buffy. She was in prime position to make the difference, knew someone went to Heaven, but a little bit too late, and Scarlet missing out with a couple of pixels on that paint shell, but will survive for the time being as Turkey decides that the winds need to make them sail towards side A, and Lime makes them regret that decision as they go back, licking their wounds towards Heaven again, but Scarlet is waiting with the operator, gives them a little bit of pain as another attempt to wallbang fails from Scarlet. She'll be holding position, and the 2 Turkish players that remain will try to take it away towards Heaven, maybe to penetrate the site as Link fails to register the shots that he was meaning for Maj. that the side penetrated, that 3 defenders left, a little bit too far away to change things, and the status quo is as such. Spike planted, Seekers foiling the positions of Team UK, and 2 players remaining. Is the equalizer?
No way, is this real?
1-1 with only
No
4
way.
remaining with 28 HP. Get the first shot, but not enough as much. Takes it away, takes it home to Türkiye. While
I'm running out
UK
of
will be
words.
regretting this round.
I'm running out of words. You might have to cover for the next 3 rounds again, Moon, because Izzy and Scarlet, each and every single round. I want to quote a beautiful sentence he said. How far can Turkey raise and how fast can UK take them down? Each and every round, it's a roller coaster of emotions. Oh wait, it's a 4v2. Oh wait, it's a 2v1. Oh, it's a 1v0. UK clutched it. So it's been going both ways since the first round, and this is the closest we could have gotten, and this is one of the best Valorant game we've seen in the Spike Nation so far. 19 rounds of action. It doesn't matter who has ultimates. It doesn't matter who has a better artillery. They still are able to get crazy shots. The Bucky coming in now from Buffy. Buffy and Bucky? That rhymes? Oh wait, I reversed it. Bucky and Puffy, not Pucky. Has a Viper Spit as well, but not gonna be used on mid, I'm quite sure. And alongside the Trailblazer that could have been from Mudge, however, wasted already. That could be such a good spot if Link is able to put a bait.
Yeah. Even better.
It happens.
That's Puffy with a Bucky.
Now look at
All right.
Chanel. She has a showstopper ready. But who are gonna be invited to that party?
I don't know, because so far we didn't see a lot of success in this series with a showstopper, that's for certain. But Lime in here, lying in wait with a poisonous gift for the Turkish players.
Spike
Able
down
to
B.
just this guy. The speed at which he clicks head is just insane, and that's the knife coming up. Izzy maybe going a little bit too quick. Will live to regret his positioning. Expects maybe the no-scope, but nope. That's Puffy. Just playing with his head, living rent-free, disposing of him for a triple. And honestly, Puffy is coming huge in these games. She's a giant in these games. The way she's pulling Team UK back alive every single time. I think that's her 5th or 4th multi-kill. I'd say more multi-kill rounds from Puffy than single kills round from her.
You know, I'm starting to think that Valorant is all about shotguns, okay? The amount of Shorty, Bucky, Judge kills we've seen in this series is tremendous. Izzy is the only, let's say, inconvenience now ahead of UK alongside Glovey. Both of them have been doing such massive damage to UK's economy one round after another. Now Scarlet is 1 point away from the ultimate. If that kill lands, she sees all of them ahead of her. But the first away, Glovey now peeks in. She misses that shot. It would have been such a massive point for the showstopper, but no. She decides to wait. And she finds out as Chanel goes now with the showstopper, clearing the backside. Lime is able to get a kill for iPod, takes another kill and takes the 3rd one, Lime! The strongest anchor you can ask for in a site! You dread and you came into the wrong side because Lime is still alive, baby, so these 3 kills are added to his credits, and for the first time in this game, UK are gonna be ahead in total round counts.
Can you believe it? UK brought it back to 11 and 10, and if I'm not mistaken, because I'm quite confident, this is the 2nd time that UK comes on top in terms of the scoreline. The 2nd time since the game started, and things are getting a lot more difficult for the Turkish side. I mean, 11 to 10, that definitely was not a round to be missed. You disposed of the operator that was on ramp. You had the possibility to split, to go back again, to play on a different position, but no. All it took was Lime, and Lime again spread sourness in the ranks of Team Türkiye with the triple kill he got for himself. Another showstopper that did not find any victim, not even an ounce of damage. And, well, what remains to be seen is if Team Türkiye will be able to recover from this round or not.
Yeah, judging by the way this is going, Turkey are now using their 2nd timeout. Possibly the last one in this game. Possibly could be the last one in the series if Turkey are able to close it out. With 3 rounds in a row, but keep in mind if you drop down just once, if you give UK the chance to lick their wounds, just 1 round to stop you from going into the overtime, we could be going into game 3. And again, we do want to see a game 3 in the grand finals of Spike Nations. You wouldn't want to end it in a 2-0 grand final. Operator going again into the hands of Scarlet. Able to get invested all thanks to Puffy with that investment she had given her. You have 4 ultimates ready, 1 from the side of Türkiye from the shadows, and 2 from the side of UK. Viper Split, which is a very strong utility tool when it comes to defending. Scarlet barely misses Easy by a long shot. Now, not even planning to commit that Viper Split.
I mean, I think that by now Team Türkiye should
went
know
out.
how this is being played, but this time around Puffy takes the initiative, and AZ will be able to take a revenge. A second for Puffy, not at the third, but Globey will be too much to overcome for Puffy. A double for her, and in peace may she rest for this round as Team UK are trying to get things together to square everything off with Team Türkiye, a 3v2 situation after the intervention of Lewis, as Globey and AZ are trying to maybe reenact what they did before, but oh boy, that's Lime inside. When you see Lime inside, you do know that things are about to go down. A pick from Link, gets the headshot, Izzy caught with a mouse ray. And that's 12 to 10 for Team UK, who are bringing hope to the fans and the supporters of Team UK. 1 point away from extending the series.
Just 1 round away from taking us to the final game. And Türkiye, you have 1 final chance to close it out, but by the looks of it, judging by the economy, it's going to be extremely hard. You have a Guardian on Izzy. Still very far away from that Blaze Storm that we've seen him perform really well. Schnell, not doing her best in that game with Raze. Or actually, she's doing her best, but it's just not working out. UK now giving Scarlet a Vandal, despite the fact that they have enough money to invest in an operator, but they're cooking something. You want to use that Raze. A quick entry maybe when it comes to B-side this time. Double cloud burst going in, and Izzy flies into side. If he's able to take down Lime, it could be huge, and he does manage to do it. Trying to get into a quick 4v5, but now it's a 3v5 as well, with Globey adding another one to the diss list.
Oh, Link, only able to grab 1 head while iPod is just wreaking havoc. Running wild on this side with only Lewis left alive. It only took a couple of seconds for it to be accurate. And all it took was a push and a dash coming from Izzy with that Guardian, who would lose his life, by the way, but iPod to make things right for Team Turkey. 12 to 11, and believe it or not, we're 1 point away from equalizing the score and moving to the historical second overtime of the Spike Nations 2023. I mean, and looking at how Turkey just negotiated this round, you can clearly see that those fast tactics, fast, quick approaches are not leaving any chance for Team UK to respond. And one can only help but wonder, why didn't we see a lot more of these?
Something I want to highlight, and something that you mentioned, by the way, is that Turkey has not lost a single map. So if UK wins this one, it's going to be a win-win. You have not just dethroned Turkey from being undefeated, but no, Turkey has bleeded. That means that you can win. Lime getting jumped in here by 2 players. Again, your boy Lewis and Mudge. Only one of them falls, and that is going to be from the side of Turkey. They lost their Seeker's potential coming in from Mudge because he was very close to these ultimate points. They lost the Sky. UK need to win this. Yes, they have 3 ultimates. They should not be saving any of them again, Moon. It is the final shot for Turkey against UK. And we can be going into game 3 if they're able to close this one out.
And you can clearly see the spread out coming from Team UK. So retaining 5 players alive, trying to abuse the smoke. They, of course, got the Viper Spit. That's popping with the first kill. Izzy and Schnell will just capitalize after losing iPod. The tables have turned. It's a 3v2. An attempt. Izzy steals a kill away. And Globe peering out of nowhere to push us to overtime. What is going on?
This game is absolutely madness. Coming in from both teams. You do know that now UK are sitting on the edge of the chase. Everyone right here is absolutely on their nerves.
Oh boy,
one
oh
round,
boy, oh boy, oh
one
boy.
round could have ended all of it. 1 round could have gotten you into game 3. In a map that you picked split, Turkey are still able to come out on top, despite the fact that they have been down about 3 rounds. But now, coming back, taking us to overtime. However, it's only over when it's over. And if Valorant told us one thing, Moon, remind me, what was it? You don't celebrate until the game is over, isn't it?
Exactly, and Team Turkey on this map, specifically on the defense, did quite a shabby job at defending their positions. Team UK could abuse that, and we've seen a little bit of weakness from Team Turkey when it comes to the attack as well, spread out all over the half, so everything is still doable. Team Turkey do not look like that immortal, untouchable team anymore, as Puffy will initiate with the first kill on iPod. Glovey will respond with the second one, might make it the third. A TP to get him out of trouble. Is it the best of his opponents and make it the third one? No way! What in heaven's name is that?
He's just so smart. That is not a 5-head, that is a 6-head coming in from him again. Taking 2 kills, shadow stepping right before Garage and Türkiye put themselves on the verge of lifting that trophy. We're 1 round away. UK was just ahead. But Türkiye say no. Scarlet's coming in right now with that naked operator on the raise. I am a fan of her operator, but I'm not a fan of her naked operator with a single satchel. Might not be able to escape. A single satchel, yes, but 3 body shots will be more than enough to take her down. And keep in mind that you do know that Türkiye are going to be coming in with a double duelist composition, fully armed. They're able to take it without losing anything. Even if they lose Izzy here, he will be traded for Chanel, actually. It's the reverse. They lost both of the duelists. But Lewis is still hanging tight on their side.
Oh, but that's Glovey on the back and iPod. Wishing Yak Shamlar to link. Will go to sleep. In the meantime, Türkiye left with 3 players versus 2. Puffy and Scarlet could change things around, remember? Puffy has been a cornerstone for her team so far. Gives her the moment to shine, the most important one! And that's a tap that she was looking for as Merch dies away. iPod and Glovey! And ladies and gentlemen, Türkiye are your Spike Nations 2023 victors!
After a massive round and roller coaster of emotions we've been through all these games in all these nations, and France and Italy going out in 3rd and 4th respectively, Türkiye are going to be your Spike Nations grand finale winners against UK. It was so close. They went into overtime, but until the last moment, they remain undefeated, they remain untouched, and no one is going to be able to dethrone the Türkiye nation as they come out on top undefeated. Not a single map has they lost during the entire run.
Statement made, result shown, and promise held. Team Turkey. What an ending, and you have to feel bad for Team UK, really. They didn't have the perfect start. Far from that, they actually had a very, very difficult start at the beginning of the competition from the qualifying stages. They're able to snowball through it. Every game was a lot more better. Every game was even more convincing from them. And with Scarlet coming in hot, in this game, Buffy displaying an outrageous level of skill as well. You'd hate to see it. You would hate to see it, but in the end of the game, that's in the nature and the core and the heart of competitions. That's how things are run, a victor and a defeated. As Turkey are crowned champions, and as we're wishing harder luck for Team UK.
Look at them posing right next to that trophy. 6 nations aligned at the bottom of that trophy, but only one gets to lift it, and it's going to be Türkiye.
And of
Without
course,
a
we're
single
with the camera, just, eyeing that scene, eyeing that crowd, eyeing that trophy, right? In all its beauty.
I would have loved to be there. But again, that final game, with all the diversity that we've seen in the Asian selection and the style that they were able to adapt, Izzy in particular, I'm pretty sure could be the serious MVP, or should be the serious MVP of all these crazy moments. They really stepped up their game. So many of these times we've seen Türkiye taking a timeout, but the first one might have not been that effective, and then he went to the second one, and everything changed after that second timeout, by the way. I'm going to be voting for Izzy coming out as the MVP of this entire series. He was extremely consistent during the entire run.
The same for me. I do believe that the MVP for this game, for this series, would be Izzy. I mean, no question marks. But if there's an honorable mention here, that would be Puffy on Split. I'm dumbfounded at the way Puffy just handled that game, managed that game. She should be just, breaking lines, cutting lines, rendering opponents unable to take any sort of position. I mean, Heaven was relatively safer in the hands of Puffy than anyone else. And I mean, there are a lot of points that we need to talk about, a lot of points that we could approach as well. But all seem to be for note, as, there's that feeling of infatuation after seeing, one of the teams being crowned champion. Nothing matters anymore. The champion matters. It's all about the moment, this current moment. And, well, I'm not sure if we're gonna get to see the MVP right away, but seems like it's being cooked. I don't know if you can smell it, Morgan, from your end.
Smelling what?
If the MVP overlay is being cooked.
Yeah, it smells like Izzy. Wait, my nose is bigger than yours, so I can definitely tell if it's Izzy or not.
It's not about size, it's about affinity. Come on, Morgan, you're not body shaming yourself, my friend, live.
Come
yeah,
on.
check out to everyone from Turkey. You guys have been giving us a massive run so far, and of course the MVP, just as we've all guessed, is not going to be Izzy. It's going to be Glovey. Who's that Pokemon? It's not Izzy in the end. It's going to be Glovey on the Omen in both games. Who would have thought? In fact, he was actually really consistent as well, but you know, I feel like we got a little bit too hyped over Izzy, but
I mean,
we
had
have shone a
powerful
blind
runs.
eye to this legend.
Yes, because we've been seeing the impact of Izzy, right? When it comes to the numbers, Izzy might not have gotten the highest amount of kills. I'm not saying he deserves to be the MVP. Glovey is 46 kills over the series. I think this is the third highest number that we've seen for a series with 2 maps. For 2 maps, he's definitely the second. But then again, Glovey has been extremely impactful in the way Team Turkey dictated the game and the series in general.
Yeah, to be honest, every single game that Turkey has played against, they showed us why they are the team that deserve to win this tournament the most. UK, and again, all these nations were made in a very small amount. You've only given these nations less than 2 months to prepare, less than 2 months in order to be able to win out. And now we get to see the winner interview and also a small interview with Team UK. You can see again, both of them extremely happy. This was a charity event, so they're here for one reason, to raise awareness. And now let us hear from our players on stage.
Alright. And now we have bueno, perdón, medio ya, en medio del inglés. Vamos a hacer una pequeña preguntita también a Smurfe, qué tal cómo se lo ha pasado y ver sobre todo si quiere decir algo a la gente de Turquía que está viendo. So Smurfe, okay, sorry. Okay, how you enjoy the tournament? How was the feeling about this vaccination?
I mean, first of all, I'm really proud of myself for representing Turkey. And at the beginning of the tournament, our goal was not only to be champion, it's also to be undefeated. So we achieved it. And I love my teammates, I love my country, and thank you for supporting us. And see you next year, guys. Keep working. You need this.
Thank you. Ahí tenemos básicamente las palabras y vamos a ir directamente con la entrega de premios que nos la va a dar Guillermo Mañas, responsable de los patrocinios de eSport Movistar, y Fernando Suárez, director de cuentas de Twitch España. Por favor, que pasen por aquí. Y vamos a darle obviamente las medallas a los dos equipos, que ya los tenemos por aquí preparados. Parece que ya tenemos por aquí a los representantes tanto de Twitch como de Movistar. Y
Your favorite moment of the night, Morgan, isn't it?
Yes, the crowning of the kings of this tournament, Team Turkey. And now, the moment where they get to lift the trophy against Team UK, who also get a mini trophy for getting up in the second place, but we can only be one winner. And for today, it was Turkey, Amun.
This is the moment where we talk about power of friendship and splitting the trophy, right? But, you know, the real trophy in here goes for everyone spreading awareness, of course. Because, again, Spike Nation's in here, essentially for charity, right? And as competitors, I think that it's a responsibility to spread about awareness about anything that would need a lot more spotlight on it. You gotta really appreciate the gesture. And, of course, consolation gift being given in here to Team UK, who will be leaving the scene as the champions. Team Turkey are longing to raise this trophy right in front of this crowd in Madrid.
You know, I want to talk, but despite the fact that I don't understand anything what he's saying in the Spanish accent, and I mean Spanish, I am going to agree. I just love Spanish, man.
Yeah, it does. It's
okay. So a few gifts given here to Turkey, alongside the trophy, but they still get the medal, of course. Each and everyone has their own or her own medal in that lovely small box. I would have loved to be there. Take a small medal as well for myself for doing absolutely nothing, just for going and watching these games.
No,
but hey, they definitely deserve it.
Nah, come on. Don't play what you did. I mean, true that we've been here, but it's been a blast as well narrating these games, right? Taking up another challenge, entertaining all this crowd. That was something, right? Of course, amazing here, and great thanks and sentiments of gratitude for the players who course, allowed us to just live out this experience that it is. What a voyage it has been from beginning to end. You know, whether it's a teşekkürler, whether it's a merci, a thank you, a grazie, a danke, a gracias, for all the teams who participated.
Teşekkürler, I think is how you say it in Turkey. Teşekkürler, that's how you say thank you.
No,
if I'm not mistaken.
çok means a lot. Teşekkürler means thank you. So çok teşekkürler. Thank you very
Çok
much.
teşekkürler. Okay, yeah, you have a very good accent, man. One day I'm gonna be able to speak another language other than Arabic and English. But for now, why don't we all congratulate again your winners for the Spike Nations Grand Finals, Team Turkey, or Nation Turkey, shall we say, against UK in the Grand Finals. And the trophy being lifted from them on the stage of Gamers GY again in Madrid, Spain. Lifting the trophy one by one. Completely deserved win in the end for this lovely team that has not lost a single map. They definitely deserve that win, Moon.
They do. They do. And they went through trials and tribulations, and who else but Team Turkey with an undefeated streak to just bring it home? No one. No one but Team Turkey. With all the members, with the subs that happened, everything in and out of Team Turkey.
Okay, look at Chanel and Smurfette. They decided to lift the trophy together. And that is the power of teamwork. We got the trophy together, so we get to lift it together. Such a legendary moment again, an absolutely deserved win for Turkey for being the best nation. I'm going to repeat a sentence that I've heard a friend of ours, if you know him, Tom Biz, of course, one of the most famous commentators in the field. He said that Turkey is one of the best grounds for nurturing talents and one of the best grounds for any organization, any team that is looking for young talents or players to improve, for insanely good potential in so many players, whether in game changers, whether in the main tournaments, whether in even nation tournaments. Turkey has always been such a rich soil that has so many decent players and such an amazing community for Valorant and shooting games in general. We got that kiss from our lovely MC on stage, so we're gonna be sending him one back soon as the camera comes back on us. But otherwise, thank you so much to everyone who's been watching. Thank you so much to everyone who has been spectating and staying and supporting us in the chat. Thank you to everyone who has been supporting, whether UK, France, Italy, Turkey, or UK in any of these games, or France. You guys are the community, and this is why this event was made. It's a charity event in the end. We're raising awareness. And to our lovely MC on stage, this one is for you back.
Okay. You went with it, so of course I'm not gonna say no to him. I mean, what an experience this has been overall. What an adventure as well. I wouldn't even call soul searching at this moment. You know, this is the kind of experience that kind of lets you come back and leave it with something to take with you. I mean, the level of competition, the commitment of the players in here, you've seen the fire and the passion of defending, right, the flag of your country, of course, the flag of your nation, and so on and so on. We've seen a lot coming off those players, and let's not forget that witnessing this Spike Nations 2023 in Gamergy in Madrid wouldn't have been possible if not for our sponsors. So thanking in here and in Word and Intel for providing us with such a delectable, such a beautiful experience that we went through. Do not forget the comfort that has been given by Secret Lab for us, although, right, I'm not going Secret Lab, more of a classic chair, but one day we'll definitely get there. And of course, let us thank Haza, of course, and Cairo, who provided us with excellent entertainment throughout the experience. Would have loved them to have them here in order to, you know, share this infatuating moment with us. But especially thanks to the players, the teams, the production team. Let's not forget about the crowd, the technical team behind it, the broadcast team, and of course you, the viewers. And let's wish you an amazing night, a good and happy Christmas, a new year as well, as we take off for tonight. Thank you very much, and see you for the next time.